Right. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Amber Flight Gaming United in Stormwind card review. I am Dragon Rider, and we also have. Go ahead and introduce yourselves, everybody that's in the channel right now.
Neji Boston, what's up, guys?
I'm Dr. Fish. Hello, everybody.
Hey, Doc. I'm Rotted. The Rotted Zombie, that is.
Who's up, Rotted?
Yo. And I'm Mitachi. Mitachi?
That was great.
Itachi's in the call, but he's muted.
Oh, that was perfect. Couldn't ask for better introductions.
Of course. It's our specialty.
Yes. So we've done this the last several sets, but just in case anybody is curious on how we are rating things, it is up on the screen there. And we will kind of go around and share our thoughts. There is, I believe, let's see, I think Based put her
Yeah, Base did all of the ratings.
Okay, so we'll just let everybody know what Based Inc. rated the cards as well, so that her opinion gets in there, because she wasn't able to join the call. And yeah, anybody that comes in and out, we'll try to cover their scores as well as we go on. But how's everybody feeling about the set overall?
Looks fantastic, in my opinion. There's a lot of new cards. I think the meta is going to change a lot. I don't think it's just going to be like before, we just add cards to old decks. I think a lot of new archetypes are going to form, and definitely really excited to play.
I'm very interested in this expansion. To see how like Neji said, I think a few new archetypes could be coming. And I like that we're not just adding cards to older decks.
I'm torn. I really like the look of it, so that's easy enough. I'm not sure just how many new archetypes we'll get here in terms of like purely competitive stuff. Maybe more for standard than wild, I think, to be fair. But I think there's a lot of like different and interesting stuff they're trying here, so at least that has me very excited.
That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, it almost feels like it's going to take a lot or very specific things to create more impact in wild, just because of how many cards there are. But in standard, especially right now, we're at the lowest card point in the cycle, so adding more cards is, probably really going to make some new interesting things.
Definitely.
All right. First up, we have. Oh, did you have something, Fish?
No.
Okay.
I was just unmuting, yeah.
All right. Does anybody specifically want to talk about the Demon Hunter cards?
Oh, I'll take DH. I think DH is cool.
All right.
Okay, so first card is Final Showdown. Are we going in the order of the sheet, or are we going in the order of the website, by the way?
Website.
Website. Okay, so that is not the first card.
It is.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so the first card is Final Showdown. Questline from Demon Hunter. It is 1 mana, obviously it's the same. The first part of the quest is draw 4 cards in a turn, and the reward is to reduce the cards, reduce all of those cards by 1. Just the cards that you draw, though. The second part is called Gain Momentum, and it's also draw 5 cards in 1 turn, and then you reduce those by 1. And then the last part is Close the Portal, which is draw 5 cards in 1 turn. Gets you Demon Slayer Kurtrus, and Kurtrus says, Battle Cry, for the rest of the game, cards you draw cost 2 less, and it is a 5 mana 7/7. I rated this a 2. I think somebody's going to try it. People are going to try it. But the quest requires you to draw 15 cards, and you do in chunks at one time. So like draw 5, 5, and 4 in 1 turn. That's like a lot of cards to try to draw at one time. So by the time you've done that, you've drawn through 20 plus cards in your deck. And yeah, the cards that you discount will be like less than 10 cards. And you'll also have to play a 5-mana 7/7 in between getting those discounts. So I don't know. Demon Hunter, OTK Demon Hunter could try it. Not really for the reward, but just to reduce the cards that you draw on any given turn by like 1 mana.
Yeah, I think the power in this card is the first 2 rewards where you reduce the cards you draw. I don't think the final reward is really that good because you probably don't have many cards unless you're playing Glide, which is probably a poor decision. So yeah, I don't think it's going to happen. I think OTK DH and Death Rattle DH are probably going to be the main archetypes, and I don't think you're running this in either of those. So I gave it a 1. I don't think it'll be playable.
Yeah, I think the ending rewards part, it is like by that point, if you haven't drawn like your win conditions and already like are pretty much winning by that point, like I don't know, it just feels like Neji said, the later rewards maybe not quite as worth it as the earlier rewards. Like the early rewards are pretty cool. Like reduce the cost of the cards you drew. Like that's always something you're looking to do. But yeah, I gave it a 1 as well. I don't think it's going to be that viable.
Drawn a bit.
So the main use that I can think of it for Wild anyway is this still counts as just a traditional quest, correct?
Yep.
And so this will be
Yeah.
the first one that Demon Hunter will have access to, if I'm not mistaken. So
Yes.
that'll give it the opportunity to play cards like Questing Explorer and Questing Adventurer in Wild to give it extra access to coins and card draw early in the game. And in this case, I guess mid-game, because you're going through a few iterations of it. I don't think the payoff is amazing, but the sort of mid points, if you're looking to run it maybe in a Reno deck, maybe. But you're also losing a card in the mulligan, so it really has to be worth it then.
Yeah. So overall consensus, we got a 1.67. Not the best cards, but we'll see how it shakes out. So the next card is Metamorphin, which is a 1-mana 1/2 Murloc with Taunt and Battle Cry. If you've cast a Fell spell this turn, gain +2/+2. That is a lot of weird text on a card. But it's a 1-mana, 3/4 Taunt maybe. So that's pretty cool. I gave it a 1 because it looks like if you just took like keywords and numbers and like pull them out of a generator, then you got this card. Like it doesn't feel like a Murloc. Like I don't understand the Fell spell thing.
Yeah.
It's like
I think
it's a weird card.
I think we're gonna see throughout that Fell seems to be something that Demon Hunter, and it is something that's like a Demon Hunter type thing, like a Demon Hunter motif essentially. Because you see with the Legendary and a couple other stars, like they're really working. They want to kind of make a Fell spell deck essentially.
Yeah.
And I do like that they gave. I mean, I like Murlocs in general. I think that this card looks cool. I gave it a 2. And it feels like Demon Hunter combo, but with a way more specific requirement than Rogue has with combo, which is just literally just playing another card. This is very specific, but it's a 1-drop. So I gave it a 2 because it's a 1-drop essentially. That you can decide, oh, I just want to play a 1-mana 1/2. Like I don't have anything else.
Sure.
Could also maybe slot into Odd DH, although Odd DH has a lot of really good early game cards as is.
Yeah, I don't know if I can find room for this in Odd DH.
Nope. I didn't think so.
I mean, it's meh. I'm never a huge fan of one-off Murlocs outside of traditional Murloc classes. I don't know.
There's other Murlocs in
Crab
Demon
Rider was
Hunter.
good, but I mean, it's still not bad.
Fair play. Yeah.
Yeah, but I understand. what you're
Yeah, I
saying.
agree. I agree with what's been said. I don't think the condition's that easy to pull off, and unless you have very specific cards like Chaos Strike on curve, like on 3, or like Fury. But I don't think this is what you want to be doing with your turns. It just seems weird. I give it a 1.
It looks like Based gave it a 2, and she said, interesting card for the Fell mid-range deck. 1 mana, 3/4 is solid and likely comes down on 2 or 3, which is very solid. I, we're just coming out the gate with some different opinions here. I gave it a 4. I like it. I don't know.
YOLO.
I know. He's
I
cute.
don't.
I like it. I think
Oh,
it's gonna be
no.
pretty
Adorable.
easy.
No, it gets a 4 on the adorable scale.
Someone had the pun at the office, metamorph Finn, and attributed it to a Murloc, and this is where this card came from. Someone
Yeah.
just had to make it work. Is what
True.
happened. So the next card, if we're ready to move on,
Yep.
is a Sigil of Alacrity.
Yes.
Alacrity, sure.
Mhm.
It's a 1 mana shadow spell. At the start of your next turn, draw a card and reduce its cost by 1. This is the best sigil to be created. I gave it a 4. I think it's really good.
I definitely think it's the best sigil, but the other sigils were pretty bad. And I'm just not sure if you want this. I'm really torn. It's like either this is terrible or you're going to put it in OTKDH and it's going to be really good.
It's just a 0 mana draw card.
I mean, sort of. I don't know. I gave it a 2. I think it's fringe. I think you might run like 1 copy of it, but I think you have too many things you're doing with that deck, like double jump and studies and stuff that you also want to be playing with your 1 mana. So we'll see. I could be wrong, but I'm not a believer.
I gave this card a 3. Maybe because I think I gave it a 3, and I can see it slotting in, but it might be more towards a 2. But I'll stick with my rating and say that this is going to be like I can see it being a pretty good card because reducing the cost of a card in Demon Hunter, like it's pretty good. I guess reducing a cost of any card is good, but like especially in an OTK deck.
Yep.
Anyone else?
Yeah, so Based gave it a 3, and she said, fine cycle, anything can play this. I was kind of on the same line of thinking as Neji. Like, I either feel like this is kind of just, why do I care about playing this and actually including this? Or it's going to be fantastic, and I definitely want to play this. I don't feel like there's any in between. But I ended up, I thought it was good initially, but then after thinking about it, it's like, well, I don't know. I guess you play this, and then it really just replaces itself. And I don't know if that's necessary. So I ended up just giving it a 2.
Ben?
I didn't have anything else to contribute. I agree with what everyone said. I think potentially decent in slower decks. I give it a 2. I'm not super excited for it. I think we can do better.
Okay. So we'll move on to the next card. It is Fell Barrage. It is a 2 mana Fell spell. It says deal 2 damage to the lowest enemy health to the lowest health enemy twice. So it hits the smallest thing 2 times back to back with 2 damage. It's kind of like a missiles, but I gave it a 1. I don't think it's that great.
I guess it can technically hit face, right?
Yeah, it can.
It
Oh
can.
yeah. Oh,
But still, I mean, that's how often is that the case, though?
If you're hitting face, there's so many more ways to deal, like
Exactly.
amounts of damage. But it is a spell. It's a Fell spell, so Jace it procs Jace, so that's like not a bad thing. So maybe in a Jace deck it finds a way to make it in. I don't remember whether Immolation Aura is a Fell spell or not.
I was
It
about
is?
to
Yeah.
I was
Okay,
about
well,
to check.
So slightly worse
Tell.
Immolation Aura, I think. But I mean, it's good that it hits face because if you manage to clear the board as Jace, then it sends 4 damage face, so it's pretty good. That makes me put it at a 2. Actually, I'm gonna give it a 2. Just as a result.
If it were lifesteal, I guess it would be better because of the Il'gynoth synergies, but it's still viable with the just
You
additional
can't keep
spell
doing that.
damage. Yeah, just forever and
Please
ever.
don't give this
No more
lifesteal.
card supporting, no more LG
Stop
support.
doing this.
Yeah, I think at worst it's like a cleave, which is not great. But it's flexible. You can hit the same minion. If they have two health minions, it kills both. You can also go face if they have nothing on board. I think it's flexible enough that you might find a slot for it in the deck. So I give it a 2, but I don't think it's great.
John gave it a 4.
I did.
Let's
Yes.
hear it.
I just like the damage. If
Like
there's
the
no
damage.
minions, it can go face.
It is 4 damage face.
I
on
like
my
it.
turn 2.
I mean, and it's just
Alright.
another cheap spell.
That's fair.
Uh,
Fish gave it a 3. And
I just
Don
switched
gave
it.
a 4.
I had it at a 2, and I now switched it to 3 because
So with 3.
I
went up with
wonder.
both.
I don't know. It feels like it's playable. It feels like it's even playable in Death Rattle because one thing that I don't like that Death Rattle can struggle against is like something like an early parade leader, something like a Rush Warrior getting on board fast. And now we don't know if Rush Warrior is actually going to continue to be an archetype. Hint, I still think it will be a really good archetype next expansion. But like it can help clear up some early minions if you need it, and if not, hey, it's going to go 4 face. But I don't know. We'll see. I think it can be a pretty good support card in a couple archetypes.
Base gave it a 2 as well. Said decent unless we want to recast spells. Probably just play Throglaive, which
Yeah, Throglaive's good.
that's probably fair for
my
clearing
pick.
minions.
Yeah.
So the next card is Chaos Leech, which is a 3-mana spell that does have lifesteal. Deals 3 damage to a minion, and Outcast deals 5 instead. Based, myself, Rotted, and Neji all gave it a 2. I'm assuming we all feel like it's kind of middle of the road, not super great, and we probably all feel like the I-beam is better. It's just like a worse I-beam. I would imagine we all feel that way. So
That's exactly what I was thinking. Yeah.
Dawn and Fish gave it different grades. Dawn gave it a 5, and Fish gave it a 3. So we'll hear what they've got to say.
Go ahead, Fish.
I mean, I guess like because I-beam to me is like a 4 or a 5 type of card. Like it's just like so good for what it does. It's very mana efficient because if you get it outcasted, it costs that way. I feel like maybe it's not a card you want in your deck, but it's definitely something that if you have the mana, you would definitely pick this off of Illidari Studies.
Fair.
Like, it's definitely probably not a deck card, but it's definitely an insane Illidari Studies card because you take it and it's 2 mana, deal 5 lifesteal.
It is yet another redundancy on OTK Demon Hunter.
It really is, yeah.
So like,
yeah,
that's a little scary.
It could, yeah. It could also just be that it's too much, right? It could just be that it's just too much and it's just
very tight.
It's very tight. Yeah. Agreed.
John, back this 5 up.
I just like damage. Damage and healing is great. Like I don't know. I feel
like this card slot could slot into Death Rattle. There's a lot of weird cards in Death Rattle that I feel like this card could actually replace as well. If we're looking at it for that perspective too.
All right, Don likes damage. I see.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Anyone else got anything to add before we go to the next card?
I just think it's like maybe a one-off in OTK, like Soul Cleave was. It's like a worse lifesteal card, but
makes sense.
Sometimes you want an extra one. Other than that, I think it's bad.
Fair enough.
Fair.
Next card is Lion's Frenzy. It's a 3-mana 0/2 weapon for Demon Hunter Epic. Has attack equal to the number of cards you've drawn this turn. So clearly fitting alongside the drawing a bunch of cards at once thing. Could potentially do quite a bit of damage if you muster it up. Myself, Based, and Neji all gave it a 1. Rotted gave it a 2. and Dawn and Fish gave it a 4 and a 3 respectively. I don't have much to say about it, so I'll let you guys go.
I mean, I think the upside's potentially there, but I think it's kind of just meh. I don't think I like this better than some of the other weapon options that Demon Hunter has access to. I mean, it's clearly trying for support for the turbo draw quest stuff, but meh.
I gave the turbo draw quest stuff a 1, and I look at this card, I'm just like, wait, this isn't as good as Eldraki Warblades. Like, because it has guaranteed attack.
Eldraki Warblades is just bananas compared to this.
I mean, yeah, it's a really good card. You see it, it's played in like.
Well, this always has one attack at least. So.
Yes, it always has one. I don't know. I don't think it's a 3. I think it's maybe a 2. I'm rethinking my rating on the spot. I think it's a 2. It's not. It might see some play. I think maybe you mess around with it in like a questline fell deck, but otherwise, it's not going to see play in Death Rattle, and it's not going to see play in OTK.
Okay.
It's a neat card though, for sure. It's definitely a really cool weapon.
Yeah, I think there are just a lot of better weapons in
Agreed.
Demon Hunter. I don't think this is playable.
Yeah, I see that.
So I got a 1.
Okay, next card. Anyone got opinions before we move? No? Okay, it's Fellgorger. It's a 4-mana 4/3 epic demon. Battlecry, draw a fell spell, reduce its cost by 2. What did I give this card? I think I gave this card a 2. A 2. Yeah, I gave it a 2. I think it could be tried. Because if you want to do the fell spell stuff, it's decently statted, and it also, I mean, if you just gave me a 4-mana 4/3 draw a card, I'd probably play it. And it also reduces it by 2,
Yeah.
so that's pretty good. I think it's a decent card. It'll at least be tried.
That's kind of where I am with it, yeah. I gave it a 3 for that reason. Decent stats, draws a card, reduces it a little bit. Just seems kind of okay overall.
Yeah, there's a really cool combo with this that I heard John Bray talk about, where you play this on 4, and it corrupts your Insatiable Fellhound to give it +1/+1 and lifesteal, and then this draws Philosophy, and then you copy it. So that's kind of good. It's like not even that bad. Like he plays Insatiable Fellhound sometimes in DH and doesn't do too badly. And this is like a really good card to corrupt it. But I don't think that tech's gonna be great. I gave it 2. I think it's definitely fringe playable, but nothing spectacular.
I think I'm getting baited by draw a card, reduce its cost. But maybe my hopes for this card is that maybe there's another archetype. We've only talked about the 2 that are there and like touched on the possibility of a Jace deck, which I don't think is going to be great. But maybe there's because there was at one point like a mid-ranged Demon Hunter deck. It fell to the wayside. That ran like Fell Saber and Fell Steels. That deck, but yeah, I think I gave it a 3. I think it can be a pretty good card. There's a lot of really good fell spells that you can make cost less, and they're already pretty cheap as is. So most likely you're making the card cost 0 when you draw it, which is pretty good. 0 mana spells are good.
Yeah, I like this card. I'm kind of leaning in that direction. Like, I'm wondering if there's some sort of mid-rangey Demon Hunter that also gets played that could potentially be on par with the other Demon Hunter decks we're seeing right now. And I think this definitely gets played in that.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I think it's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Looking at the fell spells, there's Philosophy, there's Fell Screen Blast, Fury, Chaos Strike, Immolation Aura, Sigil of Flame, I-Beam, Chaos Nova, Metamorphosis, and Fell Guardians from prior stuff.
I'd like a cheaper Metamorphosis.
Potentially decent there, but Metamorphosis doesn't see any play otherwise.
No, Metamorphosis isn't that good. I mean,
some of those cards are okay.
You're only running very specific spells for it.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Well, all right then.
All right.
We'll move on to the next card there.
Sure.
The next card is Persistent Peddler. It is a 4-mana, 4/3 tradable, rare. Death Rattle, summon a persistent peddler from your deck. So it summons another copy of itself from your deck. I think, personally, that this card would have been super cool if it was a demon, because then you could have copied it with Philosophy and put a bunch of them in your deck, and that would have been nice. But that is not the case. It is just a tradable card. I think it's cool in OTK, or not OTK, but Death Rattle Demon Hunter.
Yes.
Because it's a 4-mana, 4/3 Death Rattle, summon a 4-mana, 4/3, and reduce your deck by 1 card, and I think that is pretty neat. It like draws and summons itself, and it will never be in your hand when the Death Rattle goes off, because you just put it back in the deck.
Yep.
So that's pretty cool.
Is that what tradable
So I
does?
gave it
Yeah.
puts it back in your deck and draws you another card for 1 mana.
Correct. I think this is pretty strong, yeah.
Oh, I didn't know how tradable worked. Okay, that's good.
So I
That's
think
good
this
to
is
know.
really good.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with exactly what Itachi said. It's pretty
Yeah.
much all I got.
I didn't know how tradable worked, so I gave it a 2. But I think this card is. I mean, I think it's still a 2. It's probably a 3, but yeah, I like the card.
I give it a 2. I don't see it. I don't think it's great. I'm not sure about shuffling it back in your deck, and yeah, you can't really get more than the 2 copies, so you play one and then I don't know. It doesn't seem great to me, so I gave it a 2.
Just run Bran, Bronzebeard, and Baleful Banker. Jeez.
That would require me to play Wild, though. No,
that would require me to have Baleful Banker.
Not even I'm doing that. Jesus.
I don't have Banker. I have the other card. I have Bran, of course. No Banker.
Let's see, what's our next card? I think it's the Iron. Oh, yep, it's Irebound Brute. Is the next Demon Hunter card.
Yeah.
It is a 7-mana, 6/7 taunt, and costs 1 less for each card drawn this turn. So it is kind of a support to the draw a bunch of cards deck. I gave it a 1 personally. I think you have to draw a lot of cards for it to be cheap, and by the time you've done that, Demon Hunter can do a lot worse to you than a 6/7.
Big agree.
I don't know. I think it's not bad. I mean, if you draw a couple of cards in the turn, it costs 5. And let's say you discount it via Skull of Gul'dan. That's pretty fringe, but then it's still really cheap.
Yeah, if you hit this
I mean, you
off
could
skull,
copy
it's
it,
0 mana instantly because you've already drawn 4 cards that turn. And it's -3 again, so it's 0.
Still
that's pretty
fringe,
good.
but I don't know. I'm still
I don't-
happy,
I
I think,
don't-
to play like a 5-mana 6/7 if we draw a couple cards. I don't know. Maybe I'm overthinking it.
I
That requires
agree.
me to
I don't
have
think
at
it's
least
that bad.
6 or so mana, but
Like, this is always 6.
yeah, the 6. It's an ogre. It's a Boulder Fist ogre with taunt.
Yeah.
That
And
just
then
can, like, reduce
You
it.
draw some cards, it's pretty good. Play Special
Does-
Sight, costs 4. Play Skull, costs probably 0 unless you didn't outcast it.
The demon tag adds some value, but there are just better demons out there too.
Yeah, I don't think it's that bad. I give it a 2. Yeah, not much to say about this one.
Oh
other
my
than that.
god.
Yeah.
Oh my god. All right, so here's the nuts. You hit this off of Skull of Gul'dan, and you also have either a free somehow Philosophy in your hand. You copy and vomit. Easy.
That is kind of nutty.
That is nutty. Yeah, no.
It's so fringe, though. I don't think you see that all the time.
Outcasted 0 mana Philosophy makes
Yeah, but
makes 2 7/8.
It's just
That's
that's
just-
probably still too much.
That's too
that
much.
just allows my opponent to interact too much. I can just kill them.
I mean, I gave the card a 1 as well. Like, I switched my rating to 1. I also don't think this is going to see much play. It's a lot of the decks that want to play this card are very tight. Like OTK might want this, but the deck already has a pretty solid 30 cards. So
Yep. You ready to move on to the final Demon Hunter card? Or
Yeah.
Wait, Dawn?
hold on, yeah.
Are we still talking about the Brute?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gave it a 2. I'm not sold on
Not
it.
on board. There you go.
Yeah,
We
let's do it.
agreed.
So base also said 1 interesting, but the draw deck seems awkward.
Fair.
Yeah.
So our final Demon Hunter card, Demon Hunter Legendary Minion, Jace Darkweaver. Oh, am I missing one?
Nope.
No.
Nope. This
Nope.
last one.
Yeah.
Jace Darkweaver is an 8 mana 7/5 legendary battle cry. Cast all fill spells you played this game. Targets enemies if possible. I see a lot of 2s. I see a 2 for everyone but me. I give it a 4, and I'll give you a reason why.
Let's
If
go.
you could put a cheaper Yogg Saron in your deck and also put the spells in your deck that Yogg Saron will cast and know exactly what they are, how would you not play that card? This is absurd.
So it's
You-
cheaper.
you
So it's
can-
cheaper Zul'jin.
It's cheap. It's the same. It's the same exact stats as Yogg, and it casts the spells that you put in your deck and choose to make it cast. And the ones that do stuff that target will target the enemies if possible. So like it is a board clear and gives you a bunch of damage and draws you a bunch of cards, and you've still got 2 mana left, unless you discounted it with Skull, in which case you got 5 mana left. That is a lot of stuff on an 8 mana 7/5. That card is you build around that card, you make a deck with that card, and you kill your opponent with this card.
Yeah,
nearly every time.
This is the finisher. This is the finisher on mid range DH, right? Like you just played mid range DH and you got this at the top with the green rags, and yeah, it's cool. This is a very cool card. I'm just not sure if it's. I just have a hard time conceptualizing it. I'm sure it'll be pretty. I'm sure
Okay, can I?
What
can
you're
I
seeing
give
is
you an
I think it's
example of
bad.
some spell spells.
No,
that
well,
are
I
in-
know the fell spells. We've looked at them.
Okay,
So yeah, they're
so
good. There's good
Fury-
spell spells.
Yeah, Fury, Chaos Strike, like all those, Eye-Beam,
Mm-hmm.
Metamorphosis again. Those are some pretty absurd spells that you're gonna be casting.
I never
Okay, but wait.
recrafted that card.
That means you have to put like Metamorphosis in your deck and Fury in your deck, which are not played right now. And at that point, you're dealing. If you hit all of them,
Well,
you're
mid-
dealing like
Fury
8
is
damage.
definitely
Well,
played.
mid range would play.
Okay, but I don't think mid-range DH is playable. But also, why would you play this when you can just play Green Rag, which clears a minion and hits face also and gets resummoned off like Zoth, and you can run 2 copies and gets
Wait,
discounted by Fell
in
Screamer?
in a deck where you play Green Rag, do you play Fury? Yes or no?
No.
Yes, you do. You play Fury.
Not in the last set. Not a single one did.
I never ran.
Tell me one deck that
Fury
had Fury and Green Rag in it the last 4 months.
I saw multiple.
Me?
Okay, Dragon Rider.
Also, so like casting your spell and then green ragging and then playing Jace is like absurd. Like that's good. I don't care. It's good.
If mid-range DH is a good deck, you will play this. But I don't.
Otherwise,
think
it's
that mid-range
otherwise
DH
it's
is
otherwise
a
it's not
deck.
playable. Yeah.
It is a great finisher that draws you 2 cards, gives you 16 attack, and heals your hero a bunch.
Okay, this is if you've played every fell spell in your entire deck already, which is not likely.
That is 4 spells.
You're dead by then. Let's be honest.
4 spells by turn
Well,
8?
I think.
Wait, how are you getting 16 attack with 4 spells? Wait,
I
there's
just think.
actually no
I
way.
just think the fact that. I just think the fact that you probably just want to play this on 8 is something that like could make it not as good. But that's it. Like that. I don't know. I don't see it right now, but I'm sure it'll be pretty okay. If it's good, it's gonna be pretty good, and otherwise, it's like Nachi said, it's just unplayable.
I'm just gonna
That's
play
it.
Green Rag.
But that's like everything. It's either really good or it's pretty bad. And that's Demon Hunter.
We got Druid next. Who wants to read the Druid?
I can go ahead with Druid. I don't mind.
Okay.
All right. Let me grab this all classes. All right, there we go. So the quest. First card, Lost in the Park, quest line. Gain 4 attack with your hero. Reward is gain 5 armor. The second half of it is gain 5 attack with your hero and get 5 armor and draw a card. And the final one is gain 6 attack with your hero, and then you get Guff the Tough, which is a 5 mana 8/8 with taunt, battle cry. Your hero gets +8 attack this turn and 8 armor. So what do we think about this one?
1.
Looks like the consensus is that it's
super
bad.
slow. This is so slow. Like, Druid doesn't want to go slow. And there's not enough ways to gain attack currently. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm going to look at the Druid cards right now in Standard. We have Pounce. We have... Let's see what else.
There's Feral
Pounce.
Rage and Moon Touched Amulet.
And Feral Rage, Moon Touched, and like, those are good. They're good cards, but Moon Touched Amulet, the best version of it is corrupted, so you're probably waiting to play that. And you're not really gonna want to play it anyways. And I think it can happen. I think you can do this, but and maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this is gonna turn out to be pretty good just because it has so much ramp. Like, but I don't like this quest line.
Mm-hmm. My problem with this is it feels like you have to put bad cards in your deck to make this playable. But the final reward is really good. The 5 mana 8/8 with 8 attack, 8 armor, and taunt. You can play like Mark of the Spike Shell, buff it up, get another one in your hand. And if you can copy the final thing, it's pretty good. But again, I just don't think we can make a Druid deck with all these attack buff cards and really survive to get this off. So I gave it a 1. I don't think it's going to be played.
Based gave it a 2, and she said, "Sure, you can probably play this, but it's gonna be tier 4 or 5 or whatever."
Yeah.
I just love
Base
that
comments are
comment.
the best.
It's amazing.
It's just, yeah.
I don't know. I actually kind of like it. I gave it a 3. I think it can see some play. I think the fact that it doesn't have to be in the same turn, like you don't have to gain all the attack in the same turn, makes it better.
Mm-hmm.
So, you can kind of build it up with like your hero power, which that is slow, especially if you have to do all of it with your hero power. Like that would just take forever. But
Yeah.
we'll talk about it when we get there, but the Park Panther I think fits with this. So I don't know. I like it.
Yeah.
Like I don't think it's gonna be the best, but I don't think it's terrible.
Yeah, that's reasonable.
It's reasonable, yeah.
Any other comments on this one?
No, I just don't think it's very good.
Fair analysis.
Yeah, fair analysis. This will not see play in Wild, for those wondering.
Yeah. All right, on to the next card. So the Soil is 1 mana, choose 1, give your minions +1 attack, or summon a 2/2 Treant. And it's also a nature spell, which is relevant for like Anacondra and Guff and stuff like that.
Yes.
I mean, this is a card that you would want to play in a token style deck for sure, because giving your minions +1 attack is really good with a big board. I'm not sold on it. It reminds me of the Tree Enforcements card that we used to have that was the same as this, but instead of the +1 attack, you got +2 health and taunt.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people back then, when they were rating that, were like, yeah, the 1 mana 2/2 is not too bad. Like, that's something that you definitely wouldn't mind doing. But then when the card was actually played, it was like pretty bad to just make it 2/2. So I'm not sure. The plus attack is definitely better than the 2 health and taunt. So I don't think it's too bad, but I don't think it's great. I gave it a 3 for just being like playable.
Yeah. I gave it a 3. And like Neji said, I put solid card on 1, which it probably won't be. And it's a good buff. When Neji was reading this, I was like, wow, that's the exact comment that I put on my comment. Solid card on 1, because yeah, of course we want a 1/2 Treant instead of playing like Nature Studies and looking for a ramp card, or Nature Studies and looking for a Fungal Fortunes.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, if you have no other play on 1, it's fine. Otherwise,
it's not the worst thing in the world.
Otherwise,
it's not very good.
Otherwise, you just want to buff your cards later.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well,
exactly. I agree.
That's what Base said too. She also gave it a 3, and she said, "Nice partial Savage Roar that you can play on 1. Sweet." I also gave it a 3, like basically along the same thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's potentially good in a token style deck, and those certainly do exist. And for 1 mana, if you can give between what, like 3 and 6 attack, typically it's not the worst.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right, on to the next card. We got Vibrant Squirrel, 1 mana, 2/1 beast. Death Rattle, shuffle 4 acorns into your deck. When drawn, you summon a 2/1 squirrel. And then obviously you get another card. It's cast when drawn. I don't really think this is too great. I don't know what deck we're playing this in. It's like a mid-rangey card. I don't think you can play this in like tokens because you don't really want to play minions with Fungal Fortunes. So I gave it a 2. It seems like the consensus is a little bit higher than that, so I'll let everybody else go at this card.
I think Itachi had to step out, but he put a 4. And he said 4 of these for 1 mana is a lot.
Yeah,
Which
that's where I went along the
yeah.
lines of this. Except that I said it was a 3. It could be a 4.
Okay, I'm back for this, by the way.
Let's go, Vibrant Squirrel.
The squirrel is good. It's a 1 mana 2/1. That's already good. When you kill it, you want it. If you're playing in tokens, you're drawing through your deck anyway. It's just giving you. It's like giving you minions to buff. Like that's absurd in Token Druid in a deck that's playing Guess the Weight and Fungal Fortunes and composting. That's really good.
And you're probably not that mad, even if you have to discard it. Discard like a second copy of it, or whatever.
Well, the thing is that if you draw this with Fungal, you just get to draw your other card for free. So even if it would be a minion, you just get to draw it anyway. So like when you draw the acorn, it counts as drawing a spell.
No, I'm talking about discarding the actual squirrel. But I mean, obviously that happened when we had Gibber anyways.
How would you draw the squirrel? Oh, discarding the minion squirrel. Okay.
Yeah,
the actual minion, card,
not the
acorns. Okay,
no. If you get to sit on 1 with a fungal, it's pretty good. Like I said, this card's a 3. I said Token likes this card. Could be a 4 possible.
Yeah, this card is good because So the Soil exists, and you just want to put boards up because So the Soil is
makes sense.
A 1 mana buff everything.
Yeah, I like it. All right.
Anything else for the squirrel?
Squirrel rules.
All right, go to the next one. We have Composting, 2 mana spell, nature spell, and give your minions Death Rattle, draw a card. So obviously, pretty solid card here, and it's nature, which is also good.
It's a beautiful golden card.
Oh gosh,
yeah,
I
the
can
art
imagine.
on this card is really, really nice. Looks like we all, except Itachi, gave it a 3, so we're all about the same on this one. We think it's a solid card, but not like a busted card.
Based put, yes please, Token Druid forever.
Yeah.
Yes.
I love her. How about this
Token
that I'm happy to give.
Token Druid. Yeah. Token Druid's good.
I think this is actually pretty viable comparatively in Wild because one of the things that the more traditional aggro and big and druids have been looking for is a way to like quickly draw cards, and because they can do like a single or maybe even a couple vomits, but then after that they kind of slow down. If you can slap this on like 2 or 3 minions that land, you're suddenly in really good shape.
If you put this on 2 things, it's a 2 mana draw 2. I think that's fine, and anything above that is like juice.
I think that's fairly correct, yes.
Yeah, this is really solid. I might change my rating to a 4 from a 3. I think it's better than a lot of the 3s I've been giving and going to give.
Yeah.
So I'll probably put it up to a 4.
Yeah,
even though I don't like Token Druid deck.
Token Druid refill. And when Rod had mentioned Aggro Druid, which is not Token Druid, it is you play 2 and Biggins. I got flashbacks to when my opponent played double and Biggin on 1 last turn against me, and summoned the 5/5 patches on 1. And I don't want that, but yes, this card is playable in that deck. Potentially.
Yeah. Anything else? All right. Next card, Wicker Claw, 2 mana 1/4 beast. After your hero gains attack, this minion gains +2 attack. So it turns into like a totem golem if you attack. Everyone gave it a 1 except Rotted, so I'm gonna assume everyone in Standard thinks it's not good.
I did think about this for Wild. I just thought about it couldn't conceptualize, so I'm wondering what Rotted has in mind.
Yeah, let's hear it.
Wait, what did I give it?
A 3.
Oh God, why did I give it a 3?
All right,
Bag
next
this up,
card.
please.
I'm gonna
Join the 1 club.
I'm gonna give it a 2. I think it's not.
Yeah, stop this, man.
You have to hesitate on not terrible. You know it's not.
I won't back down.
I do like the approach though of saying how can this be good instead of this is just bad. But
Yeah, there's gotta be a way, right? Like maybe you can play it with like a bunch of, I don't know. There's probably some weird ass OTK with this and Gadget Zan Auctioneer, and I don't know. But no, this is probably a meme.
Maybe it's good in a like pauper deck. You're just playing like commons and rares. Or something.
Maybe.
I hear the first thing to do when you're in a hole is stop digging.
Yeah.
But
All
now
right.
I'm just gonna let's just dig a little deeper.
I mean, you can. It does say when you gain attack, so you could go like this on 2, and then turn 3 you can go like hero power and then pounce, and it'll be a 5/4. But yeah, no, let's just pass on this one.
If you equip Twig of the World Tree, it's
Oh
like,
god. Now you have
Yo,
10 mana and you have
Twig?
1/4 on board.
Twig deck? Twig? Oh, let's go.
Twig
Okay.
actually sees playing wild in the Celestial combo decks, but this won't see playing wild in Celestial combo decks.
It doesn't is that card actually popular in the deck still? I thought it was kind of gone.
I like it a lot, but you need it to
Okay.
be more of an APM style deck. But now we've wandered off from Wicker Claw, which is bad.
APM Tog.
All right, next card.
Okay.
We have Oracle of Elune, 3 mana, 2/4. After you play a minion that costs 2 or less, summon a copy of it. Everyone thinks it's not good, and I have a 5, so that's interesting.
Squirrel.
Quick, Neji, defend yourself.
Okay, there
let's
was
go.
this card from the last set. It was like a 2 mana, 2/3 that
Sure.
said your next taunt minion costs 2 less. So imagine you go this, and you lightning bloom that out, and you get 2 of them, and then you can play like a 4-drop taunt, like the Kodo or something, and you play it, it now costs 0, and you get another one of it. So on turn 3, you'd have 2/4, a 2/3, a 2/3, a 3/5, and another 3/5.
I don't even have that card that you referenced. I disenchanted it. Razorblade Battle Guard.
That's not bad. I think this is actually legit. I think you can make super explosive turns with Lightning Bloom. Even just playing this on 3, it's like a 2/4. It's not the easiest thing to remove, honestly. I think it's very legit. I give it a 5. I think this thing is going to be
Whoa.
nutty.
Whoa. So I just had a thought. You Celestial, you play this, and
Oh God.
Yes.
then you play like Malagus or something.
Yes, you get 2.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay. Okay.
This maybe finds a way into wild combo decks then.
Yeah, I see it.
Is it a better or worse Ixlid then? I don't know. Why
Oh,
wouldn't you just
God.
play Ixlid?
Yeah, why
Yeah.
isn't Ixlid just played in that deck?
Why do I keep saying Ixlid?
Oh God. Yeah, I know.
I think it's good. I think it's really good, actually. I think this card has the potential to be like insane. Also, it's good with Living Seed too. You could hit like Park Panther for 2 mana and then get 2 of them,
Oh
and then
my
gain 6
God, that's
attack.
nuts.
I don't know.
Yeah, I gave it. I swapped up to a 3 for these potentials that Neji's saying.
That takes
And
too
Rotted.
long.
Doesn't take. You can do this on turn 3 and get like 15 in stats.
We're not. We tried that with Guff and it didn't work. This is Guff 2.0.
It might be
that
Guff
one and
2.0, dude. It's.
I'm ready
oh
to.
God, it's coming
I'm
true.
ready to
I'm gonna have to
overdose.
give this one a 6 to keep the theme.
Neji, I'm ready to overdose on copium here.
Dude, I have to give it a 6 now to keep with my theme. I actually
All right,
think
so
that-
hang with me. You play this, then you play Lady Anacondra, and you play every single card that ever existed.
Oh God.
Well, I think based is kind of in the thinking. she gave it a 2, but she said, not right now, but this will be busted at some point.
There
So,
we
like,
go.
Yes, there's potential. I don't see it right now myself either. I gave it a 2, but maybe. I still think there needs to be a little bit more for even what you're saying to be good. And
Oh my god, you just play Hakar the Soul Flayer! Sorry, now I'm just memeing.
Hakar Druid, oh god. Yeah, we're
see,
just
we'll
memeing
see.
now.
I mean, my first thought too when I did see this is even after the nerf, the gibberling
Gibber,
is
gibber,
still fits in this, even just but I don't know.
All right. I think we're ready to move on to Kodo Mount. 4 mana spell. Give a minion +4/+2 in rush. When it dies, you summon a Kodo. So there's a lot of these buff spells where it gives you stats and a keyword, and then when you summon the card afterwards, when it dies, it is the exact same stats and keyword.
There was a card
I
that
don't think it's great.
There was a card that did this a long time ago that saw play. It's called Spike Ridge Steed.
Yes.
I gave this card a 2, and I said maybe it's he's playing a John Bridger style deck.
We do have a 4 from Itachi.
I think
Yep.
this works with. I think this works with. I think it. Well, Owl already has a rush, but I mean, hey, giving an Owl +4/+2.
Okay, so I had a 5 at first, but then I realized it was not a nature spell, so it is definitely not a 5.
Oh, okay.
But 4 mana for 8/4 worth of rushing stats is like a lot of stats, man. So yeah,
It is
I like it.
a lot of stats.
And it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you put it on. It just gives it rush art. Like so you can play a slow thing and still give it rush. Like and
There's
then
also
we
a
can-
nutty combo with it. I'm just saying. Are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
There's a card in the core set, 4 mana, 3/5, Nordrassil Druid. The next spell you cast this turn costs 3 less. You play this with Kodo on 5, you get a 7/7 with Rush that summons a 4/2 with Rush. When it dies, that's pretty good.
it's a lot of stats.
That is a lot of
It's a lot of
stats.
stats.
I'm excited to play Minion Druid, hopefully. Not Fungal Druid, but we will see.
Yeah, I'd like that as well.
Yeah. I gave this a 2. I like it, but we do have to move more towards a more minion based deck for it to really become better, I feel like. Because like I don't really want to be
mean, could
playing
it-
this in like a token druid or something. I like there's definitely better stuff to be buffing more things. So this is more of a put it on a single thing, make it one great thing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
This could. Primo Druid probably wouldn't hate this card, or like John Bray Druid would want this card.
I think Primo Druid just plays Broom instead, but John Bray Druid.
I mean, you could just put that on Broom. No, I'm kidding. You don't want Broom already has rush.
Yeah, that wouldn't be that good.
It'd be funny.
Base gave it a 1, and the comment is just
Smiley.
a little smiley.
Smiley face. I saw that and I laughed inside. I was like, I can't wait for someone to read base comment.
He has the best comments.
Yeah. I mean, the Kodo is pretty cute looking.
True. All right.
Okay.
I
Yeah.
think we're done with Kodo Mount.
Yeah.
On to the next one. Park Panther, 4 mana, 4/4 Beast. Rush. Whenever this attacks, give your hero +3 attack this turn. Solid. It's okay.
I think Park Panther's good. I think 4 mana 4/4 deal some damage to something. Give yourself some attack real quick. It's pretty solid. You can kill the smaller thing with the Park Panther, kill the bigger thing with your face, and then have the Park Panther survive. And try to do it again next turn, or make it a must kill, because obviously you don't want that thing to stay on the board. Drawing beasts, like having good beasts to draw with the Living Seed is kind of important for Druid to be able to have minion based decks. So I'm
Agreed.
glad that they printed some good beasts that are like drawable and playable.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where I'm at with that card.
Yeah. I said this is the only card that would give any hope for Questline Druid. The effect is solid and we'll see play in like like I said, a mid-range Druid deck that runs minions.
Yep.
Yeah.
Interesting. Based put a 2, and she said, "Fine, just not what we're doing without more quest support. Can be in and out of GA Druid though." But
Yeah,
I
I
really
thought
like it,
about
like you all are saying too. I gave it a 4. I think this is a great card. I think you can use it in quest. You can use it in like what you all said already, like more of just the beast focused. Like I think there's a lot of flexibility with it, and it's solid stats.
Yeah, I think with Living Seeds, probably it's going to be its best use.
Exactly, yeah.
But I don't think it's really going to see that much play. I'm really concerned about playing this or having this in hand on turn 4 and your opponent's playing control deck and has no minions. This is actually abysmal on turn 4 with no minions. It's literally just a 4/4 with this nothing.
Yeah.
Which is really sad. So I gave it a 2. We'll see. It could be better.
I don't know. It kind of feels like it's in the same neighborhood as what's that shaman spell from last X-Pac? Stormcrack? Storm.
Oh, yeah, I know which one you mean.
Stormstrike?
Yeah, it just feels like it's in that neighborhood for me in terms of utility. Like I kind of like it in a more defensive build if whatever arises, just as a way to clear off stuff, but it's probably still too weak.
Yeah. If it had one more number on it, I think it'd be better. Like
Yeah, I
a 5
agree.
attack or something.
Yeah.
Then I think you would have to make it a 5 mana card because that to me that would be. I know it's not as good. It's not as good as Twilight Runner, but it would be in that vein. Twilight Runner, and for 1 less mana would actually be better than that card because of the breakpoints at 5 attack.
All right, next card. We got some very differing opinions here. We have Best in Shell for 6 mana. It is a tradable card, and it says summon 2/7 turtles with taunt. I think this is Spreading Plague 2.0, and it's just as good as Spreading Plague, honestly.
I didn't know how trading worked, to be fair.
Well, I don't think the tradable... I mean, it is good, but I think the strength of this card is the minions you summon. Like, this is a lot of health to get through, and you have cards like Lightning Bloom, Solar Eclipse, Innervates, and whatnot. This is pretty devastating for like every single aggressive deck. You could play this, and then you play Arbor Up. Honestly, your aggro opponent should just leave the game at that point. Or even if you don't Arbor Up, if you like Solar this out against an aggro deck, like they can actually just click bottom right, honestly. It's just not happening for them.
Aggro
yeah,
standard.
I think this is gonna be insane in Druid. I give it a 5.
Is that Tachi here? Okay.
So here, like, I was like, okay, Spreading Plague 2.0. This is definitely the card. Like, this is absurd. So, but then I thought about it. So, like, it always summons 4/14 in stats, and Spreading Plague with 3 minions summoned 3/15 in stats, which is the same total stats.
Sure. But you can't play that on an empty board.
Yeah.
You have to be behind to play Spreading Plague.
And you could just trade it too. Like, I don't think it's bad. I just don't know what I'm doing with it. Like, I don't know what deck I'm putting it in. I guess is where I'm failing to, like,
it's not
if it's like a later
not a
game
nature
Druid deck,
and it's not a nature spell too.
Yeah, like if it's a later game Druid deck, I don't know that Best in Shell is like what, like I don't know if I'm trying to do this on turn 6. Like turn 6, I should have like way more mana, or like by the time I have 6 mana, I can like bloom out like the good stuff or innovate out the good stuff.
I think
so. Yeah,
tough.
I
you can go like Overgrowth on 3 into this. That's pretty good.
But I don't know what aggro deck. I don't know, like there's not many good aggro decks right now. Like there are
Overgrowth on 3 into this is
good
enough of a reason for me to give it a 2.
Sure, yeah.
I mean, a lot more than half the meta is like mid-range and aggro decks.
It's just, well, yeah, but like I see a lot of stuff here that's like super powerful around the same time frame. Like especially if you got like quest lines that are being tried, like people are playing for not quite the shortest game with the way that this set is shaping up. I mean, there are some aggro stuff. Like Hunter has some real aggressive stuff, but like Hunter could give two shits about a 2/7 taunt now because they can just Raza you over the top and it never matters. Like the taunts never matter.
We'll get to Hunter. I'm just sad Ron's not here to talk about it.
Yeah, so that I guess looking at the set as a whole like made me evaluate this card differently because I actually when I read it I was like, okay, I need to see all the cards because I needed to know if it was going to be so aggressive that you could slam this down like on 6 or on 5 or on 4 and it'd be like the game winning card, but I don't feel like it is.
Sure.
Okay.
If I play, I'm sorry for cutting off. If I play Glowfly Swarm and an aggro deck cannot kill me, this accomplishes the same thing. Like they trade their whole board away.
Yeah.
I rated it a 2 initially, but I'm changing it to a 4 because I think it is better than what I'm rating.
Yeah.
I'm curious.
Converting.
It's okay.
Base put 4 as well.
My argument was that bad. That it was
Damn.
Based
No, I know. I have a 2. I had a 1 with Itachi. I changed it to a 2 with Itachi.
Everybody's been converted upwards almost.
Yeah,
That's what you love to see.
I see so much spreading plague that I just don't think I'll ever want to play this over it, but I think it certainly has a place.
Yeah, that has a spot. Base gave it a 4 and says strong defensive option for ramping druids. Nice.
Yeah, and the tradable is just an upside.
And that's actually something to think about there because you're on Druid with Druid's ramp, you're not technically usually playing it on 6. You're playing it more on like 4 or 5 after you've played Overgrowth.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
This is coming down at a point in the game versus a lot of decks where they're just like, well, shit.
Except Rush Warrior. Rush Warrior just goes like conditioning Samuro. Hello.
I guess. I mean, that doesn't clear that much.
It doesn't clear. It clears one of the turtles. No, it clears none of the turtles. Okay, never mind. I don't know. That's wrong. But yeah, I don't know. I'm hoping. I kind of hope you're right, Neji, because I think. But I kind of hope it's to the point where they don't have to nerf it.
Yeah. All right. I think we're ready for the last card, which is Sheldras Moontree, 8 mana, 5/5, Battlecry. The next 3 spells you draw are cast when drawn. Very, very slow card that hurts me to see. That's all I gotta say.
Hurts my soul to see this. I put it as a 2.
How can
people
you
will
play
try
this?
I know.
Yeah, it's slow.
I mean, like, I can see it in standard, but in wild, you're like, okay, look out. I just drew UI, overgrowth. Whoops. Now, not overgrowth, overflow. It's like, exactly. It's just, I'm interested in seeing people trying it.
I want to hear Itachi. He has a 4.
Man, dude, what? This is so much free mana. Battlecry, gain like a lot of mana and draw 3 cards. That's absurd.
Well, you don't get to draw them yet. You still have to.
You cast when drawn, so you get to draw them. So, like, if you draw a spell off the top, it casts when drawn, and then draws you another card. Because cast when drawn auto draws you another card. So if you draw another spell, it casts when drawn and draws you another card, and then another spell draws you another card.
But you just can't draw immediately when you play this.
You can if you play it on 10, I guess. But besides the point, playing this and then playing like Primordial Protector is absurd. So not only do you get the Primordial Protector minion, then you also get to instantly cast your Survival of the Fittest.
Has that been confirmed that it triggers like that?
You draw a spell, and when you draw the next 3 spells you draw are cast when drawn. So that's like you're drawing a spell.
Yeah, but this I met with Primordial.
Yeah.
Like, does it give you? It gives you the 10 drop. Okay.
Well, the thing with that too is like then you're not. Are you running Carnival Clowns? Because you're not going to corrupt them now because your spells just get insta cast.
No, when you're doing this, you're not running the clowns. Like
But Clown's good.
the part I hated the most about Clown Druid, and I played it extensively to practice for
It's
the
the
Gene type,
Clowns.
was the fact that I had to play survival from my hand to corrupt the clowns.
Yeah,
I
this
wanted to
survival
play
is actually
survival.
pretty okay.
I wanted to play survival, but I didn't want to play it and then play nothing else. So like if I didn't have a strong man in my hand, this just sucks.
Right.
I'm still playing strong man because this corrupts it, and so does Primordial Protector. But I'm no way playing clowns. I'm not playing clowns. I'm not playing Yasiraj.
I think the best use of this, in my opinion, would be, I don't know if this is doable really, but you have like Polkelt with this, and then you get the 2/7 turtles, 2/7 turtles again, and then Arbor up, and you just get like the Giga board that never dies.
Well,
I just
let's
changed
read-
my rating to a 2 hearing that.
Well,
explanation.
let's read what Base said. Base says 1. This will high roll some people, but that's not worth it.
That's that. I mean, that sounds.
There you go, Neji. You gave us the high roll.
That's not
like
a high roll. That's 100%. Just like
yeah, but Polkelt's still a 1 in 30 in your deck.
Okay, so is Raza.
I know.
Yeah, but
I
with
know.
Raza, if you
if you don't draw,
worried about
if you don't
drawing
draw
Best in
Polk-
Shell and stuff first.
You
Oh, it's
don't-
tradable actually. Wait a second, is this nutty? Wait a second. Wait, you could put them. Wait a second, is this a 2? Hold on.
I gave it a 2 because knowing me, I'll be like, I want to try this card, and then I think it might still be slightly too slow because it's a battle cry, so it triggers next turn. Oh wait, no, it casts. Oh no, it always does that regardless, right? Huh? So it doesn't have to survive. I gave it a 2. That's good enough. I gave it a 2. That's good enough.
Yeah, I gave it a 2 as well. Like, I definitely
Interesting.
understand the things that Itachi was saying, and I think those are the reasons why it's like, it's going to be built with specific things in mind, because you have to build it, like, to get the most value, I should say. You have to build your deck in a way where you're going to set it up to get really beneficial cards, right? So you're not going to want to play a lot of spells that are targeting something, because that could go very badly. So it feels like a huge build around, and I think there is a ton of potential, but I think it's going to be fringe enough that that's why I gave it a 2. Like, it'll be great if you can pull it off and put it in that specific deck, but other than that, I don't think it's super great.
Very good
Fair.
analysis.
Fair.
Yeah.
Fair.
All right, we are done with Druid. On to Hunter. Whoever wants to read that.
Ooh, Hunter cards. I'll take Hunter.
Right.
Get him.
All
This
right.
is. I think this is gonna be fun. Hunter seems like it's got some promise.
First card, and it's not the quest line, because guess what? Hunter got another 0 mana spell. Devouring Swarm. 0 mana. Choose an enemy minion. Your minions attack it. Then any return that die to your hand. Why? This card is so good. Oh my gosh, this card's so good. Where is this on my ratings? I gave it a good rating. Oh. Why did I give it a 3? I think this card's like a 4. And you could run it in standard and wild. Like, and specifically in standard, this is really good with rhinos. Like, you drop the rhino, you attack with the rhino. Oh, guess what? You get to attack with the rhino again. It's like Terrain Crescent without having to take face damage.
Yeah, and Wild this is played with Starving Buzzard, I would imagine. So you
Yeah,
can
I thought this was
draw
like-
your entire deck in one turn.
I thought this was like, yeah, you can, yeah, for sure. This is so good.
Yeah, I think it's just solid. I think you can play this in a lot of decks, and it's 0
Although-
mana, so it's very flexible.
Although, no, actually, I take it back. I apologize. Should attack in the order you played them, oldest to newest. So you need to
Yes.
you need to have a secondary card in that case to give your Buzzard immune, so it doesn't just die. Because then you'd have to replay it.
Oh, true.
But there's a isn't there a
It does-
one,
it does-
one
it
mana
goes
hunter
back- it
card
goes-
that you give something immune this
It
turn?
goes back to your hand.
Yeah, but I
if
wouldn't
it
want to
dies.
replay it. You can just
Sure.
use this and then
Sure,
that
but
one
it
mana like
helps
Beast
you-
Within or whatever.
Oh yeah. It definitely Yeah, I can see what you're saying. Like, if you want to get super fringe death, whatever it is, the card that was played in some of the OTK Tiller decks, like that card, that speaker is like super fringe that could do that. But yeah, I agree with you.
Let's see. Based gave it a 3 and said definitely interesting, but maybe not good right now. Is the poisonous card just better though? Is what she said. I gave it a 4. I think the interesting thing with it is, I mean, absolutely the cost is like, okay, this is crazy. It does require you both have a board, and if they don't really have anything on board or they just have small stuff, this might not be as effective as what you'd hope for. So it's making me think like maybe there is some cases where it's not going to be good, but I do think overall this is just fantastic. And if the meta does slow down or become more mid-rangey, there's going to be even more opportunity to play this.
Mm-hmm.
This card destroys the aggro matchups that try to go wide against Hunter.
Yes.
Because like that's the way that you win. And then imagine like my Tundra Rhino coming down and me having True Aim Crescent up and attacking 3 of your minions with Tundra Rhino and then putting one back in my hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, you big dead.
Yeah.
Yep.
So overall, we rated this pretty well.
All right.
So
Next.
Neji, do you have thought? Okay, let's go to the next one then. Next one. Oh boy, this card. Defend the Dwarven District. It's the quest line for Hunter. I need to pull up the picture of what it does, but essentially it ends up turning into Raza Anduin. Let's see. First one is quest line: deal damage with 2 spells. Reward: your hero power can target minions. Next up is take the high ground. Quest line: deal 2 damage with 2 spells. Hero power costs 0. Knock them down. Deal 2 damage with spells again. Reward is Tavish Master Marksman, and Tavish is a 5 mana 7/7. For the rest of the game, your spells you cast refresh your hero power. So this is pretty much Spell Hunter, and I'm down for it. I gave it a 5. I gave this card a 5. It's my favorite quest line. It's my personal favorite quest line because I love Hunter. Might not be the best one, but I definitely like this a lot.
I gave it a 5 also. I think it's potentially really interesting and powerful, like a poor man's Raza machine gun priest. I also think, speaking for Wild, that it could potentially have a very interesting home in Odd Hunter and make that archetype very powerful.
Gosh.
Imagine
yeah.
a free refreshable deal 3 damage on the stick.
Damage. Yeah.
I mean, it's a little slower than Odd Hunter typically wants to go, but the payout's probably worth it.
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
What sort of play do you think this will see in Standard then?
I mean, it's just going to be its own. It's going to be a new deck, essentially. I guess it would be like a spell deck, essentially. You would run some minions, but you would run enough spells where it would be worth to have this, to play this card. And a lot of the Hunter spells already are just deal damage. So I think this card's going to be super powerful.
Yeah, I agree. I think it just gives you a lot of inevitability later on. It's really flexible. You don't really have to put down any bad cards in your deck. There's a lot of deal damage cards that you just want to be playing. You could even go with like a bit of a slower deck that runs like Malagos top end to just like fill your hand with spells, just like machine gun them to death at the end. I think that could be potentially the way to build it. But we'll have to wait and see. There's a lot of ways you can build this, and I think it's going to be actually a competitive deck.
Yeah, especially with I think the change to tracking that they've made. I think it's very, very interesting. And Barak Kodobane, of course,
yes,
is a very good card.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Base gave it a 5.
Mm-hmm.
She said probably a bit more difficult to build, but the lethality is definitely there. I just need to balance board control and value, which I think is a fair point and is probably why I scored it lower originally. I guess I was just trying to think of like, okay, well, how do you really get this to work? But yeah, after hearing what you guys have said, like I changed mine up to a 4 because I think it is better than what I'm giving it credit for. Because so many spells just deal damage. And it's not like you have to deal damage to their face either. It just says
Yes.
deal 2. So you can target minions, you can do... There's so much flexibility with it that I think it's going to be a lot easier to actually pull this off and do more with it than I originally thought.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean-
in Wild, there's a really good card that you might play. It's like twin spell, deal 1 damage that just insta completes part of this.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah,
100%.
that's I know the name of this
Rapid
card.
Fire, I think.
It's Rapid Fire.
Correct.
It was played in the old Verisa spell hunter deck.
Yes.
When at one point long time ago. Yes, Rapid Fire.
Yeah, I think this is just this is the card Hunter's been looking for a long time, I think.
Yeah.
Very cool card.
I wonder if I don't know if Ron got to put any ratings in.
I didn't see any.
No, I'm sure he likes this card. I wonder what his thoughts are because he is our resident hunter expert, I would say. But yeah, I really like it. So I guess we can move on to the next card, which is leatherworking kit. 2 mana weapon, 0 attack, 3 durability. After 3 friendly beasts die, draw a beast and give it +1/+1, and you lose a durability. This is just, to me, it's just not as good as the other hunter weapons, honestly. Like, even in a beast hunter deck in Wild, I don't want to really play this card. I said not very good. I gave it a 1. I might be... I don't know. I don't like it compared to other weapons.
Yeah, I think it's like unplayable, honestly. It doesn't really do anything for a while. The reward's not that good. In Hunter, you want to be playing a lot more aggressively than this. In Standard, I definitely think it's a 1. I don't know, maybe Wild you can do something with it. I think Rotted had a higher rating.
I had it as a very soft 3. That's probably more aspirational than anything. I'm just thinking of some of these quick draw
Buzzer
beast
decks.
decks. Yeah, but I don't know.
Yeah.
It might be more of a 2.
It's tough.
Yeah.
And it's tough for me to see because I've played around with Beast Hunter after Serpent Bloom came out, and I don't know if this card would. I think this card could fit in it potentially.
It's also
but
pretty
we'd have to
slow
see.
for what they need. I don't know.
Yeah, because my favorite thing with that deck is, I mean, that deck is pretty cool. I just don't think it works in it.
Yeah, Base and I both gave it 1s as well. Like, just for Standard, maybe it works somewhere else. I don't know. Maybe they just put it in the pool to be like a bad weapon that can be generated. But if this was something like after 3 beasts, like give your board +1/+1 or something, like that would be sweet. Or even in your hand, it might be slightly better. But just drawing
Hand of
one
Hunter.
specific thing is like feels like too much needed for not as much of a reward.
Agreed. Oh, Itachi's back.
Sorry.
We're going over leatherworking kit, hunter weapon.
Oh, that card's bad. Next.
Yeah, cool. Sounds good. I'm down.
Bad. Next.
I was hoping you'd say that. All right, next card is Aimed Shot. 3 mana spell, deal 3 damage. Your next hero power deals 2 more damage. This card,
I hate it already.
BANANAS bananas.
Yes, this card's insane.
I think it's just very
Definitely.
powerful.
I gave it a 4. Such strong. Wait, yeah, this is me. Strong card. Only drawback is that it can't get tutored. Like you're probably not playing Mankrik in this wife, in this deck, but it's definitely going in. You're not playing Mankrik in this deck because this probably goes in Questline Druid.
Mm. Yeah, I think it's just
Questline
powerful.
Questline Hunter. Yeah.
3 damage you can send anywhere. Makes your hero
Plus
power deal 4 damage the
4
next
damage.
time. Seems good.
And an
My
odd
0
hunter.
mana
And
minion
and then-
targetable
and-
with hero power.
an odd hunter, it deals 5 damage.
Mhm. Yum yum yum.
Yeah. We'll kill him. We'll kill him faster. Tour Guide's a wild card. Tour Guide's not in standard, but this card with Tour Guide.
Are you certain that Tour Guide isn't in standard?
No. Tour Guide is Tour Guide standard?
Yeah, it's
Tour Guide
definitely
is in standard.
I have never played Tour Guide in standard. I've only played it in wild.
Tour Guide's
like
pretty good.
recently.
Tour Guide's good.
Tour Guide's good.
Came out
Like-
of Skullomance.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. All right, it's just not seen played in standard. I've only played it in wild decks, so I thought it was a wild card.
Oh, it's gonna get in standard this set.
Oh, it
It's
will.
gonna be back. It's gonna be back.
I just don't see how
Yeah.
this isn't in every single hunter deck.
Oh,
for
it's in-
all the
it's-
yeah.
things.
It's
This
in
is
every
too
single
good.
hunter deck.
It's just
Yeah.
really, really good.
Based and I both gave it a 5, and she even said that too. Well, she said nearly every hunter plays this for the rest of its time in standard. It's one of the
There you
cards
go.
that keeps hunter
And,
relevant.
and every single hunter deck besides even hunter plays this deck in wild. So
Yeah, it's just insane.
Yeah.
I still think you even play it in Face Hunter, even if you're playing
oh sure.
Kodo Bane. Because like
Yeah.
I feel like I've had so many games where
Oh, yeah.
you just
And you
don't
just-
find Mankrik and you have Kodo
Yeah,
Bane
you
and it's like
you don't play it.
yeah, just play
Like-
it.
You don't have to play Mankrik in the deck at that point.
I mean, I feel like you still could if you wanted, but
Oh, you could.
but you could take it out for this too and run
True.
2 of these
Yeah.
over the Mankrik
Because
even.
because like Mankrik and the one other card, like the one other card always just felt awkward in the hunter decks. But yeah, not a good card. So we'll move on to the next one, I guess. That would be Ramming Mount. 3 mana spell, give a minion +2/+2 and immune while attacking. When it dies, summon a ram. I gave it a 2, and I said it might be a bit too slow at 3 mana, but it's a pretty good card. I mean, you slap this on you could slap this on like a surviving rhino, and it's just even better. Because the rhino can't take damage, but it can deal the damage, which means the effects should still activate. And the ram is just kind of an extra bonus. It's not like why this card would be playable, but I still think it could be too slow.
Yeah, 3 mana dealing 2 damage is not like
No.
not like ideal.
Yeah, I think it's just bad. I don't think it's playable at all.
Okay. I mean, I might want to try it with Rhino, see if it's
So I'm gonna give
possible.
it a 3. What's the 3? Give me the 3
Damage.
explanation. It's 3 mana. Is that what you meant?
Well, that is true. I don't know. I just the immune seems pretty solid. I don't know. I think there's some other stuff that you could use this with, but maybe it doesn't actually
Sure.
get slotted into a lot of decks. I'm not sure on it yet.
Mhm.
I just like to go face when I buff my cards, and this makes me think I want to trade, but I don't want to trade.
The Rhino feels like the card that you want to still be hitting minions. That's why I thought this card works with just like trampling Rhino.
Yeah, but that's 8 mana.
Other than-
It's a lot.
Well,
of
you don't
mana.
have to play it on the same turn. like,
Yeah, but
assuming-
expecting
Rhino-
Rhino to live a turn is like
But
probably.
I
not
mean,
gonna-
that's why there's Warsong Wrangler, right? Like
If it survived though, I'll win the game.
yeah, so
yes.
you've already won if it's. the
it's a
land
win
is
more.
just
It's a
bad.
win more card. That's why I gave it a 2. In that case.
Yeah, that's what I felt about it. I felt like it was like
Yeah.
not a bad card. I feel like it could find some kind of use somewhere if there was like a slower hunter deck that's gonna
Sure.
pop up.
Sure.
But like as a face hunter and as the Raza hunter where I need my spells to do damage, this one doesn't necessarily do damage, so I couldn't figure out where I would put it.
Mm.
ready for next one.
You ready? All right, because I'm ready. So next card, we have Stormwind Piper, 3 mana, 1/6, and it has a demon tag. After this minion attacks, give your beasts +1/+1. What? This card is no.
Yeah.
I gave this the most generous 2 in the world. Said could maybe work in a Beast Hunter in Wild with Tundra Rhino. But this card can't rush. This card doesn't get anything. This card's bad. It's a 1.
Demon
Like,
Hunter kicked
Mega trash.
This is demon like this is literally Demon Hunter, and it's just not good. I guess you can use it with Terrain Crescent. That would be some application.
Imagine me not playing a Tundra Rhino instead.
Exactly.
This is just to make the generated demon pool worse. That's all
Maybe
it is.
so. Yeah,
That's all it is.
That is definitely a debuff. The same way that the Rat King is to make Jandis Spare-Off pools better.
Ooh.
No. We'll get to this. We'll get to that in a few. I have some thoughts about this. I was watching banter. I was watching banter last night. It's funny. We talked about this card. All right. Yeah, this card's not very good. Next card. Rodent Nest. 4 mana, 2/2. Death Rattle. Summon 5 1/1 rats. Gave this a solid. Why did I give it a 2?
It's a 4 mana 7/7. You got to give it at least a 2.
Lies.
No. I said I see the theme. I see the theme of like summoning. I see like some of the themes in it, and I said I don't think it's gonna work well. I thought this was the other rat card at first because I know I gave the other rat card a 1, but I think this one's also a 1. But it could be a 2. I don't know. Like, there's not. I'm not convinced this is gonna see play.
Generous 2 because it's a 4 mana 7/7. I felt obligated.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say this is not what we're doing with Hunter. Not a chance.
No.
It's just not what we're doing with Hunter.
Rod, did you got
Oh, no.
anything?
No.
They give me a Terror Scale Stalker.
I mean,
I
it's
might do it.
barely a 4 mana.
Oh, a Terror
7/7.
Stalker? Yeah, sure.
It's like a delayed
Yeah.
7/7. It's like,
Delayed.
all right, I give you 2/2 now. Here, 5/5 later.
We'll just play this. We'll just do this with Play Dead, and it'll be better.
No, it's just exactly. There's so many better things we could be doing with our money. I mean,
If they had
time.
Rush, though,
And money.
Yeah, I was gonna say like that's what I said for the other card that we'll get to at the end.
All right.
I don't even think I want this in Wild.
No, I don't want this in Wild. And Hunter's getting some good stuff in Wild. Next card is the Hunter tradable. We have 5 imported Tarantula, 5 mana, 4/5 minion. It's got a beast tag. And it says tradable. Death Rattle, summon 2 1/1 spiders with poisonous and rush.
that card is really good.
It's pretty good.
I think it's pretty
in
damn
any other
decent.
class. In any other
Yeah,
class.
but this is
Oh,
Hunter. But this is Hunter, and I said Hunter decks currently don't want this card.
Oh,
If this was like a Druid card, oh my
Like
gosh,
in-
it's so upsetting.
Like in, oh my gosh, this getting pulled off of. This getting pulled off of.
Guardian?
I mean,
Oh,
Guardian Animals
wait,
and Hunter. Come on.
Wait, Guardian
I'm
Animals
not
is
doing
on
that.
the card.
I'm not
Guardian
doing
Animals
that.
is on
You can
the card.
Jewel of Nazoth this. You can Guardian Animals. This card's just insane.
I think it's
Oh
pretty
wait,
2.
Oh.
I got a
If
2
you're-
on
if
that.
you're- if you- Neji, if you're telling me that, it's a 2. If that's
I
not
gave it
happening,
a
it's a
five.
1.
Fringe. I want to see what Rod and Dragon Rider have on this one.
I just think it's really good defensively. I mean, if it had taunt, it would be better. So actually, maybe that's the biggest reason. I think I misread it as having taunt. Tradable, I still think is really good, but I think it's just positive.
Your
Tradable
best
card.
defense is a good
All
offense.
these tradable cards I've seen
Get 'em.
I have rated very lowly. I think I've rated. I don't
I'd
think
hit
I've
with
rated.
tradable to make them better.
Yeah, I think I misread tradable as taunt on this one because if this is
Oh.
taunt to me, this is I think pretty damn good.
If it's taunt,
yeah.
if it's taunt, this is played in probably used as a defensive tool in the quest deck. Like
I don't think so.
I
Yeah,
feel like it would be like one
well,
of
I
those
think
things you
it's
could play
there.
for that.
I think it's solid.
Maybe Reno Hunter.
Maybe a little slow. Yeah.
Maybe Reno Hunter, but Reno Hunter's a weird deck. Runs subject 9.
Oh, subject.
Oh well.
I like
So,
this
yeah.
card. Other than its
Oh,
creepy spiders, but
I mean, they're still drawn like more cartoony and cute than an actual spider. So,
Yeah, they
Yeah,
just want
it's
to give you
still-
a hug, Dawn.
It's
no,
still-
they
it's still a
cannot. They
spider.
can stay away from me.
It's still a spider. No. It's still a spider. I don't want to go anywhere near it, but
No,
but the card looks cool.
I like it. I think it's fine. I can maybe see like some mid-range hunter coming back.
Oh,
you know, even getting some
don't
of
tease
like
me like this.
the 1/1 poisonous things. You kill those off and get them back in your hand with the card we saw earlier that everybody loved so much. Seems good to me.
True.
Rush poison, yes please.
Yeah, but you only get one of them back. Because it'll attack and then the minion will die, and then you get one of them back.
Okay.
This is true.
So there's still a
But-
second one that will die off completely.
I mean, would it die immediately though? Because I feel like the way that some of the interactions have worked with other cards is that everything would attack in anyways, but maybe
Oh
I'm
yeah,
wrong
but I mean,
there.
if it's the only card on the board, I'm saying.
Yeah. I don't know. I think there's some potential. I like it.
Let's see what I'm gonna find what base said.
I just want to say, I don't know what this art is. If you have a cage and the spider's head and arms are both sticking out this much, you did a really poor job constructing this cage. I'm just gonna
Oh,
say
of
it.
course.
Like,
Yeah.
I don't know what the heck
Art.
this is.
It's good art though. It's pretty cool. I like this. I like the squishy squid on the top. That's my favorite part. Yeah, base said 1, and then comments GA Hunter lol. So
She has the best comment.
Oh, that's
she really does.
Yeah, what I was about to say was that if I'm spending 8 mana on a hunter card, it better summon every animal companion.
Oh,
my
I
side.
miss Call of the Wild. I miss Call of the Wild. All right, ready for the next one.
Let's do it.
Next one is the Hunter Legendary, the Rat King. He's no longer
baby.
He's no longer just a battlegrounds hero. 5 mana, 5/5 beast tag, rush, and death rattle. Go, and when death rattle it goes dormant, and then it revives after 5 friendly minions have died. I'm wondering if this card actually gets played in Hunter. Maybe I said like it could slot into a mid-range face Hunter list, but I'm not even sure. But I know this is a Jandis. This is a card that is just like Jandis loves this card.
Oh yeah.
But I'm not. Looking at it again, I'm not 100% convinced that it finds a Hunter deck right away.
Yeah, just play it and play out Feign Death and then bottom right.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Accidentally make it go dormant. No, I think it's just good in standard. I think it's
It's
just
good
really
in standard, yeah. I'm just trying to wonder, like, I guess it's good in standard.
It's just good, yeah.
I gave it a 4.
I mean, how do you?
I think it's good.
You have to silence it to get rid of it, right? Or cause it to transform in some way.
Yeah, or you just ignore your opponent's minions. But I guess then they'll just trade them. Then
It
they'll
goes
just trade
away
them.
if opponents go away. Killed opponent.
Yeah. It goes away if opponent goes away.
All right, I'm not gonna lie. I think it's unplayable. If I'm playing a 5/5 rush beast, I'm playing trampling rhino.
Trampling
not
Rhino,
Rat
right?
King.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
I
I
don't
got
think this
I got
does
debated, I think.
off-
I think
being revived, like
you're
5
getting
minions
debated.
dying is gonna take you a bit of time unless you have a full board. And if you have a full board, you already won. So I don't think this is
Okay.
going off more than twice. And even at that point, it's not doing anything that Hunter wants to do. They want to go face and chip push damage. This doesn't do that.
I
so-
am the only one who gave this a good grade. Oh wow.
No, I gave it a 4.
No, Rotted Scout.
I think it's decent.
Oh yeah, I didn't go all the way down. Okay, yeah, I see. Roger gave me the
You're
yeah,
stuck
I'm
on
not
this
the only-
horrible island with
Not
me.
the only one. No, it would not be a horrible island if it's with you.
Aw, thank you.
Okay.
I don't think it's that great either. Like, I definitely think this is great off of Jandis, and I feel like
Yeah.
Rogue is fine seeing this off Jandis. I don't
Yeah.
know if we want to
Yeah.
play it in Hunter decks. Maybe if you're playing a bunch of like rats and
The
like
rogue-
little rush
the
1/1s
rogue
or
carded-
something.
The rogue card in Hunter. Anyways.
Yeah, like this seems
Like-
fine off Jandis. But
Yeah.
okay. Like
We were Big Banter Face was like, oh boy, we're gonna have to delete because he was just commenting after all the 5 drops he's seen. He's like, yeah, we're gonna have to like delete Jandis now, aren't we? Because I guess Tarantula wouldn't be terrible to see off of Jandis. I guess there's other stuff we'll see along the way, but I gave this card a good rating because I want it to be good.
Okay, wait now, hold on, hear me out, okay?
Mhm.
This off of what's the shaman thing?
The tiny toys or whatever it is.
There you go. It'll be a 2/2.
That'd be pretty good. Yeah.
But then you kill it off, and then you can have your other things die, and then bring this back, and then it should be a 5/5. Okay, so it's a rogue card or maybe a shaman card. All right.
Nice, unplayable. All right.
Nice. Yeah. 6 mana spell and shaman. We'll get to that later.
Gosh.
Okay. Last card, and I wish that this wasn't the last card. Rats of extraordinary size. Summon 6 mana spell. Summon 7 1/1 rats. Any that can't fit on the battleground go to your hand with +4/+4. Oh, this card's just not good. The rats don't have rush. I don't really care if I have one. I don't really care if I have 5/5 rats in my hand. They don't have rush either. I gave this a 1.
Rats of extraordinary dust. Bug.
Yes.
Yeah.
The only good thing is that this is epic, so it's 100 dust.
I don't know. I feel like I'm being like wholly baited by Hunter this expansion. I really.
Oh,
love
I'm
the
being
idea
wholly
of
baited
this.
too.
Yeah. But yeah, it's probably bad.
I guess you could. I guess you run broomstick in Hunter now, like. But anyways, yeah. Any other thoughts?
No. Base put it's a 1, and then she said, "Sweet design. I'll play this off lock and load."
Yeah.
Cool.
There was definitely another card in here where I was gonna be like, no, wait, I have it. We just play lock and load Hunter. That leathering, it wasn't leather working kit, it was something else. I forget.
Yeah.
Anyways.
At first it seemed great, but then actually thinking about it, it's like, no, it's not.
Mhm. Cool. That's all the Hunter cards.
Mage. Let's see. Either Rotted or I. We haven't gone yet.
It's going to be technically my turn soon, but my family's about to be home, so I think I'm just going to defer reading for now.
Okay.
Because I might have to just like go in and out.
No problem.
Okay.
As my daughter runs around and tugs on me.
Okay. Well, I'll take the mage cards then. So the first one we have is a 0 mana fire spell. Your next fire spell this turn costs 2 less. What did I even give this? I gave it a 3. It feels fine. I think the using it for maybe the quest is okay, just as a cheap fire spell, so you can make sure you cast something, but I'm not sold on it. I think it would have been better in past sets. Like, we would have seen it a lot more, but right now I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think this is really doing much. The fire spells, like accelerating them, doesn't really do anything, honestly, for the most part. The only reason I give it a 2 is because it costs 0, and you could play it with Mozaki and get discounts and stuff like that, which is kind of cool. And maybe that somehow exists as a deck there's like an auctioneer in Mage that they printed. We'll see later. So potentially, but other than that, I don't think you would put this in your deck. Anything else?
No.
There. I feel that.
Straightforward. Let's see. Based also gave it a 2. She said, Miracle Mage. I just don't think we're there yet for this to work. Yeah. All right. Well, next we have First Flame, 1 mana fire spell. Deal 2 damage to a minion, add a second flame to your hand. Now, this one I like a lot more. This one, let's see. Based gave it a 5. I gave it a 4. But she said every mage can consider this. It's just efficient, not flashy, but we'll see it a ton. I think the fact that it, like, especially for quest, it can give you the spell to use next turn or whenever you feel like you needed to use it. It's not just on that same turn. Provides more flexibility, and just the cheap and damage that you can also buff with spell damage seems pretty good.
It's just good anti-aggro too, and that's one thing that Mage kind of wants if it's gonna try to dirtle around for a few turns.
Yeah.
I like it. I like it a lot.
I love that this card exists. It's just good.
Is this
It's a
First
solid
Flame?
card. You like to
Yeah.
play it.
First Flame is awesome.
You're gonna be
I love
happy
it.
playing it. It's just good. I give it a 4.
Same.
You just want to go back to playing Mage, don't you?
Wait, I gave
Oh
it a
yeah.
3.
Oh,
Wait,
bring me back.
Wait, I gave it a 3.
Can't
Wait,
just
why did
force
I?
like to play Mage.
Wait, why did I give this? I gave it a 3.
Three's a fine rating.
Useful spell for clearing early game minions. Also, fire tag is important. I like the fire. I like the fire theme of this expansion. I might be getting super debated by Fire Mage, but I love it. I love it so much.
There's no such
I'm ready
thing.
to make. I'm ready to play my boy. I'm ready to play my boy Antonitis again.
Yeah,
Wait,
the art on this card is so sick.
OG Tony? Or the
No.
new G Tony?
No, new G Tony. New Tony. I have old Tony. I do have golden old Tony though.
Oh
So.
my god.
Yeah, my second pack golden legendary.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
All right.
But yeah. First Flame. Good.
Next.
Okay, next we have Sorcerer's Gambit. This is the quest, legendary quest. The first one is cast a Fire, Frost, and Arcane spell and draw a spell. The second one, cast Fire, Frost, and Arcane and reward Discover one. Then after that, cast a Fire, Frost, and Arcane spell and reward is Arcanist Dawn Grasp, which is a 5 mana 7/7 battle cry. For the rest of the game, you have spell damage plus 3. Yeah.
Okay.
Itachi gave it a 2.
I gave it a 2 also.
I gave
This
it a
is
higher.
just
I gave
not-
it a higher grade, but it's just very slow, so I'm bumping it down.
The thing with this is, if you look at the frost spells, they're actually abysmal. Like, they're so bad. Brain Freeze is the only playable one, and
Flurry.
Flurry is not playable for the most part.
No, you're right. There really isn't playable frost spells for some reason. It's actually just Brain Freeze. Like, no one's playing Snap Freeze. No one's playing, like...
I don't think there's enough burn.
There's
to
Cone
really
of Cold. Like,
either.
no one's playing COC. Oasis Ally might be the other playable frost spell. And, like, I don't know. I don't like it. I don't like the frost section of it.
Admittedly easier in Wild, but that's still
It's easier in Wild because you have Ray of Frost.
You still have Ray of Frost, yeah, but still, like,
Yeah, I give it
Yeah.
a 1. I think it's just not happening.
Yeah, that was base put a 1 as well. She said, "Give me more frost spells and then we'll talk." Yeah, I gave it a 2. I think Itachi gave it a 2.
I kept bumping it down and down and down. It's now a 1.
I want it to work, but like, because it's
Better.
cool and I like Mage, but you know.
Maybe when we have more cards.
Is it the frost spell that's tripping us up?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the frost spells.
But we have Brain Freeze and Flurry, and those are pretty cheap.
Yeah, but
I guess
Yeah,
those
but
are only 2 though. Those
yeah,
are
but
just,
you
like,
but
and
those
need,
like Brain Freeze
3.
needs to target a minion.
I mean, I guess if you can play some like discover stuff or generate spells and then you get them, but that's also not as guaranteed. So it doesn't feel as consistent, which makes it
Mhm.
worse.
Oh. I'm gonna try it. It's gonna suck, but I'm gonna try it.
It's gonna
Sure.
suck.
It's worth
I
trying.
I hope it ends up being better than
I mean, I love Mage as well, so I'm definitely gonna try this.
yeah. All right. Well, next we have the Celestial Ink set, which is a 2-mana weapon, 0 attack, 2 durability. After you spend 5 mana on spells, reduce the cost of a spell in your hand by 5, lose 1 durability. Base gave it a
note that I
1.
put on it.
I'm gonna say right now, I think this is the worst class card in the set. I think it's just completely abysmal.
Yeah.
Whoa there, Captain. Hunter's weapon is also terrible.
I
Yeah,
think this
that's-
is worst.
Whoa.
Oh god.
I'm
so
sorry.
bad.
I think the 6 mana rats card is worse than both of those. But I also have
Quick
very high
note
expectations
about
for
this
Hunter.
thing. If this reduced spells in your hand, like if it fired 5 reduction missiles at spells in your hand, that card would be
Well,
good.
now
but,
we're talking, but
Yeah, reducing one very probably cheap spell by 5 is probably going to end up in me like reducing my brain freeze to 0.
yep.
Okay, I gave it
And
a
there's
2.
tradable oozes everywhere.
Yeah. I gave it a 2 for Fringe because I think there could be a deck that plays heavier spells that this works with, and that you could play 2 of these, so you can discount that stuff, but
Sure.
it's gonna have to be very specific. Like, you're not just jamming this into the current decks, because yeah, basically everything that you guys already said. Like, you're not gonna be wanting to discount like a brain freeze or something. This is gonna be put in very specific decks, and it's gonna be
Mhm.
great in that deck when that deck happens.
Mm-hmm.
Agree there. Waiting for the right time.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else on this one?
Bad lull.
Yeah.
Next.
Look, another fire spell. 2 mana, deal 2 damage. Shuffle and ignite into your deck that deals 1 more damage. I really like the concept of this. It's pretty cool. I gave it a 3 just because I think it's solid, and it can go anywhere you can. It doesn't say just minions, so you can send it face if you want.
Mhm.
You know, if you're
I
playing
think-
Quest, it keeps putting a fire spell,
I
but
think this goes.
tons of fire spells.
I think they want fire spell mage to just be a deck, and I think I like this because it's like a burn. Because it's a burn card that, granted, like I know I don't always like cards that put another copy in it. Like I got baited and I got like I don't know, maybe Sunskull Raptor will be good one day, but I don't really suspect that will happen. And so it's kind of like that, except a fire spell. So I don't know. And I also said like it kind of said like I guess it has like semi-negative synergy with flow, but I guess you might not even need flow in that deck. I rated it well. I rated it a 3. I think it's a solid card. I love the idea of this card.
Card solos Control Warrior.
Yes.
Fog.
It does. It does, yeah.
Like the one card you do not lose the game.
I have a 3 on this. I am moving it to a 3, not from a 4. I think it's just solid. I think you could play this in certain
Done.
mage decks that are wanting to go longer. But I don't know. It's pretty simple. It's just damage. Shuffle another card.
Wouldn't the spell deck just like this anyways? It's just more burden.
I-
I mean, I don't want to play that deck though. I want to play something
I feel like
else,
we're still pretty far away from like the critical mass of damage spells in Mage since the core set rotation. I feel like we've still got room for more Mage spells than standard that do damage, and so adding
Yes.
another one, 2 mana, deal 2 damage is okay. And
Yes.
the fact that it shuffles and is an infinite like spell.
The second one is like essentially Frostbolt but fire. Which is cool. Then it just gets better.
All right. Well, we're all saying
So,
it's
do
good,
they-
but we have to share bastes because she gave it a 1.
Yeah.
Says,
Wait.
yeah, she says super, super slow for Bitten Torch. Nah, we can tech for fatigue though, except every deck can, and this is not good at it.
What do you mean every
Wait,
deck
why
can?
is this not good? What's better at
Why
fatigue?
how can not every deck can tech for fatigue? I don't see
think
Hunter.
Mage
I don't see
can
Hunter
tech
have
for
a
fatigue.
card that stops fatigue.
It's the rat card.
Oh, whatever. It's
I'm
the
joking.
stupid rat card, yeah.
Stupid deck.
I guess you just play Cthulhu in the deck, and that's how you win before fatigue.
No, but do these continue to stack? Like, is it 2, then 3, then 4, then 5?
Yes,
It is.
I'm pretty sure.
So, like, if we fatigue, then I get to double fatigue my opponent by dealing like incrementally.
I'm pretty
increasing
sure,
damage.
right? Because it says you put it in, it does the more damage. Like,
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure that's how it works. But I haven't.
I think it works that way too.
I haven't
just-
seen. I haven't seen it in practice. Maybe we can test that.
If it does, that card's absurd. Like, it's actually really good.
Yeah, if it does, I feel like that's how it works, and I think it could even be as good as like a 4 type of card.
Yep. Okay, do.
All right.
Cool.
Next one, Prestor's Pyromancer. 2 mana, 2/3. Battlecry, your next fire spell has spell damage +2.
Whew.
PC. Ooh,
Good
that's
minion.
thunder. Okay. Based gave this a 2. Said we will eventually see this in decks and not off Font of Power, and it will be strong. I gave it a 5. I think this
Yeah.
card's fantastic. Like, a 2 mana and just your next fire spell, whenever you play that, has additional damage, seems fantastic. And you're playing this early enough, if you have a cheap fire spell, then that's
First
some
Flame.
great removal.
This card with First Flame.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's great removal, or it can go face. Like, I just think this is really, really solid.
Yeah, I think it's a solid card. I just don't see it being. I don't know the deck that I want to put it in necessarily yet. I don't know if the fire spell deck exists like in totality. Also, it makes me scared because like I'm gonna be the person to misplay and play hot streak first and try to like cheapen my spell, and then I lost.
Dodge.
Oh. Well, then you just play Hot Streak before this minion.
Yeah, but like if I'm trying to set up for like the next turn, because like this can just linger for however
okay.
long.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
Oh.
I don't think this
yeah.
is good. I gave it a 1. I just don't think +2 spell damage really does that much on one spell. It's like 2 extra damage. It's really, I mean, it's good with the fire sale to deal 5 damage to all minions, I guess, but I don't know. It doesn't really scale that well. Just one spell.
I like it
I
off
don't think
on
it's great.
power,
But
I don't like putting it in my deck.
But I mean,
Yeah.
that's like, I feel like that's like the best that they could do without like making the card super busted.
Oh, I
is to
agree.
Do this
If you put
specific effect.
If you put any number on this card besides mana cost, like if you increase any number, this card is absurd.
Yes.
Yeah, and in this form, I think it's unplayable, but we will see.
I don't know. It might not see play this expansion, but I think it will one day.
That's fair.
It might not. I don't know. I'm gonna try Fire Mage though.
Well, speaking of Fire Sale, that is the next card. It's a 4 mana fire spell, tradable, deal 3 damage to all minions. I just gave it a 2. Like, at first I really liked it, but I'm not as sold on it. It's just paying 4 for the 3 feels a little bit high, but it still could be a really good clear. And it might just depend on the meta. Base gave it a 4, said this is such a solid clear. Only Priest and Warlock can claim better 4 mana clears.
Yeah, I think this is just like a nutty clear. This just shores up. The most important thing is that this shores up the weakness that Mage had, which was AoEs. Like, they got obliterated by like token druids last set because they couldn't really do anything except combustion, which didn't clear enough. And also, this is tradable, so if you're playing against a deck where you don't want AoE, you just throw it back in, draw another card. So I give it a 4. I think it's just premium removal for Mage, and it's something that they really needed.
Ditto.
Anything else on that?
Thank you, Debs.
True.
The Rotted also gave it a 4. I said excellent anti-aggro card.
Yeah, it's a good anti-aggro card.
All right. The next card we have is Sanctum Chandelier. Or Did I say that right? Chandler? What?
Chandler. Chandler.
His name's just Chandler.
Interesting. All right. He's a candle. I like it. But he's a 4 or 5 elemental for 5. After you cast a fire spell, draw a spell. Let's see. Rotted gave this one a 2. I gave it a 3. I think it's pretty solid. I like the elemental
So
tag
did
on
I.
it. Based also gave it a 2. Said Auctioneer, Miracle Mage, Pug. They're just reprinting old decks in new classes now.
Yeah, I think it's bad. Expensive, and Mage has like a ton of ways to draw cards already. So
I think it's bad, except with specifically Mozaki and like Hot Streaks and First Flames and stuff, and trying to do some crazy Mozaki thing, which probably can't happen yet, but you never know. That's why I gave it a 2. Otherwise, I don't think you're playing this.
Yeah, I thought it'd be a helpful card in the Fire Mage deck. Because there are cheaper spells that you can play. And drawing through your deck is always good. So
I just realized how good Mozaki got. Shit.
Mozaki Fire.
Mozaki got good because of Hot Streak and Conjure Mana Biscuit and Ignite.
Yeah.
That might be a deck now.
Nah, let's try it out.
I don't know. I like this. I think even if you're just getting like, if you get a 2 draw off of it, I don't even think you have to go like infinite or some crazy like draw a million cards. Like, I feel like even just playing this and getting a couple draw off of it seems fine.
That's all I got for that one.
Cool. Next one, we've got Clumsy Courier. 7 mana, 4/5. Battlecry, cast the highest cost spell from your hand. This one felt really interesting trying to evaluate it. Based gave it a 2. Said, Dragoncaster? No Pocket Galaxy, no box, no thanks. Definitely worth keeping an eye on. And I gave it a 3. I'm thinking this is support in a good deck, or not a good deck, but like a support for a specific deck. Maybe it ends up being a 2, more like fringe. I see this kind of in a very similar deck that you're probably playing like the Ink set with. It's like higher cost spells. And I feel like we've seen effects like this that were strong, but they do need the good spells to support it. And I think that's what we're missing right now.
Oh,
yep.
Well, yeah. Like part of me thought that this would work in LPG, but we already have Pilgrim, so we just want to play Tortollan Pilgrim over this card very likely. Although maybe not. Maybe this would be like a replacement for Tortollan Pilgrim in LPG Mage.
Well, Pilgrim pulls it from your deck, which is really important.
And
Dragoncaster can just be used from your hand. So
Dragoncaster from your hand. Yeah, you're right. It has Pilgrim cast from
just bad.
I forgot it read from deck. I mean, I gave it a 1, but I like had that passing thought in my head. But
yeah,
cool. I like the idea of it, but it's not that good.
I like the art.
Yeah, art's really cool.
It looks like a Disney character. It doesn't look like a Hearthstone art. I don't know.
It looks like Elsa.
Yeah.
It kind of
It's like
does.
All the
Elsa
other
Duck.
ones look like Hearthstone art, but then you look at this one, it just doesn't, which is fine. But yeah,
Although I do really like the flavor text on this one. It says, "Not the nacho cheese."
No. Oh, that's great. They always have this. These cards have the best flavor
So good.
text. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And the Mage minion, legendary minion, Grand Magus, Antonidas, 8 mana, 6/6. Battle Cry. If you've cast a fire spell on each of your last 3 turns, cast 3 fireballs at random enemies. Okay. Wow, this is why we reread things. When I was rating these, I thought it said cast a fireball on the last 3 turns, and I was like, wow, this is really hard to do.
No.
Okay, just a fire spell.
This is a lot easier than you think. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, how do you even get 3 fireballs? Oh Lord. Okay, I'm gonna let somebody else go while I reevaluate this.
the payoff is really good, but I'll let Itachi go for this one.
I'm the only believer.
I think the setup is a little bit lackluster and can be like played around really well by like a lot of decks. So, and you just toss in like an 8 mana 6/6 out. If you manage to, I guess, clear your opponent's board beforehand or like have minimal small targets, then that's cool. But like otherwise, you're just playing an 8 mana 6/6 that kind of like casts the Hellfire almost. Like I don't know, it just doesn't seem that good unless your opponent's board is completely clear, at which point like they could play around. Because when you're leading up to 8 mana and you've played 3 fire spells on the last 3 turns, then it's kind of obvious. But like this card would be in a deck where you would know this card was in the deck. And so like the better this card is, the worse this card is.
Yeah, exactly. That's the problem with this card, is that it's so easy to tell what they're doing if they play a fire spell for 3 turns in a row later in the game, and you just like throw some 1/1s on the board, and you're like, lol, nice 8-drop.
I mean, unless you can like infinite fire, like unless you got like a fire spell every turn and you can just like hold on until you're, but then you're just prolonging a game plan to deal like when your fire spells could have just like killed your opponent with in other ways. I don't know. I don't like it. I'd rather do the quest line.
What do you think, Fish?
I like this card a lot. I gave it a 4, and it's because I really, and it's part of this is just really just me being super optimistic. I do not like playing no minion Mage. I do not like what Mage is doing right now. I just want a deck that's just not that deck, and this card might end up being what you guys are saying, and it's very predictable for sure. But there are very predictable things that can still work, right? Like
you can play this in no minion Mage. Just play Final Power.
I mean, yeah, you can, but I don't like no minion. I don't like that deck.
Feel that?
It's just not the Mage deck I like playing.
So man, I'm probably gonna play some Deck of Lunacy again in this format too. They didn't add a single 10-drop spell, so like the pool for 10s did not change at all.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I'm glad that
it's probably gonna be Flow Lunacy once again.
Hello.
No 9-drop spells, no 10-drop spells.
All right. So we have a new person who's joined.
Hello.
Hi, Based.
Hi, Based.
I got pizza. I'm ready to talk cards.
Yes.
Where's my pizza?
We're on Grand Tony.
Yeah, very fun.
I love this card. I just want it to work.
I say go for it.
I want it to work too. It's cool, but I just don't think it will.
Yeah. That's a likely possibility.
All right, on to Paladin. Let's go.
All right. Who wants to read the Paladins?
Best class.
Itachi.
Wait,
might want to
me?
read it then.
All right, let Base just got here.
Sure.
base is eating pizza.
I'll go. Okay, you're eating. Okay, I'll start. So we got Blessed Goods as the first card. It is a 1-mana holy spell. It says discover a secret weapon or divine shield minion. So I gave this card personally a 5. I think that this card makes the quest line for Paladin work. And you can discover a secret, which is a 1-cost, and you can also discover 1-cost weapon, and you can also discover 1-cost divine shield minion, which are all important for the quest. If not, having a divine shield minion is really good. Being able to discover it in the late game. So like early game, it has utility. Late game, it has utility. Mid game, it has utility, and it's a 1-cost card, so it's good.
Yeah, I mean, if the quest didn't exist, I think this card is pretty bad. But with the quest, you're guaranteed to get 2 1s because secrets obviously are all 1s. So if you need to, you can just take the secret, and this is really good for that. So I definitely could see that working out. I give it a 3.
And the weapons in Paladin are generally pretty okay as well.
The bubble weapon, give me that.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah, I didn't get to look at all the Pally cards. So I'll be flying by the seat of my pants on a few of these, but I like this card.
Oh no, the old one.
It's a holy spell. This
It
is
is
a good
holy
card.
spell.
It's a holy spell. Can get discounted. Yeah.
I gave this a 4.
All right.
I love this card. I think it's fantastic. And also the synergies with the divine shields too. Like it just there's such flexibility with it. Like you guys said, I mean you can discount it, you can squeeze it into multiple like in various turns. The fact that the divine shield minions, like I don't know, it just seems so flexible. I really, really like this one.
Mhm.
I give it a 1. I think you have a lot of really good ways to complete the quest. I don't think you need this. I think it's fine. I just think that it's not going to fit in the deck. It's going to be like the 32nd card kind of thing.
Unlucky.
I guess I should say, like, I don't care if it's quest or not. I'm playing this in a lot of different Paladin decks.
Can dig it. Any card that says discover for some reason makes me excited, and I just want to try it. I like discovering.
Luckily,
But I
there
hate when
aren't
my
many
opponent
of those
discovers,
for a
so-
random reason.
I hate when my
They did
opponent
not
discovers,
print
but I
many
like to.
discovers this set. But they are fun to play, I do agree.
I'm gonna be sad if Based nails it with the 1. Because I like it. If it's a 1, I'm
Oh.
gonna be so sad.
I will single-handedly make it at least a 2.
But
There we go. Tachi
So-
will play it 1 million
You
times.
ready for next card?
sure.
Next card is Prismatic Jewel Kit. It's a 1-mana 0/3 weapon. After a friendly minion loses Divine Shield, give minions in your hand +1/+1 and lose 1 durability. I give this a 1. It's you want to do a thing where things are losing Divine Shield and it's going to be relevant, but this is not the way to do it. It is really like meh.
Okay, but have you thought about the Divine Shield weapon that you play, and then you play this and crack it open, and everything it's Divine Shield? Bam. Nutty.
No, I want to attack with that thing. It's got some attack on it.
Okay, but still, I think this is really good. I think Divine Shield could be a thing. There's a lot of Divine Shield stuff.
Righteous
in this
Protector
set
Righteous
and in
Protector is
general.
core.
Yes,
It is.
There's that. I think it's pretty easy to get off, and hand buffs are going to be pretty good in my opinion. So I give this a 3. I think it'll be solid.
To get
I'm also on the 3. I think that this deck will be reasonable. I don't think it's probably the best way to play Paladin. I think we want to do Quest, but it's okay.
Solid.
Looks cool. I don't have a lot to add.
Dawn, you gave it a 2.
Okay. Yes, I'm sorry, I had to step away. So I didn't hear the comments about it. I don't know. I've never really liked the hand buff stuff for Paladin. not completely sold on it, and I feel like there's too many requirements to make it work.
You're gonna be in for a treat this expansion. This is gonna work. Next card, speaking of which, is the Paladin quest line. It is Rise to the Occasion. The 1 mana 1/3 quest line legendary. Play 3 different 1-cost cards. And then you get a
I thought she muted.
sorry.
Oh,
Back. I was trying to find the other quest lines, the second and third part, but they all say play 3 different 1-cost minions, I believe.
yeah. Second part is upgrade hero power. Third part
Refusing
is
to
get
sword.
Lightborn Carriol.
There it is. Okay, so it's all 3. Play 3 different 1-cost cards, upgrade your hero power, and then Lightborn Carriol. Which
So we
for
become
the rest of the
odd
game, your Silverhand recruits have +2/+2.
Oh, well, Odd Paladin. Odd
And
You
Paladin's
get
back.
Jirax's hero power. 2 mana 6.
that is a lot of stats.
This is nutty. I didn't even see the upgrade hero power until now. I was on the fence about this
So-
card.
There's also a card that gives all of your Silverhand recruits Divine Shield for the rest of the game.
Yep,
That's
Lothraxian
gonna
the
be a thing.
Redeemed. Yeah,
Yeah, it's gonna be a thing.
it's
I gave this
absurd.
card a 5. I think this is one of the best quest lines. and
good.
Pretty easy to complete pretty early. You can play it reasonably on 5 or 6 or around 6, turn 6,
Tour guide.
and that's a lot.
First day plays a 1-cost, gives you 2 1-costs.
Yeah,
Pinflinger, first day. Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff.
yeah, I like this.
Yeah, I gave it a
That's
4. I
good.
think it's really good.
I wish
Night of Anointment.
Imagine if Christology was in Chicken Standard.
Yikes.
It'd be a yikers.
It's called Please Don't Print This.
It's called Please Don't Print That Again.
Uh,
Although first day of school is kind of it, but not tutored. All
I
right.
think you can just put this in Libram Paladin because, put back in brooms. You have a ton of ways to complete it, and then you just have a finisher instead of pen flinging. You just keep hitting hero power.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Dom, what do you think about this one?
I don't like it. I give it a 2. I don't think it's that
Dang.
great. Like, I don't know. I guess I have to be
become
different.
Odd Paladin.
I don't know. I just
It's okay.
It's okay.
I feel like you have to be
Maybe.
too specific with what you're doing, and I don't feel like the reward is all that great.
That's
at all.
fair. I
Just-
like
just-
pressing up
it's-
hero power for 2/3.
It's very good to note that it resets the cards every time, so you can play the same cards in the
Like you can do
different
Pinflinger in
phases.
part 1, do Pinflinger in part 2, do Pinflinger in part 3, and
Yeah.
they'll all count.
Yes.
Sure. Cool. I'll
That's
play a bunch of
definitely good
pen
to know.
flingers to get some stats on my hero power. Oh,
I'll let you
Yeah.
guys go first for this one. The next one is City Tax, the tradable 2-mana spell. Lifesteal, deal 1 damage to all enemy minions. It is a Spirit Lash, and that's okay.
Oh, it is a Spirit Lash.
Alright, I think his card's Omega trash and we're never playing it.
What?
1.
It's one-sided.
It's Spirit Lash.
Yeah, but what's this going to kill in a regular game? There's not a lot of 1-cost or 1-health minions right now.
Yeah, and there's no support AoE for it unless you have 2 of them. It's just
Yeah.
really awkward.
Hmm.
It's okay.
I wonder what Rotted put. Because I don't have.
I'll just trade it every turn.
Yeah. Tom Berry says you have Libram of Justice, which is fair.
So
but I don't know.
Rotted put a 4. I didn't rate it, but I would rate it probably I'd probably rate it like a 2 or a 3. I'll be optimistic, and then I put Tax Paladin ?
I think that card is good.
I think it's good too. I mean,
It's a lot
it's
of heal.
Spirit Lash, right? Like it's the heal that matters. Play this with Talented Arcanist, even though the Arcanist would never get played in Paladin.
Probably not, but yeah.
No.
yeah, I gave it a 3. Like, I think it's pretty solid. There's what Barov. I mean, if you're playing it with Librams, you can do some stuff.
Oh yeah,
Even
Barov,
just
yeah.
small minions. I don't know. I think it's totally fine.
between Beer Rob and the Libram that sends them all to one. So I think it's pretty good.
Yeah.
Did I miss anyone? Are we good to move?
I think we got
Yeah,
it.
Yep.
Okay. Alrighty, moving on. Next Paladin card is going to be Noble Mount. It's a 2-mana spell. Give a minion +1/+1 and Divine Shield. When it dies, summon a Warhorse.
There's no image.
Apparently the Warhorse wasn't on the website. I'm guessing it's a 1/1 Divine Shield, like an Argent Squire.
It is.
Okay, and so if that's the case, I give it a 4. I think that's good. 2 mana, give a minion Divine Shield +1/+1, Death Rattle, summon a 1/1 Divine Shield. I think that's relevant, and it's more relevant because of what Paladin is trying to do. So that's good enough for me to want to put it into a deck. At least try it. Maybe it won't work out, and I'll take it out, but I'm gonna at least try it. I think it's pretty good because it's Divine Shield and a little bit of stats.
Mm-hmm.
2 Divine Shields.
Yeah, 3 for me as well.
3, yeah. It's a support card. That's why I gave it a 3.
Based does not agree.
I did not. I think we'd just play Argent Protector if we would ever going to play this card. We get the stats right away when we play Argent Protector, and this is slower than that. Like, we get an extra 1/1 Divine Shield later. But, like,
Yeah.
I played a lot of Argent Protector early on last expansion, so,
I did too.
you know, maybe we do actually play those cards again.
I can dig it.
I can dig
Yeah,
it.
I think it's relevant that it also gives you Divine Shield and then summon Divine Shield, which is really good with the weapon.
Mm-hmm.
Or the legendary guy.
Legendary, yeah.
Legendary is very cool. We'll see.
So next card is Alliance Bannerman. It is a 3-mana 2/2. Battlecry, draw a minion. Give minions in your hand +1/+1. This card is absurd. It makes the deck work.
Yeah, I don't know why they printed this one.
This card is so good.
This is my only 6 will get nerfed card.
So they printed a card that was still played in hand, both Pally and Wild. It's a 2-mana 1/1. It just gives your minions in hand +1/+1. This is 1 more mana, 1 more stat, and also draws a minion specifically.
I mean,
Yeah.
Paladin just plays this. This is so good.
It's just good. Like, it's good everywhere. Every Paladin deck should have 2 copies of this card.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, solid. Like, honestly, even just drawing a minion on its own, like, drawing a specific thing is always good, but then there's, even more things that go with this, like, yep, like it.
Mm-hmm. We'll head towards the next card, unless anyone's got some more opinions on this very good card.
Busted. Sip.
Next card is Catacomb Guard. It is a 3-mana 1/4. Lifesteal. Battlecry. Deal damage equal to this minion's attack to an enemy minion. You get to target it on your own. I think this card is really good. I gave it a 5. It's gonna get +1/+1 most of the time, and a 3-mana 2/4 deal 2 damage, heal 2 health is a lot. That's really good. And then it also has lifesteal on the board too. So yeah, I think it's good.
That's kind of solo aggro if you buff it.
Yeah.
But
you just like coin Bannerman into like playing this card and you won the game.
I don't love cards, and especially in the past that have just been like has to be good if buffed and terrible if not. I feel like those haven't seen play. So I gave it 2, but I mean this one's on the verge of being really good.
I get where you're coming from that, but like since there's the buffs are so like the buffs are going to happen, that like you're going to hand buff your stuff.
Yeah, there's
It's
a
not
lot
like
of cheap stuff too.
Yeah.
So hand buff Paladin in Wild.
Oh yeah.
This card works in the because hand buff Paladin and Wild lost a lot of cards to nerfs. Like they got gutted. So a card like this helps you to be able to clear off cards that this deck might not be able to do otherwise. But I mean, I gave it a 3 just for that purpose, but I don't know about this in standard. I'd have to see it played.
I do think that it's going to suffer from it needs to be buffed to be good, and like to play it on curve, you either have to have the weapon or you have to have coined out to draw. So that's kind of my go back on it. Like, it's solid, and I think it's going to go in and out of decks as it needs, but I don't think we're going to just always play this.
That was kind of my thinking too. Like it feels kind of lackluster without the buffs on it. So it's like you kind of really have to make sure that you do have those. And if you're drawing this later game, it also doesn't feel as great. So I'm not sure.
Wait, but like without the buffs, right? Is this just like a one minion? It's like a small samurai on one minion with lifesteal.
Sure.
Sort of,
like, we want to play that. That's why I think it kind of goes in and out.
Like, if you're playing a 3-mana 1/4, deal 1 damage to an enemy minion, like, that's not very good. Right? Like, it's just not good.
It's terrible.
Yes.
Yeah.
Buffed is good.
Not
like,
great,
buffed is good.
But like, as soon as it gets one stat, it is.
Yeah, it's solid.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Makes sense. I like it. Like, I just like, I just didn't see hand buff as something that standard Paladin has really been doing. I guess you just run. I guess like with Runthak being a card, it helps. So yeah,
Runthak is cool.
That's true.
I'm playing that card.
If you can get buffs on this, then it is so
sure.
good.
I think you'll be able to get buffs on it, right? Like,
yeah, you'll have to definitely build the deck with it with buffs. But yeah,
it's not a 3-drop. It's a 3-cost card. I guess that's what that's like how I see it.
You're not just like clamoring to slam it on 3 unless you're aggro.
Unless you're playing, unless like you're in hand buff, and I guess I think in Wild is more playable on 3 if you go like 1 mana buffer, 2 mana buffer. Like,
if you give this Divine Shield,
that'd be good. If you give it Divine Shield,
yeah, just start giving it Divine Shield, and then, woof.
But it does it out of the hand, so you would get it. I guess
the battle cry, but it's still a lifesteal minion.
Sorry, it's a lifesteal minion.
Yeah,
that makes sense. Okay, yeah, I like it. I gave it a 3.
All right, we'll slip on over to the next one.
Yep.
Which is Lightbringer's Hammer. It is a 3-mana 3/2 weapon. Light steel, cannot attack heroes. I gave it a 1. I don't think it's good.
Why can't it attack heroes?
1.
Why can't attack heroes?
This would have been totally fine attacking heroes. Like, there would have been no problem. This would have just been true silver. But like,
it would have been it would have been just a 2, a 3. It's not gonna be overpowered.
They didn't do it because of Eldrazi Warblades, but Eldrazi Warblades can gain 1,000,000 attack.
Lightbringer's Hammer doesn't gain attack. Yeah.
Yeah. Paladin's not like buffing a weapon. You're buffing heroes attack. I had a 1.
I gave it a 2. It's whatever. You know, you can play it. You can.
I thought maybe it can help the deck get some early minion clears. So that was like a reason to make it a 2.
I would feel more comfortable wanting to put this card in the deck if they didn't print Spirit Lash for Paladin. Like, if I was like, man, if aggro gets really bad, I might have to put this in the deck. But I'm actually just gonna play Spirit Lash and like Catacomb Guard.
But why not both?
No, there's limited space.
I know there's limited space. I would say if you did that, it'd be a 1 of, and this could be a 1 of as that type of thing. But I don't think I don't think it's that great.
So next card is First Blade of Ren. It is a 4-mana 3/5 Divine Shield. Battle Cry, gain rush if this has at least 4 attack. I gave it a 4 because it just needs to be buffed once, and it's a Divine Shield rush. It's like a 4/6.
This one's really cool. It's just like the other one though, where it feels like conditional and needs to be buffed, but I really like it. I give it a 3.
I'm not completely upset at playing a 4-mana 3/5 Divine Shield if it's that bad. Like, if my hand is just that bad.
That's why I gave this one a 3 and the other one a 2, because this one's a lot more playable if it doesn't get buffed. Because it still goes with our Divine Shield theme and stuff.
Yeah, I like it. I gave it a 3. I had to read the card like another time just to make sure that, and just kind of look at the synergies and say, yeah, this is buffable, so it'll see play.
Funnily enough, I was going down the sheet and I saw like first Blade of Ren first, and then the Hammer, and then the Catacomb Guard, and I had given them all ones, and then I got to like the Bannerman, and I was like, okay, wait.
You're like, hold the phone.
Mhm.
Nutty.
Yeah, I gave this a 3 at first, but honestly, I'm bumping it up to a 4. And I like being able to discover this too off of the
Mhm.
1 mana. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, solid Divine Shield minion.
Oh my gosh, yes, I like it.
Mid-range Paladin even just likes this. That's sorry. I miss the old school mid-range Paladin. I want it back, and I think this even could go in there.
Yeah. I think that Paladin has like stuff to do that's not like super duper powerful right now because of all the nerfs, and now like Paladin has like some powerful stuff to do.
Yeah.
That makes me excited.
This
Base.
next card is so sick.
Did Base say what?
Oh, I mean, Neji pretty much said everything I would have said about the card.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
Okay.
On to the
Last
next.
Paladin card.
Beautiful.
And the best one, second best one. High Lord 4-dragon. This is actually Bolvar 4-dragon for this.
Yeah, it is.
6 mana 5/5 legendary Divine Shield. After a friendly minion loses Divine Shield, give a minion in your hand +5/+5. Yeah, I did it 5.
A lot of stats, man.
It
You have,
auto
like,
it's
thing on
auto
board.
gives them.
Yeah.
This is like kind of that. This is a good card.
Don Honcho. This is Don Honcho.
Yeah, this is Don Honcho.
Except over and over and over.
It's a playable Don Honcho.
Yeah.
If you just have like one thing on board that is Divine Shield, then instantly
Ten-
+5/+5. And if they don't
10.
hard remove this, then it itself, will give another +5/+5.
Or you can just play this
Holy.
with Broom.
If you played that weapon that gives everything Divine Shield and then crack it when you play this, your entire, oh my god, I can't even. So much stats.
This is a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I would be slightly. I'm not 100% sure how consistent this will be, but it looks really cool.
Especially when all of my Silverhand recruits are going to come out with Divine Shield. Like,
Yeah, I was gonna say like this works with the quest really well, for sure. I want to give it a 4 instead of a 5, just for maybe consistency issues, but maybe it won't be and it'll be insane. Who knows? It looks really cool though. I like the idea of this. The idea of this card being a playable Don Honcho. Because my boy Don Honcho was not good.
It was sad. Yeah, it's Don Honcho. I think that this is fine. I don't think you need to do anything too flashy, but you just put this in the deck and it's solid.
Yeah.
Same.
All right.
I gave it a 3. Like, I don't think it's super insane, but I think it's solid, and
Yeah.
it has to be
I
a
think-
6 because you can't get this off Jandis because that would just be nutty. So it has to be 6 mana.
God.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right.
Absolutely correct.
Hit 2 of these up, Jandis. Low.
You get it right, scrub.
Nice. Paladin
So
looks sick.
Paladin looks neat. We are officially halfway through the classes.
Man,
by
we are
far the worst one. Oh.
Schmoovin'.
On to Priest. Who's taking Priest?
I will if nobody else wants
You got
to.
it.
I know.
Oh, I mean,
Base hasn't
I'll do
read
it.
yet, but
I just want to talk about Warlock when we get there. That's all I'm saying.
All right, you can talk about Warlock. If Rotted was here, he would get Warlock, but he's not. He might not be here. I'll take the Priest cards if that's okay. Unless Base wants to read, of course.
I mean, I'd rather read Rogue if I get to pick.
Sure, you
Sounds
can
good.
do Rogue.
all right, take
All
it away,
right.
Fish.
All right, so Priest cards. I have not seen any of these. First card is Call of the Grave. 1 mana. Discover a Death Rattle minion. If you have enough mana to play it, trigger its Death Rattle. I don't like this card. I think it's cool. Like, it has a cool effect. But... And it is a shadow. I will say it's a shadow spell. So shadow is the theme for for priest for this expansion. Yeah, I don't know. I would lean towards 2 because there's a lot of good cards in priest, and I don't know if we want to play this. I guess it's playable. Like I don't even know if Shadow Priest wants to play this card.
I hate this card already.
Wait, so is this like one of those y'all think it's insane? Because I don't really know.
I think I'm okay. It's not insane, probably enough to put in your deck. Actually, my rating is wrong. My rating is assuming it gets given off Wand Maker or Palm Reading. Like,
oh, Wand Maker, yeah. I mean, this is definitely
then,
like a card to want off Wand Maker.
And they're like, oh, discover Plague Proto Drake with 10 mana left. Like, instead,
but if you're playing a Wand Maker that late into the game, I mean, I guess you're just priest at that point, anyways.
Yeah, it doesn't matter at that point.
Yeah,
I don't think we're putting this in any deck. I'm giving it a 1. I think it's bad, but it's really annoying off generation.
I thought we wanted to stop. I thought generation was something we were kind of trying to go away from.
Well, this is literally the only generation card they printed for priest.
I know.
So it's not too bad, but
it's not a bad, and it's not a great card either. So we'll survive.
Does anybody else have thoughts before I put mine out there? Anybody else that hasn't spoken?
No.
Okay. This is a 5, and this is the best card of the set. Okay, I'm saying bold. All right.
So if it's the best card in the set, would you? Well, I guess you can't really nerf it, but so I guess it's just a 5 at that point.
Yeah, this is just a 5. This is amazing. I love this card. My favorite card of the set. This is so flexible. You can do so many different things with it.
Makes me want to puke in my mouth, though. Like, this isn't the type of priest decks I like playing.
Okay, this reminds me of stuff we could do when, like, Death Rattle Hunter was a thing. And I am so ready for it. I am so ready for this. I love this card. I don't even really like Priest all that much, but I think this is going to allow for a lot of different things in Priest, and
there are a lot of really good death rattles, and they extend to every death rattle. So like I can see this card being good.
And it's a shadow spell. So
it's just the better. It's just like I mean I'm looking at it as a 1 mana spell, so like I understand that it's playable throughout the game. But I don't know.
Do we think an average death rattle minion or an average dragon is better?
Dragon.
Really?
Yeah.
Not certain.
There aren't that many dragon cards, though. There are way more death rattles, so it's more likely that a smaller sample size would have a better average. But I might be wrong.
Most of the death rattles are not super impactful to board. Like you get extra cards in hand. You can deal yourself 5 damage.
You could summon 2 poisonous rushers.
How would you get that?
Yeah, that's a hunter card.
Because I mean, like you can heal for
the neutrals.
Oh, it only what's this death rattle minion? So, yeah, but I guess it's class. But I guess it's like everything else that's discover. You can't go outside your class.
Yeah.
Darn. Okay, that makes me less tentative on this card. Like less liking the card. If I can't which it's a good thing, because otherwise I think this card would indeed be super busted.
All right, Dragon Rider Priest main, I'm ready.
Let's go.
Next.
Next card is the Priest questline, Seek Guidance. Questline, play a 2, 3, and 4 cost card. Reward is discover a card from your deck. The next one is discover the Void Shard. Questline, play a 5 and 6 cost card. Reward, discover a card from your deck. Last one is illuminate the void. Play a 7 and 8 cost card. You get Zyrella the Sanctified. Zyrella the Sanctified is 5 mana 7/7 taunt. Battlecry, shuffle the Purify Shard into your deck. The Purified Shard is a 10 mana spell. Destroy the enemy hero. So this is a really interesting questline, and I like that it's pretty difficult to do. But it might be. I don't know. This feels like something that Wild could easily do. But I don't know. I like it. I think it's a cool concept. It's pretty nutty. I don't have a rating put down, but so I want to hear what everyone else thinks and kind of gauge my thoughts from you guys.
All I have to
Guys
say
and
is
girls.
I don't think we are playing this ever on ladder. Like it's just a conquest or tournament card, and you play it if you really want to win fatigue matchups. But otherwise, I don't see us playing this.
Ditto.
Too.
Yeah. I see that.
Also,
I understand that.
the 5 costs and the 8 costs are not like that easy for priest. Like you have to be putting in specific cards for that, or
Yes,
playing dragons off of Draconic Studies at that exact cost.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think that this could be played in Wild, which is interesting. Like,
I think it's too slow. You'd rather do other things to kill people in Wild, right?
I mean, like Raza Priest plays things of every single
If you
one
could
for his cost.
cast, but like you don't need an extra way to win as Raza.
No, you don't. It'd be fun. It's a super win more card. I think this. I'd lean to as well, and I think Neji hit the nail on the hammer with his perspective on it, of it being more of like a fatiguey card, but also like Base said, it's kind of hard to find some of the cost cards that you want.
Yep.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, I don't really have anything else to add on top of that. Like, you pretty much all nailed it. I think a lot of people got crazy when it was first revealed. Oh my god, a card that says win the game! But I don't think it's gonna be like
It's awkward. Like 5 costs priest is hard to. It's like, I don't think you run anything like that. Like maybe you run a fortitude and make it cost 5. Like that's tough because you play a lot of spells in priest. So yeah.
Play Captain Greenskin.
Yeah.
Let's see if there's any like neutral 5 costs that I want to play in priest. Maybe if we're playing the Zoth priest, we play like Burning Blade Acolyte.
You could play
Lord Keeper
Talon,
Polkelt.
but you want to play Polkelt after.
What about Ogre? Ogre
Maybe.
Master, maybe.
Against all odds. I don't know.
Talon Forger.
Yeah, that's probably the way you do it. Is you play against all odds and you.
Oh, against all odds, yeah.
That's like your control tools.
Or we can play Vol'jin. It'd be fun. Vol'jin is not in priest, but Vol'jin's cool.
Probably just Talon.
Talon's good. Yeah, Talon. Yeah, I was gonna say Talon's pretty good. You could have Talon in like an 8 cost, maybe like another 8 cost minion that's decent. Ooh, we could play this in like Big PP Priest, Big Primordial Priest. Primordial could be your 8 cost. You play Talon, you get it, and there's your 8 cost card.
Boom.
People will definitely try it. I just don't think it's gonna be.
This deck feels like a Hockey Boys special.
Hockey's not even high on it.
Oh, really?
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, that's bad.
Yes.
All right.
All right.
Next.
Okay, next card is Shield of the Naru. 1 mana, silence all enemy minions, and it's tradable. Yes, please. I like this card. Although we have 0 mana silence, and that doesn't see play. But I guess the fact it's tradable and you can save it for when you need it. I have a feeling that you all rated this pretty low. Yeah. Itachi gave it a 3. Roddy gave it a 3. I think this card could be like, because I also think of this as being like a card like Mass Dispel in Raza Priest, like in a priest deck in the Wild, or even Big Priest maybe. I'd say I'd give it a 2 or I'd give it a 3. I'm gonna say it's 3. I like it.
I think it's just something you get off Wand Maker or Discover for the situation you need. I don't think we're playing this unless like the meta is Divine Shield Paladin and Death Rattle Demon Hunter or something.
Yeah. Yep.
I gave it 2 for very fringe.
Same here. Kind of along that same thinking, or like maybe not even get played on ladder, but you might tech this in a tournament deck for that reason. But yeah, it doesn't. It feels pretty fringe.
Nothing else?
Any other thoughts?
Mm-mm.
All right.
Next.
On to the next one. Next card. Void Touched Attendant, 1 mana minion, 1 attack, 3 defense. Both heroes take 1 extra damage from all sources.
So Rotted Zombie gave this a 5. I'm gonna assume he's gonna play
This card is nutty. This card's really good in Raza Priest. Because you're pinging for 3.
It's like
it's 1 damage. It's a 1 health. Yeah, never mind. I mean 1 mana. Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, 1 mana. Both heroes take 1 extra damage from all sources. I think that this can work in Raza Priest. Yeah, you just play it after you just play it the turn you're gonna kill him essentially with either a spawn combo or whatever.
Yeah, it's just like spawn, but if you do them together, you deal 1,000,000 damage.
Yes,
that's spawn.
It's pretty
good.
In
like
wild.
for that reason, it's like in that thing, it's definitely like a 4. Because you can still win without it, but it's still like a really strong card. In standard, it's interesting. I don't really like it though. Like I guess it's playing into the you want to play this in, like you want to play this when you want to finish somebody off with like a finisher, but like maybe because I haven't seen the whole thing, I just don't think it's that good. Like I don't know. I guess because there is Shadow Priest with the legendary card. I think it's a 4 because of wild, but in standard it's a 2, maybe a 1.
Yeah, I just don't see what we're doing with it in standard. There's nothing exciting, really.
I mean, if anything, it makes you die faster to aggro decks. Like you can't play this against Hunter. Hunter kills you faster because this is both heroes. If it was just your enemy, if it was just the enemy hero, it'd be busted. But it's both, so you have to like play it and be able to kill fast. Dragon Rider, what do you think?
I gave it a 2 for fringe. I think people might try this and like Shadow Priest stuff, but I am not sold. I feel like you have to really like play this and try to do a lot of stuff, and also make sure that you're playing against something that's not going to do the same thing to you and then kill you. So it feels, I guess, a little unnecessary.
I think this is terrible, but it's going to be really interesting when something like Paladin makes it and plays it in a game.
Oh god,
true.
Yeah, so like this is going to be it'll make weird game states, but you don't play this card in your deck, I don't think.
No.
Okay. Go to the next one.
All right, next card we have is Shadowcloth Needle, 2 mana weapon, 0 attack, 3 durability. After you cast a shadow spell, deal 1 damage to all enemies, lose 1 durability. These weapons feel very underwhelming to me. Kind of it feels like they're slightly better than Caravans from last expansion. I don't know. I think this just isn't that good. unless Shadow Priest is gonna be pretty good. I'd say a 2 for the fact that it'll be played in Shadow Priest probably because I mean Priest doesn't play weapons anyway, so you might as well just equip it and then cast a spell and you deal damage to everything.
I just don't think this Shadow Priest thing is going to work out at all, and if it's not, then this is just unplayable. So I give it a 1.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense.
Anything else on this one?
Base-
1.
I want to tie.
A tie.
Love it.
After you
Oh,
cast the shadow spell, deal 1 damage to all enemies, lose 1 durability, you rate 1 star.
I saw base gave it a 3.
Yeah, I think that Shadow Priest will be like passively playable, and this is like the best Shadow payoff card. It's gonna be the worst way to play Priest that gets played a lot, but it'll see
fun.
play. It'll be fun. It'll be like how Res Priest was like always played up through like the gold ranks at all times last year.
True.
It was just like one of the most popular decks, and it was just never good. That'll be Shadow Priest.
Yeah.
Yeah. I gave it a 2 because like Fringe for Shadow Priest. What was I can't even remember now. What was the Demon Hunter card that like you played it and then when you played an Outcast card it dealt damage?
Ultras.
Altruist, yes.
Altruist was nutty.
Like this feels like the Shadow Spell version of Altruist, which is like, okay, cool, so there's a slight benefit. I don't know though. I don't know if I want to include this
but
as
it has
part of my deck.
But it has the cap of only doing it 3 times.
Right.
Altruist could proc as many times as you could proc an Outcast card.
Sure.
So that makes it not as good. But I know I understood what you were saying. Yeah.
It's just it's
Yeah.
it's along those lines. It's just not quite as good.
I don't like it.
I'm not sure on it. Yeah, I gave it a 2 for Fringe, but that's I'm willing to see how it actually plays out.
All right. Cool. Next card is Twilight Deceptor. 2 mana, 2/3 minion, battle cry. If any hero took damage this turn, draw a shadow spell. Yeah, again, this is one of those. This is just like a card you put in. This is a card you could probably put in like any deck. I think. It seems pretty good. It draws a shadow spell. And there are good shadow spells already right now. I'm pretty sure that I would wanna draw like Hysteria as a shadow spell. And Palm Reading is a shadow spell, and I believe Raise Dead is also a shadow spell along with Death. And that's enough of a reason for me to put this in pretty much every single priest every single priest deck I play. So I think that Deceptor is a 3.
I'm passing on it. I don't think it's great.
Me too.
It makes me excited to play Raza Priest though.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pass and give it a 1 again. I think most of these priest cards are just terrible.
I think Priest was like one of my highest rated classes.
the duality of AFG.
I gave it another 3 because like this is another one that's just gonna see play because Shadow Priest will see play. Not that it will be OP. But I do have to leave, so
okay.
Bye.
Thanks for stopping in.
I gave it a 4. I
know. I really like this card because I feel like you can play it in. I mean, even if it's just drawing, literally, it's drawing. There's so many good shadow spells that I don't even necessarily. I don't think Shadow Priest is gonna be great, but I think the shadow spells in Priest are already good. So I think that's why this card is pretty good to be played. because it's tutoring stuff like Hysteria and Raise Dead and
I think I'm just really high on the
and
like
palm
shadow
reading.
spells and the shadow priest in general being a thing, so that's why I rated
Sure.
this stuff higher.
Yeah. I mean, Shadow Priest outside of Fire Mage, which is the first deck, Shadow Priest will probably be the second deck I play. But I'll probably quickly not be playing it unless it actually turns out to be good. Any other thoughts?
Nah, next.
All right, next card. We've got Psyfiend. 3 mana, 3/4, a minion. After you cast a shadow spell, deal 2 damage to each hero.
Shadow Priest, little one.
Each hero? If it was,
Yeah, it hits
if it
both.
was, I mean, I guess that it has to do that, but sure. I mean, I don't like this card as much, but I guess if you're playing a deck that already has shadow form as your hero power, you're trying to kill your opponent and your life total isn't, and you could play heal cards in, like you can't. The problem is you can't necessarily play heal cards in it because they're not, because most of the heal cards are holy spells, unfortunately. So you can't play it if you wanna run full shadow, but yeah, I think that this card is a 2 because I think it's more of a fringe card for shadows. For shadow, it's a shadow priest card, and it's not going to be. And I don't think it's. I wouldn't imagine it's not going to be that amazing when the Zoth priest exists, but who knows?
Yeah.
What did everybody else give it?
I didn't rate it yet, but
Base gave it a 1. If we get a lot of cheap shadow spells, this is actually very interesting. I gave it a 3 personally. I think what ends up happening, though, at least the way that I'm looking at this, to me, this feels kind of like, oh my gosh, I just cannot think of card names today. The one that's being played in Hunter that deals 4 to each hero.
Knife Vendor.
Yes, thank you. It feels like kind of a knife vendor thing that's just, this might get played in a Shadow Priest, but I think it might end up being like a one of, just to get that last little bit of damage over the top, but I'm not completely sold on it. Like, it seems fine, but I don't know.
I think I remember hearing this on Coin Concede. And they were like, when cards like Knife Fender are played and are really good, there's definitely an issue that's kind of going on with the deck. Because if that's like a card you're playing, it means that something's busted. I don't know if that's necessarily Psyfiend, but I don't think it's amazing. I think it's cool because generally you're dealing 2 damage. You're like Hunter Hero powering your opponent generally when you're playing Shadow Priest. So I don't know. If I'm playing Shadow Priest, I almost want to run it like a face, just make it a face deck to just blitz my opponent.
Rotted gave it a 4. Said potentially very powerful in a burn deck.
Yes, priest burn deck in wild could be possible. I don't know. I have to look at all the cards for that, but I feel like priest in wild is like anything can happen. All right. Ready for the next card, everybody?
Yep.
All right. Next card, Void Shard, Shadow Spell, 4 mana, deal 4 damage, and it has Lifesteal. And this can go face. This is a card that makes me. This is a card that I like because you can discount it with palm reading. And just dealing 4 damage and gaining life back, pretty good. I would say this is probably. I would say that this is a card that you can play even in a in like a priest, and maybe even in a control-y deck, even just to remove minions. I think this card's playable in multiple things. I would give it a 3.
I really like this card. I gave it a 4. Like, it's a shadow spell. You deal damage. You also gain life. Like, what's not to like?
Damage is good.
Maybe the
I like
mana
it.
cost, but it like, I mean, if it were 3 or something, I would be totally busted. But
Yeah,
I love this card.
I like this card a lot. Yeah. I don't know if anyone else is here. It's everyone else is muted, so I guess we'll.
Based gave it a 2.
Base
Solid,
gave
little
it a 2.
expensive. Base damage in priest is hard to evaluate, which I think
Yeah.
is definitely fair, and that's probably where we're gonna
Mhm.
see if it's good or not.
Yeah, Rada gave it a 4. I assume this is a
Yeah.
card that Raza Priest would want to play as well, potentially.
Yeah.
Maybe even big Priest as well, but maybe not as much big Priest. And definitely a burn deck as well. Itachi said 3. Neji said 2.
What'd I say 3 on?
Void Shard.
Void Shard.
The 4 mana priest spell.
Oh yeah, the deal 4.
Yeah, deal 4 lifesteal. It's good.
Yeah,
I like it.
it's okay. It's only because it goes face.
Yeah, damage. All right. This is the one. Next one is the card. The return of our boy Benedictus. So next card is Dark Bishop Benedictus, 5 mana, 5/6. At the start of game, if the spells in your deck are all shadow, you enter shadow form. So this is like I guess this is the Shadow Priest card, quote unquote. But I kind of think that Shadow Priest doesn't need this card. Like, it's a 30th card, and you don't necessarily even want to add it to a Shadow Priest deck. You might even just want to run the card. You just might even just want to run Shadow Form in that case instead. I don't know. It's cool. Start of game effects have either been busted or terrible, though. So
yeah, I'm looking at the shadow spells and
there's not enough
some not bad ones, but I don't know if there's enough to I don't know. I guess some a lot of the good ones are in the set. So like Soul Mirror, Hysteria, the Clear, so like Shadow or Death, Raise Dead Insight, Palm Reading. Okay, maybe you can make a deck out of this. Okay, I could be wrong.
Initiation,
Yeah.
Shadow, but like, what type of deck is Shadow Priest? Like, what type of deck does this want to be? Like,
Yeah.
I don't know if this wants to be a control deck. Like, I wonder if this wants to be a hit you in the face deck. Priest isn't equipped for that.
Right.
I'm curious to see how it builds out. I don't know what a good rating for this card is. I think it's interesting, for sure, but I would lean more towards a 2 or a 3. Like, I would lean. It's either a 2 or like a 4. Like, so I would lean. I would want to start at a 2 and just see if it gets better.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I want to see how the deck builds. I think Shadow Priest will be interesting. It might not be good though. Like Base said, it might just be the Res Priest of the standard for now.
Is Don still there?
Yeah.
What do you think?
I gave it a 3, like, because it's just one of those, like, the card itself is fine. Like, it's the payoff and everything else. The other cards are what are good. This on itself is
I don't know
not
if this is
great.
This isn't the support card though, right? Like,
I mean, like, in order for you to have shadow form,
sure,
this is the card. I mean, I guess you could,
yeah,
you know.
That's why I figured it could only. I see what you're saying,
Yeah, like
I thought
guess
it.
my-
evaluating
I
it
thought
by
it-
itself, it's not that fantastic of a card. But
Sure.
because of what it does and how you built the deck
Mhm.
is what makes
It's hard.
it better.
The ratings are. I don't. The way that the ratings are worded are is very difficult to interpret things sometimes. Makes
So my thing is, it like, okay, so I want to be Shadow Form. Do
Mhm.
I want to tailor my deck to play only Shadow cards so that I can be Shadow Form from the start of the game, or do I want to play whatever cards I want in my deck and then include like
a
Shadow
one,
Form in
one
the deck
like a one of Shadow Form.
and just become Shadow Form when I want to become Shadow Form?
But like, I mean, that's something that you could do to right now when we're not doing it. So
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like,
Yeah.
is this enough payoff with the new cards?
yeah, I don't
Admittedly,
know.
a lot of good ones, like the better ones, are Shadow spells,
Mm-hmm.
or the better one.
Makes sense. I mean, I still gave it a 2. I think it's fringe. I think that this deck is fringe as a whole. Like, in the cards I singled out as better are cards that are actually being played in multiple decks. So, yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, I don't think this is great. The diamond card though, oh my god, it looks
Wait,
so
is this
cool.
the wait? Is this the
insane.
Yeah,
diamond?
this is one
Dark
of the
Bishop the
two.
diamond card?
Yeah.
Yeah, they did an
This one in
insane
Druid.
job. It looks so clean. But
Nice.
yeah, I think I'll have to play it just because of that.
Just
But otherwise, I don't think it's very competitive. But it's cool.
Is this like the one that you get with the which do you get one? Which one do you get with the Tavern Pass?
Either this one
the
or
other
the
one. This is the one you get for having
or whatever's
25
in
legendaries.
Yeah,
Oh,
Flight Master is the other one in there. No, that's golden.
No,
it's
it's
Variant.
the
Yeah,
Yeah,
very.
okay.
it's Varian, yeah, the warrior legendary, yeah. Okay,
it's
that's
neutral.
cool. It's a neutral. Oh, okay, okay. I see. I remember Varian as a warrior legendary, but yeah, it's cool.
What else we got?
Last card.
Wait, oh no, there's one more.
Last card. Elic Mount. Give a minion +4, +7, and taunt. When it dies, summon an Elic, and the Elic is Zyrella's Elic. It's a 6 mana 4/7. It's cool. Like, it's just one of those cards that if Priest gets to play this against aggro, it's kind of over. But there's already enough of those cards.
I cannot wait to play this in Mage for 4 mana. Or 3 mana.
No, it would be 4 mana, right? I
No,
hate this.
I'm gonna play Flow as well.
You play Flow first. Okay, makes sense.
Play it after. Play Flow after and play it for 3 mana.
Play Flow after for 3 mana. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. That makes me sad to think about. As a Priest card, I think it's not amazing. I'd say it's probably a 2, maybe even a 1. I don't think we're really playing this in a deck. It's a spell card, which means if it can't be in Shadow Priest, and I don't think Control Nozoff Priest wants to play this card. Maybe, and I don't think Priest is going to get another archetype besides Shadow. So I'd say this is like it's 2 or it's probably a 2.
If 6 mana for 2/2/7s was good, then how is like 7 mana for 2/4/7s, one of which is like a fast stat?
Because we ramp into it. That's why.
You ramp into it with palm reading.
That's not. I can't take that as an argument. 6
I mean, Priest goes slow enough. I mean, Priest goes slow enough. This card is playable. Like this, Priest goes like
also
Priest
doesn't
long
need
enough.
more defensive stuff. Druid is
That's what I mean.
desperate
It's like,
for defensive stuff. I wouldn't play the turtle thing in Priest for a second. It'd be terrible.
No,
but in Druid with ramp, seems insane.
It's cool.
I actually don't know if I'm putting this in a deck. I just like discovering it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think it's it's probably a 2 for decks because I might want to mess around and see if it works. But generally, I think it'll end up being like a card we don't play in the deck, but we're happy to discover it.
Yeah. Oh, shoot. I gave this a 4, but I'm not sure. Like, that's seeming overzealous. You probably play this if you're trying the quest, but I don't think the quest is great. I think
Oh yeah, quest card.
these stats are cool, but I'm not sure. Discounting
Oh
it
yeah,
makes it better.
quest prick seems not good.
Yeah. I'm second
But
guessing my
it's
rating.
okay.
I'm gonna give it a 3. Okay.
Cool. Okay, that's it for priest.
Goodbye, priest.
Got a couple more to go. We've got
You got
four
rogue.
classes in neutral. Oh god.
Base is not here for rogue.
No, base is not here
Nope.
for rogue.
Who wants it?
I'll go rogue if Neji's doing warlock and
Well, Neji could probably, yeah.
Yeah, I'll do warlock.
I'll do.
Okay.
I can do like warrior then, and Dawn can read shaman.
Ooh, okay. I'm happy with that.
What?
So we start with Find the Imposter questline. Legendary questline for rogue. It's play 2 SI7 cards. The reward is add a spy gizmo to your hand. The spy gizmos are all little neat tools, kind of like spare parts, except way, way better. They do a lot of really good things. They're all 1 mana. So the spy gizmos are like lackeys, I guess, is the better thing. Like
okay.
The sap is a 1 mana return an enemy minion to its owner hand. They can't play it next turn. The weapon is Hidden Gyro Blade. It's a 1 mana 3/2 weapon. Death Rattle. Throw this at a random enemy minion, so it just deals 3 damage to a random enemy minion once you Death Rattle it. Noggin Fog Generator is a 1 mana. Give a minion +2 attack and stealth. Spy-O-Matic is a 1 mana 3/2 mech. Battlecry. Look at 3 cards in your opponent's deck. Pick one to put on top. On top of being a 1 mana 3/2, that's really good. Then the Undercover Mole is a 1 mana 2/3 beast with stealth. After this attack, add a random card to your hand from your opponent's class, so it's basically a Shaku for 1 mana.
Yeah, this is a
those are the spy gizmos.
This is a good quest
after
line.
You play 2 SI7 cards, you get a spy gizmo, and then you play 2 more SI7 cards and you get a spy gizmo, and then you play 2 more SI7 cards and you get Spy Master Scabs, which is a 5 mana 7/7, and it gives you 1 of each spy gizmo, kind of like Ysera. So it's a good reward, except for the SI7 cards, except for maybe like 2 of them are not really that great, I don't think. So I like the quest line itself. I wish the SI7 cards were a little bit better. I gave it a 1. I actually should bump it to a 2. I think it'll be tried. It's fringe, but I currently don't see it being good enough because of the SI7 cards.
Yeah, the SI7 cards are pretty terrible, I'm not gonna lie. I was looking through them and I was like, there's just no way I'm putting like 8 of these in my deck.
Yeah, I don't even want to put 6 of them in for the payoff. But I want the Spy Master because the gizmos are good.
Yeah, like the gizmos are super good, but the SI7 cards are just not. So I don't think you can actually make a deck with this to be good. So I give it a 1 as well.
I think I agree. I don't think it's. I'm looking at the SI cards and I don't really like them too much. I mean, XI7 Extortion's pretty okay. We'll get to all the SI7 cards out, like all in a row, I bet. No, because they all cost different things. They're not in a row, but they're not amazing cards. The gizmos are insane, and that's what makes me want to try it. But it's not going to be better than Current Miracle, and that's the deck I like. And I still love Current Miracle, so I'll probably just keep playing that. I think I'll give it a 2 like Itachi. It's really cool, and if they make more SI7 cards that are good, because you look at it, it's the 1, 2, 3. It's like the four SI7 cards we get in this expansion, plus SI7 Agent, which doesn't see any play right now, and SI7 Operative, Infiltrator, which also sees 0 play because that card is destroys a secret, and there's no secret decks in Standard, and it's not as good as other secret cards in Wild. So, yeah, it's like a 2. Maybe I hope it gets some stuff later on.
I gave it a 3. I don't know. Like, it was really hard to evaluate this because it's like, yeah, I'm not really sure how good some of these things are gonna be. So it's like
Mhm.
I just kind of put it in the middle because I feel like it's one of those where it's like it's so dependent on how good that other stuff ends up being that if those are good, this is better. If those aren't good, this is bad. So I'm not sold on it. I think it could be okay. But I was kind of in the middle. Base gave it a 3. Also said, can't tell if this is better than current Miracle, but it's worth exploring. The reward is incredible for finishing games. And then Rotted gave it a 2. Said, hard to say if this will be usable since it relies on so many new cards.
Yeah, so the way I evaluated this, just as an end note before I move on to the next card, is that I looked at the cards that we put in order to make Galakron good and how bad were those comparatively. And so like there were a couple of bad cards that we played, like the 4-mana 2/2 rush. Like we played that to make Galakron good, but we didn't have to play every copy of the ones that we put in our deck for Galakron to be good. But for this to be good, we have to play every copy of the bad card that's in our deck. There's 4 SI7 cards in this set, and there's 2 more that exist, so that's 5 total. We're only going to play like 4 of those, so that's 8 SI7 cards, and you need 6 of them to complete the quests. And that's a lot of work. And by the time you get through that much of your deck, I feel like a Miracle Rogue would just be killing your opponent at that point in the game.
Mm-hmm.
So, but yeah, I'll move on to the next card, which is SI7 Extortion. It's a 1-mana spell, tradable. Deal 3 damage to an undamaged character. This card, to me, is the best SI7 card that they printed. I give it a 3. I think that it can slot into some decks just as a really good removal tool that's also tradable. But especially to start procking like combos, I think it's really good.
Agreed.
Yeah, it's just solid. I'm not sure if I'm playing this, but I could see it. I give it a 2.
Yeah. I think I lean towards Itachi, where I think it's good for like the difficult part is eventually they're like I guess throughout the game because decks play because minions are more of a focus right now. There will be undamaged minions that you can play this with to start proccing combos. Otherwise, it could literally just be a Sinister Strike that you can put back into your deck if you want. I would say 3. Maybe maybe 2, because that would mean it's more fringe.
Base gave it a. Am I missing base? Oh, a 3. It said top picking backstab feels terrible. This alleviates that. Actually worth considering without quest, but still probably not since Brain Freeze activates contact.
Yeah, Brain Freeze does activate contact.
Yeah.
But it goes face 2. If it has undamaged hero, so it can pit there.
I gave it a 4. I think it's pretty solid. Pretty much for like everything that Itachi was saying. Plus, I like the fact that it's cheap. So if you are going for the SI stuff with the quest, then like you also can just play these pretty early and just get that quest going. Rada gave it a 5 though. Said great card.
Huh?
He must know something I don't know.
Right?
Maybe Odd Rogue needs that kind of removal, or
yeah, Odd Rogue 100% will play that. Yeah, Odd Rogue is struggle busting ever since it lost Nitro Boost.
All right. Okay. So next card, I don't know how to pronounce this. I think it's Garut or Garot or Garuti. I don't know.
I think it's Garot.
Yeah, it's
Garot.
French. It's like Garot.
Oh, it's French, like Garot.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So it's a 2-mana epic. Deal 2 damage to the enemy hero. Shuffle 3 bleeds into your deck that deal 2 more when drawn. So this is a 2-mana, deal 8 to the opposing hero if you can draw through your deck. Holy Poison Rogue, I gave it a 4.
Yeah, it's just Turbo and Poison Rogue. What the heck? Why? Who wanted this? Nobody.
Yeah, that's
kind
of
of 3 because I think it will be a good supporter for that deck, but I'm not sure that's going to be a great deck.
I'll tell you what, if you want to farm some noobs on day one, you can probably poison rogue them out.
True.
Oh gosh.
Make them bleed.
Base gave this a 1. Said, I think we're not cutting Secret Passage yet, but this is worth considering when we do.
Garrote is pronounced garrote. It is a
Mhm.
verb. It means to kill someone by strangulation, typically with an iron collar or a length of wire or cord, which seems
Well,
like
the
that's what
person is
person's
holding a cord. Yeah, makes sense.
I gave it a 4.
Yeah.
I
Yeah, I'm with
like
you.
it.
You know, Itachi gave it a 4, yeah.
I like damage.
I also did. I also did, yeah.
Yeah, I just like damage.
I don't like that it's 2 mana to deal 8 damage in a deck that's absolutely going to draw all their cards. But since it does that, I'm inclined to give it a 4.
Yes.
I was talking to people yesterday who thought they were going to play this in Miracle Rogue. I'm not so sure about
No, not Miracle.
Nah.
Yeah.
Maybe like a 1 of if you really want to, but Miracle Rogue's pretty tight list.
If the first sentence said deal 2 damage, then I would 100% play the Miracle Rogue if the rest of the cards say the same. But it just deals to the enemy hero, so like
yeah, it's
for
not
Miracle
flexible.
it doesn't work. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm trying to kill them with like in game, like deal a bunch of damage, not like
Makes sense.
putting some reverse soul shards in their deck.
Yeah.
Okay. Move on to the next card. It is Maestra of the Masquerade. This card is banned in competitive play, by the way. There was an announcement from APAR.
Yes.
It's a 2 mana 3/2 legendary. You start the game as a different class until you play a rogue card. Since it is banned in competitive play and you can't do anything with it unless you're on ladder. It's a Bloodfin Raptor. But if I could choose the class that if I could discover a class secretly,
is it actually just random?
It's just completely random.
That's still pretty cool.
And a lot of times as a rogue, I want to like hero power on 2. So I want my hero power to be a dagger though. Unless it's tap. If it's tap.
I mean, Demon Hunter hero power is good too. Just do it on 1 because there's not many 1 drops.
I don't know what I want to do with this.
But yeah, I feel you.
Unless ladder,
I don't think this
polarizing. Then it's good because like you get an incorrect mulligan in a wrong matchup and you can like throw the game that way. But other than that, it's nothing.
I mean, I'd give this card a 2. It's a fun card. It's definitely on the meme side, but I love when they make cards like this, and I'm definitely gonna mess around with it as a fun little thing to do. But it's definitely not. But it's not. But it's not gonna.
Rogue.
But it's not gonna be. But it's not gonna be. It's not allowed in competitive plays, which means that, not in THL, not in competitive, so or at least not in like Grandmasters competitive. Other tournaments will have to debate that on their own.
Neji a 5. Hello.
All right, now we get to a hot take.
Yeah, let's hear this.
Okay. Would you play a card in your deck that said disrupt your opponent's entire mulligan? I feel like that's pretty solid. Like, there's a lot of games that are decided in the mulligan. Like, if you make a terrible mulligan, then you're kind of screwed. And like, you could be any class. Like, there's no way they're gonna think you're a rogue on ladder unless like rogue is the best class, and then all of a sudden there's all these other random classes, which is like very unlikely. So this is like always gonna trip up your opponent on ladder. And if you're playing like poison rogue, for example, then
putting this in Kingsbane rogue.
Yeah, like if you're playing poison rogue specifically,
very specific mulligans.
Your opponent really wants to have like oozes or tradable ooze or certain taunts or whatever, but they're gonna see like warrior, for example, and they're literally gonna toss all of it away and not keep any of it, and then you're gonna drop a swine tusk shank and start slamming face, and they're not gonna have their cards unless they got lucky and drew them. So I think this is actually pretty powerful on ladder. And I'm going to test it out a lot.
It's only powerful, though, against non-aggro. Because aggro is going to mulligan the same way every time. Like aggro decks, you're gonna have mulligan for the 1 and 2 drops, and it's kind of
Like
Yeah,
rush, like
but
rush,
playing
like
good.
rush, like even rush warrior, which isn't. I mean, it's more tempo-y mid range, but like you still mulligan that deck the same way, like every single time. I'm pretty sure. Like maybe there's certain things you might want against very very specific classes, but I don't know.
I'm
I
down
think
to be wrong, but I think it has a good chance here.
Yeah, but I don't know about adding this into certain decks. I think I think it'd be funny with poison rogue, like or weapon rogue. But miracle rogue, I don't really know if there's a card I want to cut to add this in for miracle. Like,
All right, I'll
Because
cut
it
it to a
does-
4 because I'm still way above everyone else on this one.
sure. I mean,
But I still think it has a.
I don't even have it
chance.
rated,
Okay.
so you're all good on that. I don't know. I think it's a fun card. Like this card's awesome. I'm very excited. I'm very excited to be a different class until I play a rogue card. That's pretty cool.
I want to see the golden art on this one.
Oh, I'm sure it's amazing.
All right, that's it for this one.
The only thing good about this card, I mean, other than that it is banned in competitive play, is the flavor text. It says she doesn't drop character until after the DVD commentary.
Oh my gosh.
I think this card's garbage. Other than that,
Okay, I'm sorry, I skipped out. What card are we on?
Maestro of the
same card.
Masquerade.
We're just talking
First
about the
one.
flavor text quickly.
Oh,
I mean-
what is the flavor text?
Says she doesn't drop character until after the DVD commentary.
Oh snap!
I don't know.
that's I think
that-
it's terrible.
I'm just saying, everyone told me Mind Render Lucy was terrible, and look what happened.
No, well, I was, but to be fair, I wasn't on the team yet at that time.
Blood and red.
Wow.
I don't think this
Dr.
one's
P.
as good as Mind Render. Like, not even in the same
No.
realm. But like,
No, Mindbender was nutty.
I think this one, we'll see. We'll see. I'm just excited to try it, and I think it could be good.
I'm excited to every time I queue up a non-rogue, I could be rogue.
And
True.
then when you actually see a rogue, you're like, wait, what? A rogue?
I'll be surprised.
Can this one?
Yeah.
Is it starts you as a different class, right? So it never
Yes.
will be rogue.
No, you'll never be rogue.
No.
Dang it! We can't even do the Family Guy box meme.
Oh.
Yeah, that's a cool card.
Oh.
We should move on.
All right, next card is Loan Shark. 3 mana, 3/4 beast. Battle cry, give your opponent a coin, and death rattle, you get 2. I, for one, think this card is OP AF. I think it needs a nerf, despite the fact that I gave it a 1, because I pulled like 20 copies of it. And so whatever Blizzard does, they should nerf this card and give a full dust refund. Other than that, you pay 3 mana to get 2 coins back, but your opponent pays 0 mana to get a free coin. You lost. Don't play this card.
Yeah, I gave it a 1. It's just so bad.
Yeah, I don't like it. Why do we get? I mean, I understand it's a shark, so you have to. So they want to give it the beast tag, but sharks aren't beasts. Like as far as I know, they're fish. They're pretty much fish. So yeah, I don't know.
You gave it a 3.
I
mean,
did.
I think it's I think I don't know. I don't like the idea of giving my opponent a coin. If there was a way I could get this on the board without paying for the battle cry, I'd love it. Otherwise, no.
I don't know.
Fair.
I don't mind it. I think at the 3, it's fine.
Yeah, I don't think it's.
Like-
I don't think it's. I don't think it's
know.
give your opponent a card and you lose. I don't think that's the case. Like, there's certain classes you're not going to want to play this.
I feel like
against.
Rogue can just take advantage of those coins way too efficiently. That's why
Mhm.
that's why I gave it a higher rating.
Sure.
It's fair.
Like I don't. Yeah.
Rogue can do more with coins than any other class.
That's
I'm just
true.
scared to give my opponent 1 more mana. Also, they have gone to the Royal Bank of Stormwind in this set. You'll notice a lot of
Mhm.
banking
Yes.
cards, especially when we get to Shaman. If I'm not able to say, I just want to say it now that the Royal Bank of Stormwind has
That's the
two
coolest.
sets of families that work in the bank, and this is in World of Warcraft.
Yes.
And the set of the family name is Carter, I think. It might not be Carter. Either way, it's Crester, the Crester family. They work in the bank of Stormwind, and the people that work there are Jamie Crester, Lee Crester, and Curtis Crester. And if you look at their names, they're Jamie Lee Curtis, and I think that's funny.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
That was random, I know, but yeah, the Royal Bank of Stormwind was a big place in World of Warcraft, so that's neat that they're going there and they're treating Overload as like bank accounts and stuff. That's funny.
That's cool.
Anywho,
Yeah.
any other opinions on Loan Shark?
I think we should leave it alone.
The flavor text is pay up or you'll be sleeping with the fishes. I like that.
Swimming with the fishes.
Yeah.
Sleep
with the fishes is a card I remember, but that's off track.
It was a good card too.
Yeah, it was.
SI7 Operative is the next card. It's a 3-mana 2/4 with a rush. After this attacks, after this attacks a minion, gain stealth. So it's a 3-mana 2/4. It has to hit something and survive, and then it gets stealth. Admittedly, it'll probably hit something and survive on turn 3, but it's a 2/4 rush for 3 mana, so that's like, meh.
I don't think it has a deck right now, but I think it's a good card.
It's if you want to play Rogue Quest, you probably got to play it.
Yeah, it's a Rogue Quest card, but I mean, like outside of that deck.
Oh yeah, no, that's pretty much it.
Yeah.
It's a 2.
It's a good card, and it's probably playable in Odd Rogue.
Yeah, no way.
Maybe, but Odd Rogue is just like very specific. I don't think this card sees much play in Wild either. I give it a 2 for possibilities because it is a decent card, but I think that the type of minion decks that Rogue's playing doesn't play this card right now.
Yeah, I got nothing else. Just not good. 1.
On to the
At
next.
least it's a rush card. All right, next one.
Dawn, anything?
Oh no, I said it's a 2 for Fringe. It just goes in that quest deck if you really need SI stuff, but that's about it.
All right, next card is Sketchy Information. It's a 3-mana spell. Draw a Death Rattle card that costs 4 or less. Trigger its Death Rattle. Hey, you can trigger to get 2 points from Loan Shark.
Sketchy indeed. 1.
I didn't look at all the death rattles, and I was like, "Is there a good death rattle somewhere?"
No.
So, I gave it a 2 because maybe there's a death rattle that's good enough. But I don't know.
It's a 1 right now. Might be better later on. Who knows?
Dawn likes to draw cards.
I gave it a 3.
Dawn likes drawing cards.
It reminds me of the hunter,
Yeah,
play dead, and I'm just I want it to be good.
I mean, there's just not enough.
It's a hopeful 3.
Like, what are we doing? There's not enough good.
What are we doing? We're drawing a death rattle minion, and if
I'm like what? I mean, I meant to say what death rattle are we? Besides shark,
putting stuff in the deck to draw later, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is sus written all over it.
It's so sus.
No, it's just sketchy.
Sketchy, my bad.
Like, I mean, I feel like they're trying to take Rogue in like 2 different. They threw these next 2 cards in with Loan Shark, and it's just like this is like. It's like. I don't know. It's like they tried to add this little tiny package into Rogue.
Maybe it's gonna be.
And Tomb Pillager is a card in core.
Tomb Pillager is a card.
So maybe they're trying to do some weird like death rattly thing.
Maybe it's supported in the mini set also because
true.
The mini set piggybacks off of this.
There'll probably be an SI card in the mini set.
Hopefully, I would like to see.
I would like another SI7 card there.
Or 2. Next card is Counterfeit Blade. It is a 4-mana 4/2 weapon. That sounds familiar. Battle Cry. Gain a random friendly death rattle that triggered this game. This could be very tailored. It doesn't have to be a 4 or less death rattle. It could be any death rattle. So if that's a thing that's going to happen at some point, maybe not now, but with like
Reno
more
Rogue.
sets.
Reno Rogue.
What is it? What death rattles are we playing in name?
Reno Rogue plays big dragons at the top end. So you play like
With death rattles?
so you play like Deathwing Dragon Lord and like proto drakes and stuff.
Oh snap!
Yeah.
Counterfeit indeed. 1.
What did I give this? Did I give this a 1? Like a
I
gave it a 2 because I didn't read the death rattles again.
I think it's also a 1. Base gave the other one a sketchy information, a 2, solid card, but still not playable death rattles. She gave Counterfeit Blade 2, the same thing, solid amount of damage and effect, but we're not playing death rattles right now. Definitely a card to revisit. So yeah,
4-2 weapons that have upside generally have been good.
It's the same sentiment that I have. I think that this, like, I don't want to sleep on this and have this end up being like a waggle pick.
Yeah.
Like, but
4-2 weapon with upside is good.
It's like, I mean, it's just like if you want to do this with a really good, there's no like exceptionally great death rattle that makes this so you really, really want to play it.
Sure.
So
I want to be able to play this.
I think this is a cool card though. I would give it a 2.
Yeah.
I would give it a 2. I think there's potential for it.
Later, sure. Currently 1.
Fair.
Yeah, no, it's fair.
All right, more SI cards.
Lol.
SI7 Informant. 4 mana 3/3 battle cry, gain +1/+1 for each SI7 card you've played this game.
Bad.
That ain't it.
Possibly 4 mana 7/7.
Possibly 4 mana 7/7, but that would require you to play double extortion, or like you have to play like extortion operative agent, something like that, before you play this.
Let me tell you something, it ain't happening, Chief. Nothing.
I'm giving it. I mean, this card's like a 1 for me. Like it might be good, but I think it needs more support by the mini set.
Yeah, I give it a 1. It's bad.
Yeah.
Hard 1. Not playing this card.
Yeah.
This is had us in the first half. Gain +1/+1. Yeah. Oh, okay. Never mind.
Yeah.
So we're going to the last one. SI7 Assassin. 7 mana 4/4 costs 1 less for each SI7 card that you've played this game. Combo. Destroy an enemy minion. I gave it a 1, but I think it's decent if SI7 cards are to work. It's an assassinate on a body because you definitely want to play your 2 extortions.
Yeah.
And it's a 5 mana assassinate with a 4/4 attached to it, so it's pretty cool. It's a Vile Spine.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's what I
Give
was
it a
thinking.
2 for
This is a
exactly
2.
that
Yeah.
reason.
This is a 2 because it has a really good effect.
Same.
All right, well, that wraps up Rogue.
Shaman. It's my turn.
Shaman.
All right. Okay, I'm excited for these. Oh, actually, this might be my highest rated class. Okay.
Shaman
All
looks
right.
damn good.
Shaman looks good.
Command the Elements. This is the quest for Shaman. First part, play 3 cards with Overload. Reward, unlock your overloaded mana crystals. Second part is play 3 cards with Overload, and you get a 3/3 Elemental with Taunt. The third part is play 2 cards with Overload, and you get Stormcaller Brucon. Stormcaller Brucon is a 5 mana 7/7 battle cry. For the rest of the game, your spells cast twice. Honestly, I only gave this a 3. Like, I'm rating it kind of in the middle. It really feels like you have to play a lot of overload stuff, which sometimes overloading all the time is not great, which is why I kind of just scored it in the middle. But I mean, potentially getting to have some of your spells, especially direct damage stuff, casting twice is a pretty sweet effect.
Yeah, I feel like you just have to jump through too many hoops to get this to work, and the effect, like at that point, Shaman is so efficient at burning people down right now. There's just no way you need to do all this just to double your spells. I think this is like the thing in Shaman that's just not going to happen. All the other stuff looks cool, but this one I gave a 1.
Yeah. So,
I think it's
I'm torn between a 1 and a 2. I don't like overload. Like overload's been something I just always have never liked as a mechanic. I know it's a good mechanic. I'm looking at another card that's probably the next card we talk about. Oh no, it's a little bit down. It's 2 cards down the line, but unless there's like at least they gave us a card that unlocks mana crystals. Like if we had this without something like a lava shock, I would absolutely hate this. I might give it I'm gonna bump from my 1 to a 2 just because it's a lot of hoops, but at least there's the card that can unlock crystals.
I think it's good enough to play only because the first part of the quest unlocks your overloaded mana crystals.
Oh, it does.
So I gave it a 3.
Dang. Okay.
You play your overload card, and then you play your Bloom Doomhammer or Bloom whatever, and you unlock it all, and you're good to go.
Okay. Yeah. So is this the deck that finally allows the 3 mana 3/4 to be played in a deck?
The Unbound Elemental? No way.
Yeah.
No.
It's funny, they make an overload quest and people are like, nah, we're not even gonna play Unbound.
Nope.
Nah, that card's just trash.
Never queuing that card up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe if it's your best choice in Arena. But Shaman in Arena.
Heck wait.
Yeah.
Do they even put the quests in Arena?
No.
Okay, I was like, I don't think they even do.
I'm just talking about Unbound as a card.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But yeah, no, I kind of like it, but this isn't the type of Shaman decks I like playing. So I might have a slightly less positive viewpoint on it.
Well, Based and Rotted had 2 very different thoughts here. Rotted put 4. Yikes, seems strong. And Based basically did the same thing as Neji. Gave it a 1. Said, seems fun. Hope I'm wrong. Think it's just too many cards to complete.
Yeah, you have to play 9 overload cards. Or
8.
Sorry, 8 overload cards.
Yeah.
And that's a lot of overload. Which I mean, there's cards. We already play a decent chunk of them in Doomhammer Shaman. Like,
Yeah, I was about to say there's 6, like right off, or 8 off the top of my head in Doomhammer Shaman.
yeah. So I guess that's something you could just throw into that deck, even if you wanted to.
Brucon is just good. Like spells casting twice is a freaking lot.
I guess it's just. Oh man, this card might be better than I think. But at the same time, it might take it might just take like a little bit too long to actually complete. I don't know. But yeah, it's cool concept. I like it.
All right. Next one we have is a 1 mana spell. It says draw an overload card. Let's see. I gave this a 5. I like it a lot. I will preface this by saying the last handful of days, I've pretty much exclusively been playing a super aggressive Shaman, so I might be biased.
I mean,
but it seems great. I love targeted draw.
This is ridiculous off of Instructor Fire Art.
Oh, it's really good off of Fire Art.
1 mana, you draw a card and get to keep the chain going.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think personally I'm going to put it in the deck.
I think it's a 3.
Because it's not a nature spell and I kind of want to run Dungeoneer in my deck.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But we'll see. Maybe there's another deck that exists without Dungeoneer now that we have this card draw.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I'm putting this in a deck that probably isn't all nature spells.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, actually.
Because Overdraft also isn't a nature spell.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. That was the card I was alluding to. Is Overdraft is the unlock your mana crystals card, which you can do after the second phase of the quest.
Yeah. Looks like Base agrees with Neji. Gave it a 2, said fine rate, will be great when discovered.
Mhm.
3, saying decent draw from Rotted. Any other thoughts on this one?
No, good.
Next, there it is. Overdraft. 1 mana, tradable. Unlock your overloaded mana crystals to deal that much damage. This is
Cool
another
card.
one. Yeah, Rotted gave it a 4. I gave it a 4 as well. I really like this, and I think, like, even looking at the super aggressive deck that I've been playing, I mean, you're running the Doom Hammers at overload for 2. Oftentimes you're playing just cheap spells with overload, or you're using, my gosh, I can't remember now. The minion that gets you a
Well,
copy of the spell you play, and then like,
Dilly, Diligent Note Taker.
yes. And then so I've even overloaded for 4 and 5 on some turns. Like, I feel like that just seems pretty solid. And that you can direct it wherever you want to. It's just deal that much damage, right? So
mhm.
like you can send it face damage.
You also unlock crystals from this turn and next turn. So if you're like,
Yeah.
if you had a bad
Yeah.
overload turn and then the next turn you like lightning bloom a bunch, like play 2 lightning blooms and get your 4 mana and overload for 4, next turn it'll unlock whatever you're overloaded now, and next turn and deal all that damage to wherever you point it.
Yeah.
And this card to me is a 5. Unlocking overloaded mana
Yeah.
crystals
Yeah.
is really good,
I've-
and then to do that for 1 mana and have an
I've-
upside alongside
I've
it.
never like. Yeah, I don't know. I'm leaning more towards this is a good card in Wild, because Wild has some stuff that has some stuff that like you want to get rid of the overload, or like you overload for a lot in Wild if you want it, if you could possibly do that. I'm so I never know. Like, this is good because you get to unlock mana crystals, but I've played it and I don't really find myself overloading for a bunch. I don't play like is this like the reason to play? I guess this is the only reason that we play Lightning Bloom is this card, because like I don't
This
know.
Lightning Bloom is also nutty.
Like, Lightning Bloom is nutty, but
Yeah.
even in I don't even think I was running it in my Shaman decks. I think it's I mean, it is a nature spell, but I don't know if it was. I don't know if it was in my lists that I was running. And that's just me not knowing, because I don't have my Shaman list in my listed decks currently. But I don't know.
Neji.
Let's see. Where did he put? He had to step away for a little bit, so.
Oh, okay.
See what did Neji say? What did he put at least? I can just look at the master.
He didn't put a note on it, but he gave it a 3.
It's a 3. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Solid. Right.
Seems to make sense. Yeah. It's a
Go
solid
to
card.
the next one. We have Auction House Gavel, 2 mana, weapon, 2 attack, 2 durability. After your hero attacks, reduce the cost of a battle cry minion in your hand by 1.
This isn't as good as what we're running.
Yeah, I'm really not
Already.
sure on this one. Like, I guess if you're really going in on some battle cry stuff, so I gave it a 2, basically for like you're running battle cry stuff, like a battle cry focused deck, then that goes in there. But I'm not sure.
I mean, this can work in Elemental Shaman. Like, elementals have quite a lot of battle cries.
I mean, it can, but I think those decks are also just so focused on damage that I still like Whack-A-Null in that over
Sure.
this.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like-
I don't know if I'm putting this into like a regular shaman deck. It would have to be something different, like something
Yeah.
new. But it's a 0 mana 2/2
You
weapon
play it
because
in-
you get
yep,
2 reductions.
This would have been really fun if they put it in with like the old quest, because it would just like make
Oh, that would have been-
because you could do it faster.
That'd have been OP.
It would have been so good.
This is really good with the legendary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's
sure,
about
for
it
sure.
for me. I give it a
Yeah.
3. I don't think it's too bad, but not amazing.
Yeah. I think a lot of people give it. I think people gave it that because of saw a package to go with Custodian, could help with a good stuff's shaman, question mark, says based. Good stuff's being in quotation marks.
Rotted gave it a
It's cool.
4.
Yeah.
I don't know
Battle,
what the wild
I mean,
effects are.
you put this in Reno Shaman, like all your yellow cards cost less. Like, or if especially because it does a battle cry minion, but say you play this and all your only battle cry card is Zeph in your hand, like you just hit Zephyrus twice and it's 0 mana Zephyrus. But I think that I think it's okay. I don't know, like I think it's I would say I would go with 3 because Shaman has more battle cry stuff. There's more battle cries than you think they could play in Shaman. But yeah.
Next one is the legendary that Neji was kind of just referencing. Bolner Hammerbeak, which is a 2 mana 1/4. After you play a battlecry minion, repeat the first battlecry played this turn, which is pretty interesting. Like, I gave this a 3. I think he's just pretty solid, but I really like the concept of this because it also really makes you think about like the ordering of how you're playing things or what you're going to play first. Like, I just really like that layer to the card.
Okay.
I think that there is a perfect comparison with this to ETC, where you play it on turn 2, and if it sticks, it does. I mean, this if on turn 2 is a lot better than ETC, but still, both 1/4s. And if this sticks on 2, which is hard to clear. We've played against Octobot long enough to know that it's not easy to clear 1/4 on turn 2, and if this sticks, you can get some really crazy things. The problem is, like turn 3, for example, if this sticks on 2, you have to play like 2 things for it to actually work. Like if you just play 1, it doesn't work, right?
Does it not repeat? Like if you play the first thing, doesn't it just repeat that thing?
So if that's how it works, then this is a lot better than I thought it was.
Because the combo is you play Bolner, Lightning Bloom Yasiraj, and then Yasiraj twice, or does it Yasiraj twice, and you just need the Knife Ender from, or the corrupted dude from Yasiraj to trigger it again. Maybe you do have to play another battle cry after. I might be wrong.
I have heard people say that. I guess if that's the case, I think it's a 5, not a 3. But if it is the other way around, I think it's a 3. I'm not exactly sure how it works. But yeah, just like ETC, if you play it later on in the game with stuff, it's going to combo really nice and do a lot of damage. And then early game, if it sticks, it's also going to be pretty good. But yeah, I kind of need to know which...
Well, let's say after you play a battle cry minion, repeat the first battle cry, and that would be the first battle cry, and that would be after you play the minion. So
I guess that makes sense. Okay, I'm changing it. This is just nutty now.
Yeah, card's really good.
5 for me.
I feel like that, like Yasiraj stuff, like that takes a lot of work to get that, though.
Does it?
Feels like it. Because you're not.
It's
Because
like
you've got to play corrupt
deck.
stuff, then you got to play this, and then Yasiraj after. Like, I don't know. There's a lot of variables for that.
It's like a 3-card combo, and like you play your deck normal, like you play your Dunk Tanks to remove stuff, and you play your corrupted. I can't remember what the dude's name is. It's not Knife Ender. That's Circus Medic. It's Circus Medic. You corrupt your Circus Medic. You play it. You play your Dunk Tank, and then you play this Lightning Bloom Yasiraj, and then you win the game on the spot. Most of the time.
Okay, cool. So you play like 13 cards in the one turn or whatever.
Yeah,
have we seen this played before, and do we know that combo works?
I don't know. Well, it works because that's how the cards. Like it's a battle cry.
It works.
Okay. So so the first battle cry you get, it triggers twice. So it's pretty much Bran.
Yeah.
Okay. But then it has the after effect of you can play another battle cry and you continue it to trigger it. Okay.
Yeah.
So all you have to do is play a Circus Medic and you kill them, right?
No, you have to have a Dunk Tank too, so that you can clear your own board.
Oh yeah, you get board space issues.
but like
Wow.
you usually have enough damage. Even if you don't like,
Kind of turbo.
even if you don't have enough board space, you deal like 23, 24 damage or something like that. Like it's an
Really
absurd
good.
amount of damage regardless.
So this is just Bran, but it can trigger multiple times.
Yeah, that's
Sort of.
for 2 mana. It's actually gross.
Wow, this is busted. What the hell?
All
But
right.
Shaman was
Yeah.
already good.
Well,
when
I
they got
mean,
this bad
and we
boy.
saw. Well, I mean, I thought Octobot was a 6, and they clearly weren't nerfing Octobot, and so this card probably won't get nerfed either. So that's good. It's a 5.
Also, a point to what Neji said. It ain't hard to clear a 4 health minion on this turn. It's just hard to do it in one go. Like it's hard to not proc a 4 health frenzy.
I don't know. I think it's still hard to clear.
Oftentimes,
Like when people were
clear
playing
the
Hanar
Octo.
back in the day, it usually just stuck on board. And that's when
Yeah,
people had
that's true, too.
Zephrys around too to try and get rid of it.
That is true too.
We'll see. We'll see if it sticking on 2 is actually reasonable or not.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking forward to this card. It's cool.
Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah. All right, well, let's go to the next one, which is a nature spell, 3 mana, discover a 1-cost minion and summon it. Upgraded for each overload card you played this game. Now, this one is so interesting, I feel like. But I really like it, so I gave it a 5.
What's the upgrades? Does it you discover a 2-cost minion?
Mhm.
or
Yeah.
Yeah.
And a
Increasing.
3-cost minion?
My
I don't like it.
my rating is based on whether or not this has to be in your hand to upgrade, or does it upgrade
It
no
does,
matter when you
doesn't it?
draw it?
I think it just because it says that you played this game, so I'm pretty sure it's upgrades. Just
I think
over
it's like the other things where it upgrades and then it changes when it goes to your hand, I think.
So like
Yeah.
if I draw it and I've played 4 overload cards, I discover a 5 cost, right?
Yep.
Okay, then I think it's a 3.
It's a 3, yeah.
I think it's still bad.
I thought it upgraded. I thought it like upgraded like the other ones where like it has infinite amount. I think it's a 2 or I think it's I think it's 3. I don't.
It's a
want to
3
be
for me
wishy-washy.
because it says the word discover instead of summon a random blank
Discover,
cost
yeah.
minion.
You can pick the one you want. Yeah.
Because like there's some good, especially like around the 5-drop area. Like
Mhm.
there's some good shit. Like
Yeah.
some really nutty 5-drops, as Janice has shown us all.
Yes.
So like discovering instead of getting random ones is you pretty much can always get like a rush or a taunt or like some nutty effect.
But that requires me to play overload cards. But I guess if overload shaman is going to be a thing,
I'm playing overload cards because overload means damage. So
I'm just not into this effect. I
I'm not
would
into
rather just hit them in the
overload.
face with the spells and do hammers and whatnot. I'm gonna give it a 1.
Alright.
On to the next.
All right, the next one is Canal Slogger, 4 mana, 6/4 elemental, rush, lifesteal, overload 1. And again, this is one that I really liked. I gave this one a 5 as well. Like, it's an elemental. It's got some decent stats. The rush and lifesteal is great, and it's overload, so it feels like it can fit in a lot of different stuff. And I like
Well,
it.
I'd say
I
it's
don't know who
I'll-
the hell printed this one. I'm not
I'll
gonna
give
lie.
it. I'll give it a. I mean, the fact that it's a 6 attacker with rush lifesteal is like everything that shaman wants. Plus, it's got overload for like the quest. I think this is in like every single. It's in elemental shaman for sure, and it goes in the
This is-
quest deck for sure. This
I give
card's
it a
nutty.
5. Yeah.
this is good.
Yeah, this
It's
is
like
like
real good.
this is real good. Yeah, I hesitate to give cards 5s, like unless they feel like they're kind of like the super strong build around card. But this deserves it. This is a 5.
Yeah, this is just ridiculous. There's not much
Yeah.
to say about it except that it's really, really well statted and
And
has
it's a-
great effects.
And it's a common, so like you're gonna get it.
Mm-hmm.
which that's like one of these I really like it being the specific rarity it is.
Let's see. What did everybody else rate it? Rotted gave it a 2. Maybe it's probably not as great in Wild.
Yeah, I don't think you'd play this in Wild.
Maybe. I
Base
think
gave it a
Reno Shaman,
4.
Reno Shaman might like this card.
Maybe.
But otherwise, no. No other Shaman deck likes it. Base said 4. This is what makes the overload deck happen. If it does, just a solid card for all Shaman decks.
Yeah.
And this is like that 4 cost elemental that gets a slow lily pad lurker as well.
I feel like this card's gonna really annoy me.
Yes, it's
Not
gonna
ready
really annoy
for
me
it.
as well. I'm ready. I'm ready for day 1 Shaman to just be everywhere, right? Because of all the good stuff that Shaman got.
The next one is Granite Forgeborn, a 4-mana 4/5 elemental. Battle cry, reduce the cost of elementals in your hand and deck by 1. Again, I really like these.
Nutty.
Base gave it a 4. I gave this one another 5.
This card's
Fantastic.
nutty.
This is crazy. Who printed?
What?
Chunky
Who printed this
Gallon
card?
Somebody
Yeah, I gave it a 4 as well. What
Like-
the hell? I
Somebody's
talked
gotta
to a
atone
bunch
for
of
this.
people yesterday.
Like, this is better than the last card, I think. Like, holy cow. I mean, I think it's a 5.
Major, you talked to a bunch of people yesterday, and what?
Oh,
Yeah.
they all said it was bad and terrible and unplayable. And I was the only one who rated it above like a 2.
What?
What?
I was in a Discord call with like 5 people. I was the only one who rated it a good card. I was like, hello?
Who are these people?
I was gonna say,
Let me
let's put them
find
on
this.
blast.
Who doesn't like discount my deck by 15 mana?
1 second. I need
I
to find
mean,
these
it
ratings.
is specifically elementals, so I guess it depends on
Yeah.
how many elementals you're running, but
Yeah, and Cancer Slow also sucks, right? I'm joking.
I mean, if you're
Well,
playing
well,
a deck that's not
Candace-
very many elementals, this does get worse, but it just
But
seems like
this is
there's
what
much
this is
good.
what Elemental Shaman needed, though.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
Elemental
elementals are
Shaman is
already
so
good,
much
like,
more.
they're
Yeah, it's
good
already
now.
good. Yeah. This is like Kindling, but for literally everything. I know it's
Yep.
4 mana, but like I would coin this out on 3. Like
This makes it feel
100%.
like the overload on that last one doesn't even matter. Like,
Yes,
it
it
just
does
makes
not.
that
It
overload
doesn't.
irrelevant.
You can play this on 2. You just go Kindling, and then next turn you coin this.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
so insane. I don't
It's
know how
so
these people
insane.
didn't like it, but
Like, there's no way it needs a nerf. But it's one step below needing a nerf, and I like it. I like Ellie Shaman. All right.
Okay, yeah. And I mean, both Based and Rotted also gave it a 4. Like, even if Rotted's giving it a 4 as well, it's good. All right. Next, we have Spirit Alpha, 4 mana, 2/5. After you play a card with Overload, summon a 2/3 Spirit Wolf with Taunt. It looks like Rotted gave it a 2. Based also gave it a 2. I gave it a 3. Like, I think it's okay, but I definitely like a lot of the other cards more than this one.
yeah, this is just not good in my opinion. I give it a 1.
I guess maybe you play this if you're doing like the quest stuff and you're putting a bunch of Overload in, but
Yeah, but
eh.
I don't know if that deck wants defensive tools. That's the thing. Like, this card is just generate defensive tools.
I mean, you
I
could
guess
just,
dealing damage while making defense is pretty good.
even just
but-
having a body on the board doesn't
I
have to
know.
necessarily be straight for defense.
Well, I mean, it just summons
mean,
taunts. That's
well,
why
sure.
I kind of equated that. But I know what you're saying.
I'm not sure
I-
how great.
I'd lean towards 2, and I'd be willing to think that this can be better. That this can be like a 3 type of card for sure. Like, I don't think it's unplayable, but I think but I don't know, I can't envision the deck that it goes in quite yet. But I'm sure the Overload Quest deck will definitely try and run it.
Neji, Tachi, either of you have?
I think it's
Neji said it was a 1, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Also think it's pretty bad. Yeah, I think it's really good.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go next, which is Tiny Toys, 6 mana, summon 4 random 5-cost minions, make them 2/2. This is a card. I gave it a 4. I really like it. I think, especially going in with the thought that the team has already said that they're going in, even for the future, of not wanting to print just like vanilla cards. I already just imagine like, okay, every card, every minion is going to have some type of effect, whether it's a death rattle. This is not great if you get a battle cry minion. Then it's like, okay, cool, it's just a 2/2, but death rattle stuff, other triggering effects, spell bursts, like, I'm excited. This is pretty sweet.
Yeah, this card's insane. I give it a 4. I like.
I'm not convinced it fits in the deck.
I think it's just Jandis in Shaman is literally what it is. Because I mean, it literally is. Jandis gave you 2 things. One has 1 health.
But at least one Jandis minion is the actual full card.
Yeah, but you get 8/8 in stats. That's more than Jandis usually gave you, considering 1 health.
I'm ready to do this and then revolve.
I would like to play.
The thing is this. Yeah, I guess Itachi. Okay, I'm picking up a lot of noise from Itachi. Sheppy to be. Oh wow. Jesus. I just read the people you put for that. Anyways, I don't know. I'm not fully I'm sure it looks like a good card. I'm just not convinced just yet. I'm sure once I see it and play it in Evolve Shaman, I'll be hating it, but I don't know.
I really
I like 6 mana spell, and I guess playing 6 mana spell in Shaman, like I guess we've done it with Eureka, but that was like super like specific, or that was like kind of very fringe card. So I kind of not sure. I mean, I guess it's cool.
I really don't think that this is needing to be evolved. I think this card's just insane by itself. Like 5 costs are just ridiculous. You have like Greybow, you have all these death rattles. It's like a 1/1 that summons like a 5/8 taunt or something. There's so many insane ones that you hit. Like just this by itself is just always gonna be really good. It just feels like Jandis to me. I really don't think this would.
I think Jandis is better than
you're
this.
Gonna be doing it
like Jandis should be generally better than this, with the stats you get from Jandis, because you're already starting with a 2/1 body. But I agree. I agree that it could be pretty good. I'm just unsure about it. Because, yeah. I don't know if I want to play this in a deck. I don't know what deck this goes in. Like, I mean, I guess I don't know if it's played in every deck card.
No, I mean you're not gonna put this in deck with Dungeoneer.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're probably not even playing this with like elementals and stuff. This is going to be more of a specific build, but it's definitely a really interesting card.
Yeah. Just not as, I mean, everyone here put a 3 or a 4 on it, I think. So I'm just not 100% sold on it.
That is it for Shaman cards.
What's next?
Warlock.
Yes.
Mickey.
Let's go. All right, are we ready for the Warlock?
Let's do it.
All right, first card is the quest line. Exciting. We got the Demon Seed. It is take 6 damage on your turns, and then you get Lifesteal, deal 3 damage to the enemy hero. Second part is take 7 damage on your turns, then you get Lifesteal, deal 3 damage to the enemy hero again. Then the last one, take 8 damage, you get Tamsin, and then Tamsin says for the rest of the game, damage you take on your turn damages your opponent instead, and she is a 5 mana 7/7.
Don't
Yeah,
get me wrong.
this is. I think this is insane. I think this is going to be a ridiculously good deck. I gave it a 5. I think there's a lot of support. There's a lot of healing. It's not hard to damage yourself with cards that are in standard right now.
It's not hard
And
to do in wild either.
yeah, and the second you complete it, life taps start hitting your opponent. You can use any of the cards you have built with your deck, and fatigue now hits your opponent too. So you literally can't die to fatigue with this. All of it goes to your
Yeah.
opponent. So you just start life tapping your fatigue and like blowing up your
Yeah.
opponent.
Dark Lair is still in standard, so
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you'd play Dark Lair with this. I think it's more of a control deck. You could also play Stealer of Souls and do some insane things. And
oh
get
yeah,
this done,
Stealer
like,
of Souls in
literally done on like turn 5.
I forget that Stealer is still viable in standard. Yeah. Just
I
brings
think
it
it's
wild.
insane. I gave it a 5.
Ooh. Let's see. Rotted gave it a 2. Said seems really challenging to get this done without killing yourself, which is what I thought initially when looking at it. It's like, okay, this is gonna be cool if it works. You just have to make sure you don't die first. But I do think there's actually, after seeing
gives
all
you-
of the
you
cards,
get-
there's enough.
At least
support.
you get 3. You like so like you're taking 6 on your turns, but you're healing 3, so you're technically taking 3. Like, and then the next one it's 4. Like you're taking 4 damage overall because you can heal up with your reward card. And then the last one in the effect, the Blightborn Tamsin. It's really cool. I like it.
I think
I think
pretty
it's
good.
I don't know. I don't know exactly where to rate this because it's interesting. But I'm not sure it's a 5.
Taught you with a 1. I am disappointed in you.
I think it's not good. I think you need too many, like, too many ideal setups. Well, not ideal setups. That's not how ideal scenario is to where you can withstand the damage that's coming from your opponent and also damage yourself and also go out of range and keep your opponent's board clear. Like, it feels like a lot of stuff you got to do. Like, maintain. It's like if it works, it's really good. But like you're balancing a very thin line. I feel like it's going to be a high skill cap deck, and it might be good, but it's just like a balancing act. It's going to have to be done. It's some like modicum of high rolling the stuff that you're drawing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know. It's cool. I want it to be good. I want to go. I'm gonna go middle line on it. And just say I think like out of 5, it's a 3. Like ignoring what all the ratings are supposed to mean. I think it's like a 3 out of. I think it's like a 3 card that could easily swing and be a 5, or also be terrible and difficult to do.
All right.
Next.
Cool.
Next card, we got Touch of the Natharazim for 1 mana. Deal 2 damage to a minion.
Yeah.
If it dies, restore 4 health to your hero.
Yes. Shout out to Coin Concede. This was the card that they revealed. That was really cool.
Well, it's a damn good card.
It's a damn good
it's
card.
It's really easy to deal 2 damage and kill something. Like, I think it's surprisingly easy to do. And restoring
Warlock
4 health
needs
for
it.
1 mana is just ridiculous.
Yeah, I
gave it a 4. Definitely playing this in my control decks.
Yeah.
Any other opinions?
I gave it a 3, but I think maybe it might even be better than that. It's just seems like such a good card. I even think you could play this in not even just control decks. You probably could fit this into quite a few different Warlock decks.
Mm-hmm.
But
yeah,
also even the quest, I think the quest deck as well could use it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's definitely going in quest.
It's good. It's going in the quest deck. Yeah,
I'm excited.
Definitely.
Good card.
Yeah.
All right. Next, we got Bloodbound Imp, 2 mana, 2/5. Whenever this attacks, deal 2 damage to your hero. It is also a demon, so it's overstated, but you take damage when you attack, which is not always a negative.
Yeah, this is a card. This is a card built for the quest. I think.
Yeah, I
It's like
think this could be in the quest deck. We'll see.
I'd give it a 2 for that fringe possibility. I don't like. I like because that turn you're literally turn 3 you can tap attack with this and you already get your first part of the quest done. Or no, you're getting closer to it because that's 4 out of 6.
hmm
I don't know. It's interesting. I don't think it's going to be. I don't know if it's going to be the best card to put in that deck, but hey, well,
Yeah,
I'm sure
I
people
think
will
it has a
try it.
chance, and
Yes, it
could be
does.
good in like Zoo too. Honestly, 2 mana,
True.
2/5.
Yeah.
Mm, yeah. I feel like I struggled a lot when evaluating this one. I ended up just giving it a 3, but I don't know. Like, part of me really likes it, and then part of me hates it. I don't know.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to evaluate. We'll have to wait and see what deck it's going to fit into, whether
Mhm.
it's aggressive or the quest or whatnot, or maybe it just doesn't work. But definitely not a bad card.
No,
Yeah.
I agree. Yeah.
All right, next card, Dreaded Mount, 3 mana spell. Give a minion +1/+1. When it dies, summon a Endless Dreadsteed, which is just like how they nerfed Dreadsteed, right? It's a 4 mana 1/1, and at the end of your turn, or Death Rattle at the end of your turn, summon
Summon it
the
again.
Dreadsteed again.
Ugh,
Yeah, I'm gonna give this one a 1.
it's a 1.
Don't see myself playing this. Dreadsteeds have never been really good at all, and this buff is super weak, we'll say.
Mhm. Yeah. Unless there's something we're
Yeah.
missing with it, otherwise it's bad.
I ended up giving it a 2 just for like maybe there is some sort of like fringe deck that plays it, but I feel like that was even generous. Like it might just be a 1. I
Let's
don't know. Maybe
see.
in some sort of like zoo deck or just something that's looking for
Good
always having stuff
amount.
on the board.
Mhm.
Everyone besides Dragon Rider gave it a 1. I was just checking it out, which is not bad. Like that you gave it a 2 because it's optimism.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what it is. It's the hopeful fringe case. It's the
Yeah.
hopeful 1 extra point.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. It's clear that none of us think this is too great.
Yeah.
All right. Next, we have the Ruined Mithril Rod, 3 mana, 0/2 weapon. After you draw 4 cards, reduce the cost of cards in your hand by 1, and then you lose a durability.
This is a weapon I can see myself playing, and especially in Warlock.
Yeah, this looks fantastic. I think I want to
Yeah.
play this for sure, unless literally every deck has tradable ooze in it. Then maybe I take a pass, but
True. Like as a card, this is like I'd say probably a 3 or a 4. If
yeah.
the tradable ooze is like if everyone just decides to start running that because like there's still just not that many weapons, so I don't think oozes are that important. So yeah, I think I give it. I'm not sure whether to be super optimistic, because drawing cards in Warlock is not that difficult because of tap. Um,
Yeah, I think we're going to be running Backfire in the quest deck because that
Yeah.
deals damage, draws
You're true.
cards. And
yeah,
that
Backfire is so good.
plus just drawing the card on your turn instantly reduces your hold hand and everything you draw off Backfire, which is pretty insane.
Yeah,
So yeah, I give this a 4. I think it's
I
going to be
gave it
really
a
good.
4, yeah.
Yeah, I gave it a 4 as well. Like the Octobot effect after drawing some cards, which Warlock is doing anyways, and it looks like
Mhm.
there's going to be probably multiple decks that I think could take advantage of this. Like,
Yes.
yeah, it seems pretty good.
Yeah, I'm actually going to boost this from a 4 to a 5. Yeah.
Yeah,
it's really
yeah. This card's
Tachi's
really
got the
good.
5 on it. It's
Tachi's got a 5, Rotted has a
really,
5.
really
I'm trying to
good.
think of like wild uses for this card, but this card's gonna be really good in standard. I know that. I just haven't thought of the decks that I don't know if Reno Lock wants to run this card because you don't run Backfire in that deck. But Dark Glare doesn't really want to run it. 'cause
Potentially, you
Dark
could
Glare's
run
a
this in
type.
Reno.
Yeah, Dark Glare's a type list, so you don't want to throw this in Dark Glare.
Yeah, no.
So, and you're already reducing the cards that you want to play.
Mhm.
But yeah, this card's really, really cool and good. All right.
Okay. We have Dark Alley Pact, 4 mana spell or shadow spell. Summon a fiend with stats equal to your hand size. So this is very similar to Mountain Giant, except you can play it with a smaller hand size. You're just gonna get a smaller dude.
Mm-hmm.
Not bad.
Not bad.
What up? 4. I think this is more of a 3.
It's a
And
3,
that
yeah.
does look like what other people are doing.
Yeah, like I gave it
It's
a 3. 'cause
solid
it's-
card.
Yeah, exactly. There, it might fit into. You're not playing it in every Warlock deck. Like, you're probably not playing this in like an aggressive deck. But seems
I could see
okay.
it fitting in a. I could see it fitting in a control list.
Yep.
Yep.
Solid. Really good for like a hand lock deck, which they're trying to push
Mhm.
this expansion to.
Yeah.
So we'll
Handlock is
see if
always
that gets any traction.
good. Mhm.
All right, we have Demonic Assault, 4 mana Fell spell. Deal 3 damage, summon 2 1/3 Voidwalkers with Taunt. What do we think? Looks like I have a 1 because I think it's terrible. And then there's a lot of higher ratings other than that. So I'll let other people speak.
I like it. I think it's
waiting.
solid.
I'm gonna wait until after Neji because I don't have a rating.
So I feel like 3 damage is just pretty good. You can direct it where you want, so it can go face, it can hit a minion. If you're like really desperate and you're playing the quest, you could even hit your own face with this to just trigger that. I feel like it's flexible there, and getting some taunts, especially if you're trying to take damage and stay alive, is pretty decent. I don't know. I like it a lot.
Fair.
I think I gave it a 4.
Itachi's got a 4 as well.
I'll let Neji go.
Which one's this?
This is Demonic Assault. I don't have a rating, and I want to hear what everyone else says before I
I just don't think it's impactful enough for the cost. I feel like 3 damage for a 4 mana card is not really killing much.
That was my thoughts.
So I just don't
initially.
think that's the. I think that's the problem. Is it's not really killing much. Like you might be chipping away at something.
If
and
this
then
costed
getting to
if this
Voidwalkers.
costed 3, it'd be better.
Okay, do you think Implosion was a good card?
Yeah, but time's passed. I don't think Implosion would be played right now.
I'll disagree, but I think it deals 3 always and summons 2/6 in stats always, so 8 stats. Whereas Implosion on average deal 3, summon 3, and so it's a better Implosion, and the stats had taunt, and I think that's like good enough. Honestly, I think that's really good.
Yeah, I did think about Implosion. I just don't think Implosion's playable these days.
I'm gonna give it a 2. I think it's a good card.
I think aggro
control. I just don't know if there's. I just don't know about aggro. I don't know about a Zooey deck right now. Like, I keep hearing that people are playing Zoo, and then I never see it. I never see it like anywhere. Like, and then it's like, oh well, somebody's kind of playing Zoo. It's like, okay, well, where's the list? Like, is it actually good or is it like not quite good enough type of a deck right now? I don't think it's good enough. I think it'll be better later potentially.
Yeah. All right. Next card, Shady Bartender, 5 mana 4/4, tradable, and Battlecry. Give your demons +2/+2.
Awful.
Yeah, I'm gonna give this one
this is bad.
a 1 and say it's not playable. There's just not enough demons, in my opinion, to play this.
Yeah. Like this doesn't even see play in a demon list in Wild.
You play your Implosion on 4 to get your Voidwalkers, and then you Shady Bartender on 5.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought Rod would rate this highly because you can play this because it's like a potential Reno lock card.
And there's got to be one bad 5-drop for Jandis. All right.
Thank God.
I mean, yeah, 4/4 is like very
4/5
very
not bad though, huh?
No, it's like pretty mediocre. It's something I would probably pick as an illusion unless I have an even worse card besides it. But I think for the fringe possibility of it being good in Reno Lock, I'll give it a 2. Otherwise, it's not. Otherwise, it's not good in standard, but it could have some wild implications.
All right. Anything else on that one?
Nah.
All right. Next, we have Anetheron, 6-mana, 8/6 demon, and it costs 1 if your hand is full. It's obviously trying to make some handlock support.
Yeah.
Not a believer. I feel like there's a lot of
Not a
times your hand is
believer.
9 cards and not 10. 10 doesn't happen that often. And then if you're like waiting to play this, I don't know, it doesn't even have taunt, it has 6 health. I
This
give it a
card
win.
isn't like this card is like a really good top deck, but I don't even know if it's good in standard. Like, I don't think it cuts it in standard because it doesn't do anything except cost 1. There's no other effect. Like the effect on this is so very specific. I don't think it's that good. If there wasn't a chance it could maybe be a good card in, it's a card that like you could pull in like wild. Like you might want to throw it in, but even then, like Reno Lock decks are still pretty tight. Like this card probably might not make the cut in that type of list. So I 2 for a fringe, but it's not that. It doesn't do it for me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was kind of my thinking too. Like, maybe somebody tries some more like big demon warlock stuff, and then this is played in that as well. But
Sure.
it feels pretty fringe.
Agreed. All right, on to the final Warlock card. We have Entitled Customer, 6-mana, 3/2, Battlecry, deal damage equal to your hand size to all other minions. Wow, this is broken. 5.
This is broken. Holy cow. Yeah, that's really good.
Yeah, this is
It's-
always clearing a
it's-
lot. Your hand size is always pretty big when you're playing Warlock.
Yeah.
Feels like it's always like a cheaper flame strike with a body, even though it's not big. It's just like something else tacked onto a reduced good card.
It's like Kronks without. It's like a better Kronks without all the hoops to go through for Kronks.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Faye Steven said she gave it a 4. Said fantastic ward clear. I for some reason had a 2, but I realized I read it wrong. I for some reason thought it was a single target and not a board clear, and that's a huge difference.
I did too. I did too.
Yeah.
I did too until I read it. Until he read it, I was like, "Oh wow, yeah, this card's."
Yeah, it was like single target, like okay, and then like, oh wait, all other minions. All right,
Yeah, this is just bonkers.
this is okay. It's a board clear you can pull off earlier than like twisting, which I think makes it better. So
it's that really nice card that you want to have in like to get you to later turns against aggressive decks.
Yeah.
But it can also work against mid-range decks because if you have a big hand, you just plop it and bang, all your opponent's rush warrior cards are dead. Like and that is like is so nice.
Yeah, it's just insanely good and efficient.
Mm-hmm. And against aggro cards, you don't need that many cards in hand to clear a board. So
yeah, no, this is like always clearing what you want, unless they have like a 10.
So this is the card I like to make the Warlock versus Hunter matchup better.
Solid. All right, that's it for Warlock. On to the final class.
On to Warrior.
All right, who's doing Warrior?
I'll do Warrior.
Okay.
Cool. So, first Warrior card is Provoke. It's a 0 mana. It's a tradable card. Choose a friendly minion, and enemy minions attack it. I like the idea of this card. It's kind of like an opposite. It's kind of like an opposite of the Hunter one. But like, I don't know what this. I don't know really what this. I mean, I guess it could work with something like Crash. You do it and it triggers Crash, but I'm not so sure about this card.
Full clear the
general.
board with Barov.
I mean, yeah, true. Barov, you
Also,
provoke
if you,
to
you can
attack.
now play Rattlegore on turn 9 for free, and it's board clear.
Damn. Yeah, this card
Ew.
4.
I had this on a 4 on my other one. I'm gonna put
It's a
it
good
back to a
card.
4.
It's a 4. It's a good card.
Crap. Yeah, I'd put 2, but now thinking about the possibilities, it's like, well, maybe. Maybe it's better than I thought.
And it's tradable, so you can just like if you don't want it, you can put it back in your
Mhm.
deck. Like, and how does tradable? Okay, explain how tradable works. Like, when can you trade these cards? Is
When
it
it's in
only
your
when you
hand.
have the mana?
You have
Yeah,
you have to pay
You
1
need
mana.
1 mana.
One
You
mana.
just drag it over the top
Oh.
of your deck, and it goes back
See-
in.
That's cool. I like that.
Yeah.
I was wondering how it worked because I was like, does it? Because I put it for the first tradable. I was like, I don't. For the first one, I wasn't sure about. I was like, I don't know how tradable exactly works. I was like, do I get to trade pre-6 like with the Druid card? It's like, do I get to trade
Yeah.
it pre-6? It's like, oh, okay,
Now you can do it on turn 1.
cool. Yeah. This is a 4. This is a very good card.
Also, like, if it gets used, which I think it's a cool card, but the other epic, the like when it takes damage, it puts 2 Golem parts into your deck.
Yeah.
Like you could provoke onto that and like
Mhm.
get a bunch of Golem stuff into your deck. So I thought that
True.
there's definitely some potential with this card.
So Golem parts being like the Kazakus Golem parts.
No, if you look down,
No, they're little 2/1.
8 cards later.
Oh, I see. So
Yeah,
it's
we'll get
like
there.
okay, cool. All right, are we ready for the next one? Are we ready for the epic card? I like this card a lot.
Yeah.
Yes.
Raid the docks. It's the warrior quest line. Quest line: play 3 pirates, reward, draw a weapon. Next one: create a distraction. Play 2 pirates, deal 2 damage to 1 enemy twice. Last, we got secure the supplies. Questline: play 2 pirates. Reward Captain Rokara. Captain Rokara, 5 mana, 7/7. Summon the Juggernaut. And the Juggernaut it's a card that just kind of is on your board. I assume it takes up a board space, but a board slot, but I'm not 100% sure. Start of your turn, summon a pirate, equip a warrior weapon, and fire 2 cannons that deal 2 damage. This is really cool.
Yeah, it does take up a board slot.
Yeah, it's like the portals for
Yeah,
Niru
exactly.
or for whatever. It's really cool. I like this card a lot.
All right,
I
I'm
like
just gonna
this-
go
this
first
quest line.
because I have a 1. I think this is unplayable. I think pirates are terrible. I think the only good pirate is the 2 mana one that draws a pirate, and the other ones are not good.
What?
And
Wait.
also...
Whoa. You're telling me Sword Eater is not a good card?
I'm talking about the 3 that we're looking at on the screen that are like coming out this season.
Yes, the expansion pirates. Yeah.
Okay,
there's
but you
good
have
pirates,
to play
there's good pirates
7
already.
pirates. You have to play 7 pirates to complete this, which means you have to put bad cards
Wild
in your
loves
deck.
this. I'm playing this in my Wild Pirate Warrior.
Okay, but also, once you get the Juggernaut, the weapons in Standard are terrible. There's literally half of them have 1 attack. Like, it's actually just useless. Unless you high roll Gorehowl or something, I really don't think this is worth the
No, I
hoops,
don't think
in
half
my
of them have.
opinion.
I don't think half of them have 1.
A
There's only- there's
large
like-
chunk
there's-
of them have
There's
1.
Ringmaster Baton and Bulwark that have 1.
There's definitely another one that has 1. 100% there is.
No.
I'll literally find it right
I'm
now.
I'm actually flipping through the pages on my screen. Unless I like just don't have them crafted, which I have.
Yeah,
all.
there is another one.
There's Wheatstone Hatchet, which
And
is
Spiked Wheel is 0
well, Spiked
attack.
Wheel is 0 mana, but you have armor. It's okay if you just armor up with that.
Sure, but like Ceremonial Maul is also 2 attack, which is not good.
Okay,
I mean,
yeah.
you could hit the later ones.
Maul
which
is
are
Maul
good,
is
but-
cool though because of its effect.
Sure. I just
I
don't
mean-
think it's playable. That's my opinion,
Yeah.
but a lot of people think it's good, so I'm excited to hear what they have to say.
I don't think it's amazing. I just think it's fun.
Sure.
I like pirates. That's all. I'd give it a 2. I don't think it's like be all end all. Like, yeah, I think the fact that you summon and you take up 2 board spaces every turn with the Juggernaut plus a pirate really limits your field.
I think this is good.
Yeah. Good.
It's
But
good.
why?
Like Stonewall Anchorman's good. The 2/2 pirate that draws a pirate is good. Sword Eater is good. That's like I'll suffice playing like 2-bet pirates for like free stuff every turn. It's just a bunch of free.
I wish like for this, like I wish Sky Raider was in. I'm kind of glad Sky Raider is not in standard for this right now, because Sky Raider would just make this so good, like nutty good. Oh, see, Base gave this a.
I think she gave it
3.
a 3. Yeah.
Says this is fine, but the first reward doesn't help you recover from starting down a card. I think that is the card's biggest downfall by far.
You
Yeah,
can get like the
Reasonable.
3/3 weapon that draws cards.
Outrider's Axe.
Yeah.
But I mean,
Yeah.
drawing. I don't know what it means. Like draw a weapon. I mean, you just play only. You really just only play Outriders, so that's good. So that's like a good card to get. Okay. Yeah. Any more before we go on?
I like it. I'm ready for pirates again in standard.
All right. Next card is 1 mana spell, Shiver Their Timbers. Deal 2 damage to a minion. If you control a pirate, deal 5 instead. This card works with the quest, and we play enough. Like in the warrior decks we already play enough pirates where this card is pretty good. Like it feels like it's like kind of another removal tool that control warrior can play. Considering you play like Stone Maul and you play sword eaters and stuff in that deck as well. I think it's a 3. I don't think it's end all be all. It's a good card, but and it can go face, so that's good too.
Wait, it cannot go face.
Oh, it says deal to a minion. Sorry, it can't go face. Little disappointment, but that makes sense that it can't go face.
Yeah, if this could go face, I'd rate it high, but since
like
it can't, I'm giving it a 1. I don't think it's playable.
Control warrior. We'll try it and probably not like it. So yeah, I mean, it can't go face, so that probably makes it a 2.
Base and I each gave it a 4. I think there's just enough pirates that we're already playing that it seems pretty fine.
I'm okay not playing that.
Yeah. I think because the quest deck isn't. I don't think a full pirate deck is going to be amazing. I think you combine it with you can combine it with like some other stuff, and that would make it fine. But so like, I don't know. That's why I said 2. It's playable, but not amazing. Like it's playable, but maybe you don't always want it in your deck. I mean, Wandmaker and Warrior is just terrible anyways. All right. Ready for the next one?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Next card is Harbor Scamp. 2 mana, 2/2 pirate, battlecry, draw pirate. Pretty solid, solid quest card. Doesn't really have any play outside of that. It's I think this card will actually do really well in Pirate Warrior in Wild, because it'll allow you to keep drawing your pirates, which you really need to do in that deck. So I'd give it a 3.
This card is really, really good, but in standard, I've already said I don't think that the quest is going to work, so I don't think we're playing pirates. But
Yeah.
since it's so good, I gave it a 3. But I think
I
if
think
you
even just drawing a Sword Eater in a deck, it makes it good, right? Like,
meh, it's
Wait,
okay.
what card are we talking about? Cargo Guard, right?
Harbor
Harbor
Scamp.
Scamp.
Yeah.
Oh, Harbor
Scamp.
Scamp. I'm sorry, that card's really good.
Yeah, it's really good if pirates are playable, which I have my doubts.
I like it more in Wild than Standard, though, personally.
I like it a lot. I think let's see. Based gave it a 5. I gave it a 4. I think even Rotted gave it a 4 as well.
Yeah.
Average rating 420. Nice.
Oh, my rating will probably ruin it. I'm sorry.
Leave the call. No.
I'm sorry. I'll take my rating away if you want the 420. I brought it down slightly, unfortunately.
Oh, good.
Yeah, it's a very good card.
It's a good card. I like it.
All right, next.
All right, next card. Cargo Guard. 4 mana, 2/4. At the end of your turn, gain 3 armor. It is a pirate card. A pirate card that gains armor. I mean, I kind of like it. But what deck does this go in besides the quest deck? Like, I don't think Control Warrior wants to play this.
Nah,
You certainly don't want to run this in Rush Warrior. Like,
just when you're playing like a pirate, like the
Pirate
quest
deck.
pirates, because like it's just armor up with a 1 mana 2/4 on it, which is not bad, but like
no, yeah.
the pirate tag is important.
Yeah, pirate tag's the only important thing. I'd give it a 2 because it's really only played in that one deck. It's a cool card. Like, I like the idea of a card that's just like, oh, you gain armor at the end of your turn just for having this on the board.
Yeah,
But armor doesn't mean
it.
it. But armor doesn't mean as much anymore, unfortunately. At least right now, it doesn't.
Yeah, it's just health at this point.
Yeah.
I think the fact that it's end of turn is the only reason I gave it a 3 and not a 2. Like,
Yeah, end of turn.
Because end of turn is pretty good. If this were like the Caravans was like start of turn, it'd be like, nah, this is boo.
No.
But it's fine.
It'd have to be a 2 mana 2/4 if it was start of turn, or 2 mana 1/4. All right. Next card, I guess then. Next card is Heavy Plate. 3 mana spell, tradable, gain 8 armor. This card is going to be played in one deck and one deck only. That is Control Warrior. So I would give it a 2. Because Control Warrior actually cares about armor because it runs Shield Slam.
Fair. I think it's still a little too unimpactful, in my opinion, for Control Warrior, so I give it a 1. I don't think it'll be played.
Fair enough.
It looks like I'm the one that rated it the highest. I gave it a 4. Just because I like the 8 armor for 3 mana is like,
ooh, this card an Odd Warrior though.
I don't know. It's got the upside of tradable, so if you're like, I don't really want the armor right now or something, I don't know. I feel like it's okay, but I might be overvaluing how much armor you get for the mana.
Yeah, we'll see. Could be good. Maybe Silas is a really big win condition warrior because there's a lot of armor.
Oh yeah, Silas.
Well,
so maybe
1 mana gives you 5 armor, and so you're paying 2 more mana for 3 more armor, which is kind of a bad shape. But with it being tradable, and I was about to say in a deck like Silas, where you want the armor at a specific point in the game, that makes it like that much better.
Yeah, I can see it. I also like this. In a deck like Odd Warrior and Wild, because if you're playing if you have to drop a Reckless Flurry on a board and you lose all your armor, having a card that can just gain you instantly 8 armor that isn't just your hero power is pretty good in that case. And that's really the Wild. That's like really what I would see for it in Wild. would be because it's an odd card, so I could see playing Odd Warrior. All right. I guess on to the next one. We have 3 mana, 3/3 pirate, Stormwind freebooter, Battlecry, give your hero +2 attack this turn. I like this card. I like the art on it. It's pretty cool. Pretty cute art. And I don't think it's like amazing card, but I like something just tells me this card is like pretty okay. I'd probably give it I think it's probably a 3 because giving your hero 2 attack is pretty good.
Yeah, it's not too bad. I'm probably underrating it a little bit. I could probably give it a 3 instead of a 2.
I'm also looking at it from a wild perspective on the same part when I say this. But yeah.
I just don't think the pirates are great, so I'm gonna stick with the 2.
Okay. Oh, that's good.
I think a 3/3 that gives you initiative is pretty good. Like if you can kill the things they play on too.
Sure.
At any point in the game, 2 attack is like good enough to do something. Even if it's just hitting the face for 2 on a 3/3 that's not for 3. I don't think that's bad.
Yeah, I gave it a 4 because I think it's got decent stats. It's a pirate, so there could be some benefit. Like you probably just play this in the pirate warrior like quest pirate thing. But the fact that it doesn't require you to have a weapon as well, like it just gives your hero the attack, I like a lot more, which I think is why I gave it the 4 over a 3.
It's like half a hero strike with a body, which is pretty cool. All right. Next, got 3 more cards left. Next one is a remote controlled golem. 4 mana, 3/6 minion. It's a mech, so it has the mech tag. After this takes damage, shuffle 2 golem parts into your deck. When drawn, summon a 2/1 mech. So, I guess you run this with provoke. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure this is that good without it. If provoke is a card we play in every deck, then maybe. But like, I don't know. It's really weird. I don't like it as much because the when drawn summon a 2/1 mech. Like, I don't think warrior needs that effect.
If it was a 2/1 mech with rush, this would be insane.
Yes, I agree. But I don't even think this is very playable. I might land on this being a 1.
Yeah, I'm not super keen on this card. If it summons stuff right away, sure. But like putting it into my deck and not having any immediate effect feels pretty bad. And I don't think the effect is that great. They can just like trade a minion off or 2 minions off and you get a couple mechs in your deck that you draw eventually. Just doesn't really have much impact to me, so I give it a 1.
I think looked
Penny
like
Dragon Rider likes this card.
I know. Base gave it a 1 as well, and I think Rotted gave it a 2. I'm again the only one that's giving it a good score. I rated it a 4, which I'm probably overrating it, but I feel like there's just a lot of potential in this, and I guess I'm hoping for more variety of like aggressive warriors and just more board presence warriors, which like maybe it's just not as good as like Rush is just too good right now.
It's really good, yeah.
Yeah. But I do like this with provoke or even with like whirlwind type effects or I don't know, I think it's fun and I want it to be good.
Sure. And that's perfectly fine. Yeah. Next one. Got Cowardly Grunt. 6 mana, 6/2 minion. Death Rattle. Summon a minion from your deck. Yeah, this card's not very good. You can use it with Provoke, but even then I don't feel it's that good. I give this a Uno.
I have a hard time rating cards a 1 that can cheat lots of mana.
You know what?
Yeah.
You know what? This goes. You know what? This goes in Big Warrior. So I give it a 2. I think it's a 2 or a 3.
Yeah, anytime a card can cheat 10 mana, I'm just
cheat
like,
10 mana.
maybe.
Maybe.
You never know.
You're right. This can cheat out a Rattlegore. Like,
I'm not giving this card the courtesy of a maybe.
I don't know. Like Big
One.
Warrior, like this one and the next one kind of means like, kind of makes me think Big Warrior could be a thing.
It's only because like 6/2 is big. Like you don't like you gotta kill it because it's gonna kill you. And then if you kill it, like that sucks for you too. Like I don't know. There's just and like they made it big enough to where it's like holy shit. Like I don't want to die, but I don't want that thing to summon something. Maybe it'll summon something terrible. Oh, it's a scrap golem.
Yeah, and you play it with this other card with the next one.
Troublemaker. Yeah, his next card.
No, yeah, essentially.
All right, you convinced me to give it a 2.
It's a, I
It's
give it.
it's a 2.
Fine.
Just because maybe. Like,
I
just
can't
because maybe.
legally give it a 1.
If it was like a 5-mana 2/2, I'd be like, oh, this card sucks.
Yeah.
Like they've done that before. It's like, oh, I'll just ignore that thing. I'll let you
But-
trade.
I'm glad that you said that, Itachi, because that I now I see why this card is pretty okay at some points.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, 1 card left.
Right.
For Warrior, at least.
Next,
Then we
last
have
card
Mages.
for Warrior. Last card for class cards. Lothar, 7 mana, 7/7 Warrior Legendary. At the end of your turn, attack a random enemy minion. If it dies, gain +3/+3.
I ain't mad at it. It's cheap. It's cheaper
Yeah, I
than
know.
Troublemaker.
And it's at the end of your turn too, right? Like,
Yeah, it just never goes face except for if it lives. So if you kill something that lives and gets some 3/3, it's 10 damage to face, and then it kills another thing, and that's pretty cool. But
yeah.
it's a rough shake. I don't know if that's happening. I like the design.
I'd give it a 2 because I'm not sure it's gonna work. Like Big Warrior, I don't even think Big Warrior wants this card. Like, I guess you can cheat it out, but like you can commencement it, but then like
You kind of want sticky minions. With
you want
Big
sticky
Warrior.
minions. You don't want Lothar and Big Warrior.
I don't know, man. If I can summon Lothar with like Divine Shield, that's
Divine Shield, yeah, it's automatically a
pretty
10
okay with that. Yeah.
Yeah. Because I think most times it's gonna kill when it attacks. Like there's very little stuff played that has more than 7 health that isn't like Rush Warrior has buffed cards.
Does this summon it with Divine Shield and Taunt, or am I tripping?
Yeah, it does.
Well, yeah, it's
Okay,
commencement
that's
makes
upsetting.
Divine
That's
Shield
really
taunt, yeah.
fucking good.
It's a really good in Big Warrior. Like Big Warrior looks pretty okay again. But I always think that deck looks okay because it's one of my favorite decks to play.
I mean, it's worth trying because there's like some big
Yeah.
stuff you can summon for free for your
For
cheap.
sure.
And then
Yeah.
there's
You
a lot of
provoke
armor gain.
into
it. Like I think it's cool.
Provoke's disgusting in Big Warrior.
Yeah. So yeah, I will bump my 2 to a 3 because of Big Warrior.
I'm still gonna stick with my 2 because I think if that's the only deck it goes in, that's pretty fringe, and that's what 2 is. So
Yep,
I'm
it's
giving
about-
it a 1. I think it's just bad. I'm not playing this in anything.
I am optimistic. I like Big Warrior.
this will be okay to get off of.
But like it's
like,
a support.
some other
It would be a
effect.
really like this is a strong support card in that deck though. Like that's the thing.
Yeah, but
That's
I
why I
don't
give
think
it a
the deck's
3.
that good.
I mean, if the deck's good, it's gonna be a good support card. So
Yes.
I might be dead wrong. Like I had like but I'm willing to be dead wrong on that. All right, time for
We
the
are
Neutrals.
done to the neutrals.
time for the big dump.
neutrals.
Ugh,
Right. All right.
so many cards.
I haven't read in a while, so y'all want me to take these?
Yeah, go ahead.
Do it.
Sure.
All right. First one, Elwyn Boar. 1/1 Beast. Death
Oh,
Rattle. If you had 7 Elwyn Boars die this game, equip a 15/3 Sword of 1,000 Truths. And the Sword of 1,000 Truths reads, it's a 10 mana 15/3. After your hero attacks, destroy your opponent's mana crystals.
This
It's
card's
fun.
amazing.
It seems like a fun card, but I don't know. I think I gave it a
Like-
2 for Fringe because people are definitely going to try it, and there might be some combo, and this is definitely going to
seen
show
it.
up on Trollden, but I don't know how
I've
actually
seen
viable
someone
it
do
is.
it. I just didn't know. I've seen someone do it. I just didn't know how they did it. Like they summoned like 7 of them, like a full board of them, like right away.
I think every class has a way to do the groups, by the way, because of this, the way that they printed this set. Pretty sure every class has a way.
I have no clue, but I think it's cool. So I will give it also the Fringe 2. It might be better. I don't know.
I'm gonna give it a hard 1. I'm never playing this, although it's cool.
Yeah.
Based gave it a 1. Rotted gave it a 3, but maybe it's a little better in Wild. Maybe he's just going for the fun factor. I don't know.
I
You could
mean,
probably pull that off in a Wild.
you can
Yeah.
pull it
a
off
lot
in
more
Rogue.
death rattle triggering cards.
Rogue,
though.
Yeah.
Rogue would love this. You just play this in like Death Rattle Rogue, because you can because Rogue has like gang up and stuff like that.
You played him. I think you did him Priest with the
Priest is fun.
the card
Yeah.
that summons back the ones.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, Twilight's Call.
Twilight
Twilight
Call.
Call. That's it.
That's a good card. Yeah,
All right.
Raise Dead.
Raise
Yeah.
Deads. Yeah. All right.
Well, how about a Peasant? 1 mana, 2/1. At the start of your turn, draw a card.
Fitting
A
nickname.
big fat 1 for me.
Yeah, this is just
Really?
completely unplayable.
Yeah, at
Like,
the start of your turn. Yeah,
it
it's
said
unplayable.
end. I'm in. Start of my
Yes.
turn. It has 1 health. It's not living.
Yeah, it's not living. I mean, there's some classes that can't kill it, but
Rotted gave it a 4.
If it's okay, here's the thing. If I'm playing an aggro deck for some reason in like a target priest or lineup, like if I were targeting priest right now, I would discard
play
it.
Peasant. Yeah, I would.
Priest is not going to kill it.
Priest doesn't kill
They
this
don't
on
kill
one.
it on
They don't care enough about your draw.
Well, they can't kill it. I mean, unless
Yeah.
they smite it.
No, they can smite it, but yeah, but why are you gonna smite it? Like,
I would play this card against priest right currently now. Like if they
Yeah.
released it instead of Flight Master.
I mean, and tech like Rogue can't deal with this.
I'd
Like,
be like face hunter, turn 1 peasant, go.
yeah.
Or like intrepid initiate, coin peasant. Which one you want to holy smite?
the initiate.
Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, it's like generally it's bad, but in a couple cases it's not too bad.
It's very French that I haven't played. So
Yeah. It's definitely like a 1 or it's a 1 or 2, yeah.
Thanks.
All right.
All right. Next up, we have Stockade's Guard, a 1 mana, 1/3. Battlecry, give a friendly minion taunt.
Not a bad card.
I don't know. Fringe 2, like maybe. I think I only scored it a 2 because of the 1/3 for 1. I think that's pretty good.
Yeah, I think it could be used in Handlock maybe.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's relevant. 1 mana.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Some
2.
stats and taunt.
2. I see 2 as well, yeah.
If there was a spell that said give a minion +1/+3 in taunt, you'd probably play it. So.
Yeah. And this has a body. Yeah. Cool.
All right, next one is the legendary Auctioneer Jackson. 2 mana, 2/3. Whenever you trade, discover a card from your deck to draw instead.
Woo.
Okay, so this is I just don't know. Like it seems cool, but I'm giving it a 2, like at best.
Yeah.
I feel like it's pretty fringe. You have to be playing some trade cards, like tradable cards for this to work, and not a lot of the tradable cards seem so great that you want to be building your deck around all of that.
Yeah, I don't. It's like
Yeah.
this card isn't very playable. I like the idea that you discover instead of just getting random, but
I think I don't even know if it's fringe. This card just might not be good enough because the tradable cards aren't that good.
I just don't know if anyone would care to like play it. So
Yeah, like you're gonna have to play it. It's gonna either have to stick or you're gonna have to play it and then immediately trade. Like,
Yeah, this might be a bit over the top, but I think this is like completely unplayable garbage.
yeah.
Like this is like
I mean, I
top
think so. I
three
don't think it's
worst
that
cards
good.
I've seen,
Oof.
and it's a legendary, which is really sad.
Mad if I pull it though, or when I pull it. Or
Yeah,
it's so
yeah.
unplayable to me.
Yeah. The only good thing would be if it's a golden,
Mad.
then you can just like if it's golden, I can just get another legendary off of it.
Mad, I'm gonna have to craft this if I don't pull it to get the.
I know.
No.
Yeah.
I'd rather pull it so I didn't have to craft it. Yeah.
Pulling this as a regular legendary is just the best possible thing you can do, so you don't have to make it.
Well, getting it as your pre-order golden and just
Oh,
and
please,
completing
no.
it
No,
does-
I want to get a good
disgusting.
golden.
I shouldn't have opened my packs because I didn't pull this. Now I can get it in golden. Disaster.
Oof.
disaster. I haven't opened anything. I never open until the day of. I don't know.
Damn.
Yeah. I don't know. Not good. Not great.
All right.
Probably one. Yeah.
Next, we've got Deep Run Engineer, a 2-mana 1/2 Battle Cry. Discover a mech. It costs 1 less. Let's see. What did everybody think? I think
didn't
this
rate
is
many
okay. I gave
neutrals.
it a 3. I think I rated it the highest.
I don't know what good mechs there are.
I'm gonna be honest. If you look through
That's
the
the
mechs,
thing.
I don't think you're gonna keep it at a 3.
Okay, maybe not.
I went and looked through all the mechs. They are really bad.
Oh.
Like there's like nothing good. It's pretty sad. I'm not gonna lie.
Like the bumper car is like the only mech you want,
Oh.
and that's a warrior specific card. And it's only if you have an extra thing for Rush Warrior, and you don't want to run this in Rush Warrior.
You could find Claw Machine. That'd be okay.
Oh, Claw Machine is good. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, bad card.
I give
Right.
it one.
yeah.
Okay. Next, we have Encumbered Pack Mule, 2-mana 2/3 Beast Taunt. When you draw this, add a copy of it to your hand. I didn't like this one very much
You
either.
get 4 of them in a game. That's about all that makes me even remotely
Okay.
want this card. I don't really want it. It's not
Yeah.
that good.
Not.
Imagine the annoyed aggro player like watching you draw this card.
Just generating more taunts.
And
in your
the
hand.
thing is that it's gonna be obvious if somebody draws a card like this because you're gonna see the
It
you're gonna see
reveals
the
it, yeah.
animation
Yeah.
of it. Yeah.
It literally shows.
So
this
like,
card.
it's not even good to run because you can't even. There's no element of surprise with it. It's just they're running this bad card.
Surprise! You
Well,
saw I have
I
2
thought
in my hand.
I actually
Yeah.
don't think it's that bad.
Oh,
I gave it a 3. I think like you could play this in Handlock, or you could play it in Hand Buff Paladin, and like you're pretty happy
Yeah.
getting 2 of these for free and then buffing them and having taunts.
yeah.
I think
I
this
can
is a
s-
decent filler in a few decks. I think it was worth a bit more than a 2 in my opinion, so I give it a 3.
Okay.
Nothing special, but I think it's a cool card.
I didn't consider that. Like, getting a
did-
copy for a different effect. Like, you don't really care about the body. Like, you're getting it for
Yeah.
the added card in your hand. Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I could see that.
I wonder how it works with the Scavenger's Ingenuity.
Oh.
Do you get the buff and then get the copy, or
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
Probably.
That's one of those things you'd have to test.
yeah, with it being a beast, it seems likely that it might.
It might buff and then copy.
I mean, at worst, it's Serenite Chain Gang that you don't have to play together.
Yeah. How long can this?
I actually think you only get the buff on one thing because it says when you draw this.
Oh,
Yeah.
Scavenger's Ingenuity says draw it, then give it +2/+2.
Oh, okay. So it's one.
Oh,
So,
yeah,
I
okay.
think
That's fine.
Now,
That's still
Hearthstone is
good.
very weird that sometimes it doesn't work like that. So
It's still
Yeah.
good. It's still what you're still getting a 1/4,
4/5 and a 2/3.
4/5 and a 2/3. Yeah, that's pretty good. Like even a 2-mana 4/5 taunt is good.
Next,
Right, it's beautiful in golden. Sorry.
in Golden? Oh, I haven't seen the
Yeah.
Golden one.
Florist, yo.
I like the art.
So
Yeah,
I
the art
love
is
the
good.
art.
So it's a 2 mana, 2/3. At the end of your turn, reduce the cost of a nature spell in your hand by 1. It's not bad. Like there's, I don't know. I don't think it's bad. I gave it a 3. Like you could play it in
Very
several
specific
decks, but
Yeah.
I'm not seeing this one myself, like the impact, but I could see it as like maybe just toss it in. I give it a 1, but yeah.
Mana reduction is always something to just be like for me, just to be wary of, especially targeted. So like targeted at nature spells. And we all know that nature spells are like ready to be like nature spells are preparing to be mortal enemy number 1 because
yeah.
of
Yeah, like last expansion, the only the only two types of spells that saw support was like the small amount of support with Tamsin for shadows, and then everything else was nature.
Yeah.
Which I don't know, like it's cool. Like another card that helps with nature spells. That makes them cost less, but I mean, I don't know. I'm wondering like I guess this like I'm wondering what deck this slots into. Maybe like because like Druid doesn't really want to run this. Because they're already cheap enough the spells that you play. Maybe Shaman, but yeah, I don't know. I gave it a 2.
Base gave it a 1. Not like it. All right. Mailbox Dancer. 2 mana, 3/2. Battle cry, add a coin to your hand. Death rattle, give your opponent 1.
Yo,
Yeah,
Mailbox
no.
Dancer is a card? Oh. Okay. That's amazing.
Stop giving my opponents coins. What is with this thing?
Pass.
Oh,
I mean, this card's not good, but damn, Mailbox Dancer's a card now. Let's go.
Rotted gave it the highest score with a 2. So,
I haven't even given it a score.
That's
I have to find
aggressive.
it.
Sheesh.
I have to find it.
Well, all right, let's go to the next one. Pandaren Importer, 2 mana, 1/3. Battlecry, discover a spell that didn't start in your deck. I gave this one a 1 as well. I just don't like it.
There is a way to abuse this card. With the Shaman card that repeats the first battle cry that you play, you don't put Lightning Bloom or Lightning Bolt in your deck, and you put the spells in there, and then you play this with the dude, and you play Pinflinger, and you like Pinflinger, and then you discover, and you take Lightning Bloom, and you Bloom, and you Pinflinger, and then you discover Lightning Bolt, and you play Pinflinger, and you do it over again.
Yeah.
But to actually get that specific card is very like there's a lot of shamans. There's a lot of spells now.
No, you just put every shaman spell in your deck, like one ofs, right?
Yep, you just one of, and then
so that you're guaranteed to hit only Lightning Bloom and Lightning Bolt.
And there's one you can leave one more out. It'll discover you 3.
That
but
feels
not that this is.
That feels really that feels terrible.
Not gonna happen, but I'm just saying it's exploitable. So maybe in the future it will be exploitable in a different way somehow. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I think it's just like not bad. There's a lot of spells in the game that are pretty good, and like you don't run all of them. And I mean, if you're playing like Shadow Priest, for example, you can get all the holy spells off this, which is cool.
Cool.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think there's some interesting applications, so I gave it a 3.
I think because you will know 100% what the pool is every single time you play the card. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's cool. I'll give it 3.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. Next we have SI7 Skulker, 2 mana, 2/2 stealth. Battlecry, the next card you draw costs 1 less.
Oh, another SI7.
Okay, wait, we gotta revisit the SI7 stuff.
All right, well this is actually a good SI7 card. Yeah, this is good SI7 card. I like it.
All right, so we're up to what, 3 good SI cards? Almost enough to complete the quest.
Almost. Almost enough to
Almost.
complete the quest, and we're probably
Still unplayable.
and some people are going to be willing to convince themselves to run a bad one, like we did with the 4-mana 2/2 Rusher for Galacrons. So it's probably
Maybe.
playable.
I ain't gonna lie, I'm probably gonna try it now. I forgot this card was in the side card. So
Yeah. Like this card's actually good, even if it's even outside of the SI package. Like drawing a card and discounting it is always good. So I give it a 3.
Okay, so between these, the Skulker and the one that deals 3 damage to an undamaged,
Yes.
that makes the Vile Spine cost 4. And then so like then you play 2 more of like whatever. Like maybe the
Play
Rush guy.
SI7 Agent.
SI7
Or
Agent itself is a good card, yeah.
The Agent's probably the better than the Rush guy, but like SI7's a combo card, so I'm a little weary about it. Like a 3-mana combo card right now for some reason.
I'm not gonna lie, this still seems like I'm putting a lot of bad cards into my deck.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
It
call
does.
this one
I
2 for
I just
Fringe
wanna play
with
it.
Quest, but yeah.
I just want to try it and fail and then be able to.
Oh, I'll definitely try it too. I'm gonna try everything, even if I think it's terrible. Even the Warrior Quest, I will play, and I will be excited if I'm wrong. But you know, gotta guess somewhere.
All right. Next one we have is Stockade's Prisoner. This is a 2-mana 5/4. Starts dormant. After you play 3 cards, this awakens. So it's almost like backwards of all the other stuff. I feel like or a little bit. I don't know. It's I gave it a 3. It's solid.
I think it's decent because like, would you play an imprisoned card that like woke up in 2 turns that was just like a 2-mana 5/4?
I mean,
Not,
we do that
not
already.
a chance.
No.
No.
Because it doesn't do anything else. I guess because it's not like.
Well,
we already.
I mean, we play Face Maw, which is 2-mana 5/4.
Yeah, but it does something. It does.
I know it does something. Yeah, that's why I don't like this card. It doesn't do anything.
I'm like 100% convinced this is unplayable.
Yeah, I'm out of it. Once I realized the film, I was also 2-mana 5/4. Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
I thought it was good. I was like, okay, maybe it's decent because like dormant cards were a thing. But
I don't know. Maybe there's a deck that uses a lot of like cheap stuff that makes it
If there was a card that like if this card had like Rush or something on it, like it would be playable. It would be very playable. It would definitely not be a 2-mana 5/4 if that was the case, but like you can't play it on 2 and trigger it. That's the thing. Like, yeah. Note does not attack the turn it wakes up. So, yeah. It's just bad.
All right. Next we have Enthusiastic Banker. 3-mana 2/3. I know. Yeah, she does not look enthusiastic at all.
It's very nice, so it's still amazing.
Let's see. 3-mana 2/3. At the end of your turn, store a card from your deck. Death Rattle. Add the stored cards to your hand.
I guess it's like you pick from one of 3 cards.
No, it's just random.
Yeah,
it's just random.
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting.
I think it's just at the end of your turn, it just puts a random card from your deck.
Kind of just feels like a 3-mana 2/3 draw Death Rattle draw card, and I don't know.
This just seems bad. It's like Volpera Scoundrel, but bad.
Volpera? You mean South Sea?
No,
Volpera.
Volpera Scoundrel added attack tier.
No.
Volpera was a 3-mana 2/3.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. I'm thinking of Volpera Toxin Blade.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, Scoundrel was the card we played in Demon Hunter.
Yep.
I think it's just not happening, honestly.
I
give it a 1.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't like it, but I wonder how it works because
I do too. I wonder how it works.
Shows your opponent. I just need to know because if it gets discovered or if it gets randomly put on the battlefield because it just says at the end of your turn do it.
Yeah.
I would like to know how it
I'll probably test it in a bot game to see how it works, but I won't play it as Songwriter. I guess if I had to give it a rating, I give it like a 5 for the art and like a 1 as a card.
Yeah.
The art is incredible. I love it.
Flavor Text says she offers 0% interest.
Yeah.
Yo. Yeah, and flavor text is a 100 out of 10.
All right. Next one we have Entrapped Sorceress. 3 mana, 3/4. Battlecry. If you control a quest, discover a spell. I kind of like this one. I think I gave it as a 3. So I think like if you're playing a lot of the quest stuff, you could throw this in just to,
Yeah.
you know, like it's early enough. You're probably never completing your quests by then. So if you could play it early.
I mean, Marsh Spawn with no requirement is pretty neat.
Yeah, for sure.
I find it funny how, okay, this is not a bad card, but I find it funny how this has a restriction and it's still worse than Scorpid somehow. Like hello.
Scorpid's
Well,
so good.
well, Scorpid's poison, yeah.
Definitely
Poison,
rated
right?
Scorpion at 1 last expansion, by the way.
I'm pretty sure I
Did
did too. I scored it
I
badly.
have a 3 on it.
Huh?
I think I had like
Yeah.
a 3. I don't know. But yeah,
It was
this
a
is
lot of
still
ones.
fine. Like redundancy in that category of like 3 drop discover a spell is not bad. I give it a 3. It's definitely worse than Scorpid.
Yeah. Next, Flightmaster Dungar. We already know what that one does, but choose a flight path. First one gets you what? One of the 2/2 adventures. Second one is 3 turns out, restore 10 health to your hero. Or 5 turns out, you deal 12 damage. Yeah.
Toss
think
this
it's
guy
just,
right in the trash.
Where is this card on my list of things?
It's
Oh,
at
sorry,
the very
down here.
bottom.
It's a 1. Yep.
Yeah, that's
There's
a
like
hard
a
one for
3
me.
for me. I think it's a 3. I think maybe a 2. I think it got played because we were, starving for new cards and it was a new card. I don't think it'll be played much after.
Yeah. That's fair.
Mm-hmm. I don't like it. I know why. I know it was a card people wanted to test out.
Glad it was free.
Yeah, me
Yeah.
I really wouldn't want to open it.
Nah, that other bit should have been. I mean, that other card should have been.
Yeah, that one was pretty bad too.
Yeah.
All right. Next one is Impatient Shopkeep. 3 mana, 3/3. Tradable Rush. Not a fan. I don't know. I think I gave it a 1. Maybe it's a 2.
I got a 1 on this
gave it a
one.
It's a
1.
1. Yeah, there's better rush cards.
Not a fan.
There's better rush cards than this.
Nah,
This is just
next.
weak.
Better
Next.
rush minions, better tradable things. Just
Yep.
The next card is my favorite word on it.
Nobleman.
Golden.
Golden. Okay.
Oh,
Let's.
It's a worse Zola the Gorgon.
3 mana, 2/3. Battlecry. Create a golden copy of a random card in your hand.
Random.
I think it's playable.
It's playable.
I gave it a
but
2.
It's
Because
worse
it makes
than...
a golden.
Yeah, definitely playable.
I want
Yeah,
to
I
make another
mean-
golden of like my legendary.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know. Like, because I can't pick what it makes a golden copy of, I don't like it as much. But it's still playable. Potentially. I gave it a 2.
Maybe you play it in Fire Mage and you get another Antonitis. Bam.
True. Yeah. Now you're speaking my language. Thank you.
I'm actually thinking like, okay, I gave it a 1, but I wonder if there's some cool things you can do with this in Shaman with the
Make another
with the
guy.
I'll take another rock fighter.
the
please.
legendary like
Yeah.
True.
Yeah, I gave it. Not a 1. It's better than
Yes, it
that,
is.
but
It's a-
yeah.
It's like
Okay.
I give it a 2. I think I give it a 2.
Mhm.
Yeah. All right, next we have Northshire Farmer, 3 mana, 3/3. Battlecry. Choose a friendly beast. Shuffle 3/3 copies into your deck. I
Ooh.
mean,
All right,
Mhm.
I
First-
kind of like this.
I like it.
yeah, like how much though?
Not
I mean,
much.
not enough to like.
I like it.
Okay.
I like it. I like it enough to not give it a 1.
Yeah, I gave
just
it a
wanna
2.
know how. Fair. I want to know how this text isn't just blank. Honestly, like this feels like it doesn't do anything.
This is
Feels
for
like I'm playing a
this is for the
3-mana
board.
Imagine-
Okay, like
Wait,
This is for the
wait,
board
wait,
dreamer.
This is
wait,
for
wait, wait.
yeah,
Literally,
this
that's
is for
why
the,
they
the
print
meme
these
sword.
cards.
Hold on. Wolpertinger. Wolpertinger.
If I'm playing
I
Wolverine,
think-
I don't have the time to play a 3-mana 3/3 do nothing.
I mean, you're getting 3/3 Wolpers into your deck. That's pretty good in Hunter. I mean,
Yeah,
I gave his
but-
card a 2, but I think like that would be something that would be pretty good.
Wolvertinger late in the game is for me to shoot it with my own card to do damage.
Yeah, I don't
I
think
guess.
it's great. Like, if you want the Wolpertingers early and buffed, you just play the Wrangler.
Yeah.
But I
if
see
you-
the thought behind it. I just don't think
Yeah.
it's gonna be that great.
Yeah, maybe then you just get a 5/5 from the Wolpertinger, or the 5/4 from the Wrangler.
But I want to play Mankrik on 3.
True. But we coin Mankrik on 2 into that.
The dream.
Yeah, the dream. More Mancriks. You just make more Mankrik. No, it's not a beast. Damn it.
Insert joke about dreaming and seeing sheep.
True.
I know.
Yes.
All right. And
It's a
with
good
that
art. I like
corny
the art.
joke, let's go to the next card.
No, I like it.
Package Runner. 3 mana, 5/6. Can only attack if you have at least 8 cards in hand. Okay, so yeah, like
Handlock card.
handlock or maybe like a big buff Paladin thing. Is this?
I don't think it's good enough.
I gave it a 2 for like maybe like the handlock if you really need a big thing, but I don't know.
Yeah.
I'll give it Tom with the 1-mana guy. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. You can.
Yeah.
I'll give it a 2 because it'll be in handlock, and I don't even know if handlock's good enough in the end. Like, I guess it's just a control warlock deck that just likes to keep cards. Like,
Yeah, I'm gonna pass on this one.
I don't know. It doesn't look very good.
Yeah.
Cards that have these very specific conditions to be able to attack have never been that good.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh, wait a minute. They've always been played, though. Ancient Watcher from Ancient Watcher on.
Oh, sure. Sure. Like the one that was like, if you have spell power, it can attack. Like that one was garbage. Like, but it was played in Shaman. It was like played in like Shaman decks. I think it might have even been a Shaman card.
Oh, no, I mean only like the neutral ones, like the cheap neutral ones. Even the, that one, it was another 3-mana 5/6. I don't remember the name
Oh,
of it.
okay.
I played too in some kind of warlock and like some shit.
Yeah, I thought that was the spell
Not
power
believer.
one. I might be wrong.
Maybe it is.
I don't know.
Either way,
This
That's
is-
a card we've talked
I
about a
think this is
million
bad.
times tonight.
Yeah, here it is.
Yeah.
The Viper. Rust Rot Viper. 3 mana, 3/4 beast. Tradable. Battle cry, destroy your opponent's weapon. Pretty solid.
It's solid.
Official
It'll find
name
its
is
way.
Tradable Ooze, and if you call it
Tradable
anything else,
Ooze.
then I don't tell you. Because you're just wrong.
I gave it a 3.
It's Tradable Ooze.
Yeah, it's a 3. Yeah. It's.
Why is it a
I don't know.
snake,
It's you know.
Because it
Why is it a
shoots
snake?
acid onto the weapon. Like,
Are you just like, oh my god, it's a snake. I'll drop my weapon. Like, what's happening?
yes. No, it eats it. It's actually
think-
20 feet tall and eats your weapon.
You know,
It's
I
eating
think.
the weapon
I mean,
and
it's a
not me.
fringe card, right?
terrifying.
You only play it if weapons are good. I think it's.
Yeah, it's a tech card.
It's a
Yeah,
tech.
it's
It's a
a
tech
really
card.
good tech card.
I mean, it's
Yeah.
a.
It's a tech card that I don't feel bad about playing because I never have to play it. Like I don't have to just have it in my hand if there's no weapon. Just trade it back.
I guess.
Yeah, I'm giving it a 3 instead of a 2. It's really solid tech.
Rotted gave
That's
it
like
a
that.
4.
That might be the best tech card. Like one of the best tech cards they've ever created because like it's the card that you want to put in on ladder, but you don't want to draw against the wrong decks. So like,
I
you just
guess.
put it back.
Yeah, you just trade it. All right. It's a. I think convinced me.
Could be rogue.
3 is good.
Rotted put a 4, but I don't. There's probably a lot more weapons that are being played right now in Wild than standard.
Not really.
No? Okay.
I mean,
I think that the
Yeah.
weapons in WoW though are like
Yeah, they're
where Levis is like you don't give a shit about the armor because you're not getting any.
Yeah, like
This
you
is
play
just
this.
like I don't have to draw it.
I don't like this in Wild though. Like, I mean, what the Tax Paladin? Like Tax Paladin doesn't do much. King's Bane, you just put it back in their deck and they get it the next turn anyways. So it's kind of bad for that. Like, I don't think it has much good. There's not many good weapons in Wild that are played. So I don't know.
Yeah, his only comment was an excellent weapon destruction card. So I'm not sure. But
it is.
Yeah,
yeah.
It does destroy weapons.
It does
It
destroy the
does.
weapons.
The next card is not an excellent destruction
Yeah.
card.
Nope.
Sort of
True.
just not excellent in general, to be honest.
Traveling Merchant. 3 mana, 2/3. Tradable. Battle Cry. Gain +1/+1 for each other friendly minion you control. Like, I
Dragon
honestly
Rider is a
don't remember.
3.
Yeah. Reading this now, looking at it, I was like, I don't even remember this card. So why did I give this a 3?
Quick, swap it to a 1. Nobody will notice.
Oh, it's not a 1. It's a 2.
Are you sure? Are you sure? I'll ask you again.
It's a 2 for some aggro decks. All right. Good enough.
It's good with the rats and Hunter.
The Hunter Rat deck. Oh, it's like a 9/9.
Nutty card.
Oh god. Okay, let's go to the next one. Two-faced
Yes.
investor.
So late.
3 mana, 2/4. At the end of your turn, reduce the cost of a card in your hand by 1. 50% chance to increase. Ugh, this is a 1.
Yeah.
There's too
ones
many cards
everywhere.
that
This is like
have
the
a
worst
100%
version.
chance to decrease.
This is like the worst version of this type of card. Like, and I love the ogre cards. They're always funny. They're always funny to look at.
They definitely could have overstated this. Like,
Yeah. You gotta overstat it.
1 next.
It's a 1.
Big old 1. All right, next. Cheesemonger. Great name. 4 mana,
Yes.
3/6. Whenever your opponent casts a spell, add a random spell with the same cost to your hand.
I don't like it.
All I have to say is this is no Ogremancer.
No.
No.
Why does Base have a 2? Does she have a reason or no?
Probably.
Let me see
Base
what
commented on all of her posts.
she put Burgly Bully vibes.
Oh.
Except random cards are not coins.
Yeah. I mean, great name. That's, I think,
I
as
love
far
it.
as it
I love
goes.
God, cheese is good.
Charles Cheese is
Yes.
excellent. This card is not it though.
All right. Guild Trader. 4 mana, 3/4. Tradable. Spell damage +2.
Eh.
Give it a 2, I think. I mean, if you
Yeah,
need
like for
spell damage,
Mage?
it's not bad.
Like, does it like spell damage mage, I guess, but like, or shaman, but like even then you don't really want this card.
Yeah, I mean, this could easily just be a 1. It's like not great.
Yeah.
I
I'm
gave
gonna
it-
put a 1.
Yeah, I put a
I'm
3, but it should
down.
probably be a 2.
Yeah.
2 is reasonable.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I feel like they keep trying to push the boundary on spell damage to like see where the breaking point is.
Like,
Right?
like,
Yeah.
like
it
they,
gets closer and closer every set
like
to like
they,
being absurd.
like they wanted to make it specific to class to like. I thought they wanted to make spell damage more specific for spell classes, and then they just don't do it. Like Brucon's the only. I think Brucon's like the only card that still has that's just like if you like your nature specific, your nature spells have this much more power. I thought they were trying to do that, and then they just print spell damage +2, which granted this card isn't amazing, but spell damage +2 is still pretty good.
I mean, the
They
thing
will
about spell damage
Do
is
it
not
the moment that they
interactable.
break the game.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The moment that spell damage breaks the game, they'll change it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, adding 2 to any of the mage spells that you play, like you get this, like you can't get this off of font because it's not a mage minion, but yeah.
It's 4
Yeah.
though, so like Mozaki is just 1 more mana, and you're gonna
Yeah,
get more than
Mozaki
2
is
spell
one
damage.
mana.
Plus
Oh,
attack.
definitely. Oh, definitely. Yeah,
Yeah, it's just dangerous.
I agree. Yeah, it's not it. All right.
All right. Next we have Royal Librarian, 4 mana, 3/4, tradable, battlecry, silence a minion.
I like this card.
I feel like we
Tradable
haven't
spell
seen
breaker.
that. Yeah.
Tradable Spellbreaker. It's better. It's the opposite stats, but it's still pretty okay.
Yeah, it's more defensively statted instead of aggressively, but it's still decent. I gave it a 3. I think it's still pretty good.
Yeah.
Spellbreaker is crying.
Spellbreaker's crying. Yeah.
Literally shaking right now, so mad.
But like, yeah, I know. Like they didn't they Hall of Fame Spellbreaker, and now they've printed pretty much the same thing. Like,
Yeah, like we don't want
and
neutral
this is actually
silence.
and this is actually better because if you don't want it, you just put it in your deck and you draw it later. Like,
Yeah, it's way
Yeah.
better than Spellbreaker.
this is way
All
better
the
than
stuff they said
Spellbreaker.
they were gonna stop printing. They're like,
They
okay,
printed.
we're not gonna print. We're not gonna print draw for. They're like, we're not gonna print so much damage for Hunter that it's just like over the
Sure.
top. And then they were like, all right, machine guns.
And then
Yeah.
they did it, and then like I guess they were trying to cut back on silence, so they got
We're
rid
not
of
gonna print spell damage. We're gonna print it based on spell schools. Spell damage plus 2.
Yeah. Yeah.
For tradable. They just threw all of the tech cards. Ooh,
Tradable. Like,
silence.
they
spell
made them-
damage.
They made them all.
Tradable. Just shoving tradable down my throat. Like,
They made it
please,
all-
kill.
But it makes these cards so much better.
I know.
Like,
And
yeah,
that's the cool thing
I mean-
about tradable. I like it.
yeah, I like tradable a lot. I know that this is I know it's a one expansion thing. It's very Stormwind. Like, but God, it'd be cool if they did it to other stuff later down the road. But I know
I
it's
mean, they
something that we're
said
gonna.
that they were down to do like every
Yeah.
keyword they make. They said if people really, really like it
Really
and
like
it
it.
works well, then they'll keep doing it. Like they've kept printing
Yeah.
dormant cards, right?
Yeah, dormant
Discover,
cards and
Rush,
Discover.
Dormant.
Discover has
Yeah,
been
yeah.
around for
Lifesteal.
years.
Yeah.
Rush.
Exactly.
Kind of echo, kind of twin spell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't really. Yeah, Echo and Twin Spell not as much
I
for
mean,
me. But like,
literally,
the other stuff all
what was
good.
that card? The fire spell and mage is basically just
Yeah,
twin
it's
spell.
twin
Yeah,
spell.
It is. Yeah. Cool.
And like the Demon Hunter card is pretty much echo.
I'm hoping that they keep it. I like.
Twin
Like,
slice.
I
was
really
just-
like. I really like that card.
twin spell.
Mhm.
All right.
Okay, next we have Spice Bread Baker, 4 mana, 3/2, Battlecry, restore health to your hero equal to your hand size.
Oh, so
Oh.
good in Warlock.
So good in Warlock and
Thank you to
Priest.
the devs.
Yeah.
It's
Warlock
sad that it
heal
also
OP.
works in Priest. Yeah, this is.
And it's 4 mana, which is so good. Like it's
Mhm.
cheaper than Antique Healbot.
Mhm.
So good.
Yeah, I like it a lot.
Not bad.
I gave it a 3.
I think I gave it a 2. Could be a 3. Just because of Warlock. Otherwise, it's probably not being played.
Yeah, it's not being played outside of Warlock. Yeah, but I mean, potentially there are classes that could like it potentially, but it all depends on like what type of. It all depends like what type of decks we see come out.
I also want to say, I'm not even sure Warlock is playing this. Just you heard it here first.
Yeah,
I think
that's
Warlock
unfortunate.
has a lot of heal right now. I don't know if you need this, but we'll see.
I mean, could it get?
Warlock's playing this.
I'm not sure.
Tamsin Warlock has to play this.
We'll see.
Well, Based gave it a 4, and she said natural healing is Pug. This is just a
Yeah.
natural fit to slow decks. I'm very excited to see this around for a while.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
So,
I like it.
Not bad.
It works in slow decks for sure. Yeah,
like maybe it only fits in one deck right now, but yeah, the potential for it
Mhm.
to be in decks in the future while it's in standard
Mhm.
too is pretty crazy.
oh gosh. Mhm.
All right. Next we have Stubborn Suspect, 4 mana, 3/3, Death Rattle, summon a random 3-cost minion.
Boo.
I think this is actually not bad in Death Rattle Demon out there.
Yeah, I
Boo.
agree.
Okay, wait. You're right. Maybe it's not that bad. It's
I-
just
But
a
that's
3/3 though. It's a 3/3 for 4 mana though. Like
They already
If it's
played
not being-
Mages
Renowned
for 4
Performer
mana.
is a Renowned Performer.
But it has
is a 3/3
Rush.
for 4 mana.
It has
Sure.
Rush.
I guess. It summons taunt. It summons 2/2 of stats though, which
It
I
might
don't even
not
like
be,
playing
but I
that
think
card in it.
it's worth trying. I give it a 3.
I'd give it a
It-
2.
I don't know. All the 4
Sure.
mana Rush or all the 4 mana stuff in Death Rattle Demon Hunter has like immediate impact on the board, like Fishy Flyer and the Performer dude.
Mhm.
And so I'm a little weary about just like a 4
It doesn't
mana
come back from
3/3
Dissolve,
blank.
but so
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
know.
I'll change mine from a 3 to a 2.
I
but
kind
still
of
think it's
like
worth
it.
trying.
I gave it a 4.
it's cool.
Like,
You could draw it from the road card.
yes, that. I mean, this I still feel like even if you have some other terrible options or something, this doesn't seem that bad to even get off of like Call of the Grave, just to
I
keep
just,
stuff on the board.
I just hate playing this card because it's a 4 mana 3/3.
Sure.
Mhm. Like Proto Drake, I think I think this should be a 4/4. Because like Proto Drake is an 8 mana 8/8 that summons. It's essentially the same thing. Summons a random minion that costs 1 less mana. But they decided because it's a 4 mana that it happens earlier that we can't make it a 4/4. It's got to be a 3/3.
It could have been a 4/4.
I think it should. I think it
It
should.
wouldn't
be a
have changed
4/4.
much.
No, it wouldn't. But it's still got that extra breakpoint of being 4 health and 4 attack, like, which in the early game matters. Just-
Cool card.
Next we have Battleground Battlemaster. 5 mana 5/5. Adjacent minions have Wind Fury.
All right, it's
Yeah.
either Omega
Son of
Trash
a-
or Omega Nuts.
Yeah,
It's one or the other.
I
Yeah.
can't tell.
So-
It's too hard to call.
So this card, it's not even that nuts with Jandis. It's good with Jandis because it gives something Wind Fury, but it gives Jandis Wind Fury, and you can't attack with it that turn. And you have to assume that Jandis is played next to another minion and hope. Yeah, I don't know.
All right,
It's-
I have one. Hear me out.
I think
turn
it's like a
4.
2 or a 3, right?
Yeah. Okay, turn 4. Coin Blessing of Authority, and then you play this. And they're dead. Easy game. Also, this is insane with Conviction. You just Conviction a bunch of things on board, plus 6 attack on turn 5, and then play this between them, and you're just like rocking and rolling.
True.
Don't make me
That
hate
is-
Paladin more.
That is something.
It's a
I
finisher
give it a
card.
3. I think it's not too
Yeah.
bad.
Yeah.
Watch this be a 6.
I was gonna say, watch them have to nerf
Yeah,
this. Like,
There's no way this card gets nerfed. Wait, it's a 5/5. I thought it was a 3/5. Oh,
No, it's a
No, it's a
five.
5/5.
That's a little
it's a
something.
little scary, right?
That's
like-
a little something.
I think like instead of nerfing this card, rather than just make Conviction not do as much damage, and people have been saying it literally in Standard and Wild for like
Conviction is a lot of damage. Yeah. I
like
agree.
for the entire expansion, like for over half the expansion, people have been like, why is Conviction giving so much attack? so broken.
Next card.
Next card.
Lotheb.
Yeah.
That was so funny. I'm glad you posted that, Dragon Rider.
Oh, that
Wait,
clip
what?
was
Oh my
hilarious.
gosh.
The clip of like, who was it? It was Fino, Hunter Ace,
Mhm.
Orange
Oh,
Orange and Jawbray, yeah.
Mhm.
And Hunter Ace said that that this Battlegrounds Battlemaster is the Lotheb. It's Lotheb, but instead of increasing their stuff, it kills them.
Kills them.
They're dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was hilarious. They did a great job on their card reviews. It's always
Yes.
funny.
All right. Next, we have Lion's Guard, 5 mana 4/6. Battlecry. If you have 15 or less health, gain +2, +4, and taunt. What do y'all think?
So
Nope.
5 mana 6/10 taunt.
5 mana 6/10 taunt.
1 for me.
It's probably not
Is this,
playable
is
though.
this played in? Is this like something you throw in Warlock?
It's only in war. Like it would
Yeah,
literally
yeah.
only be in war.
This
Or in
could
like an
literally been
aggro
a
meta.
Warlock class card, honestly.
If there's an aggro meta and they're like aggroing you down, and then like turn 5 you're 15 and you just slam this and they're like, wait.
Because Hooked Reaver had a similar type of thing.
Yeah, it was
Like, and Hooked Reaver was
7,
played
7.
in in Warlock. It was a
Yeah, this could be
that was
playable.
7/7.
In an aggro meta, this is a tech card. Like you definitely put this in,
Yeah.
and you're like, all right,
I can
I'm
give
gonna
it
give
a
it-
2. It's
I'm
decent.
gonna give it
tech.
a 2 for that. Yeah.
Yeah, I had
16
it
is a big dude.
I feel like I would just have to give it a 2 legally.
This is one we're gonna see this more off of Jandis than we will actually it being played in the decks.
Oh, sure.
Welcome to lots of
Every
the 5
5,
drops
yeah.
in this game.
But I mean, it's like I wouldn't mind seeing this off Jandis. Like,
Right, it's not even that bad off
it's
Jandis.
pretty good.
Imagine Rogue's about to die, so they like jam this for this, and then they just like shadow step it and play it again, and they're like, what?
Holy mind blown.
Shadow step.
And then you just make that one the one that you just make that the illusion and you shadow step it, or you put it.
Yep.
Oh gosh, that's pretty interesting.
Earth Elemental in this. Let's go. I'm never dying.
Yeah, for
Well,
sure.
let's look at another minion that can come off of Jandis. How about Stormwind Guard? 5 mana, 4/5 taunt. Battlecry, give adjacent minions +1/+1.
I like this card.
Big Defender of Argus, not bad.
Yeah, big
Yeah.
defender of Argus.
Not a fan. I'm gonna give it a 1.
It's probably not good though. It's too
Yeah.
expensive to only be given like 1/1.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
you should be given more. I'll give it.
But it has taunt, so it's okay.
Yeah, it's okay because it's a taunt. Yeah, it's like
That's
bigger. It's like It's like bigger wriggling horror. That's what it is. But like,
Yeah, but it's
very
understated.
over. Yeah.
I guess it's a 6/7. Maybe it's not that bad. I don't know. I'm not playing it though because like
I'm
1/1
not,
is
yeah.
like
Yeah.
not relevant that much.
Yeah.
Yeah, pass.
All right. City Architect, 6 mana, 4/4. Battlecry, summon 2/05 castle walls with taunt.
That's a lot of stats, but like
A
probably
lot
not
of stuff,
great.
but what are we
Yeah.
doing? Like where are we playing this? Honestly,
Giggling Inventor continues to giggle at this one.
a lot of taunt, giggling inventor vibes, but not quite the same annoyance to deal with. That's what base says. And base gave it a 1.
Yeah, that's all I got for that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
OP card coming.
1. Oh yeah.
Alrighty. Next one. Oh, we're gonna have some thoughts on this. Cornelius Rome, 6 mana, 4/5. At the start and end of each player's turn, draw a card.
Ancient of Lore died, so this could live. Like what the fuck?
This is just bonkers,
This
dude.
is bonkers.
This is
Instantly
crazy.
get 2 cards. They don't kill
Yeah.
it.
Like, is
You
this
get
this is a nerf of
3
it's a
more.
5. Like, this is a 5. Card's really good.
This card, my deck starts with this card. If my deck is not trying to kill you by 10/6, then I will start with this card.
Yes.
If they don't kill this the first turn you play it, you now have +5 card advantage. Like, hello.
Yeah, you lost.
Yeah.
This is a
I mean-
concede card. Like if you don't have a way to kill it and you don't draw it, then you just concede it. Like there's no way.
So bonkers.
Yeah. I mean, it is killable at least. It's a 4/5. They didn't overstat it. If anything, it's understated, but the effect is so good. So it's good.
It's man, I'm just so bad with the card names today. What is the freaking mage weapon that drew you cards?
Aluneth.
Thank you. That's what this reminds me
was
of.
played in Wild for a while until recent.
I mean, I can see this backfiring. Like, if you can't
was gonna
play the
say,
cards, like your
like-
opponent could just leave this up and just let
I
you
was gonna
overdraw.
say,
but
like, you keep drawing, but at the same time, if your deck's built
right,
like this card doesn't go in a top heavy deck because you don't want to draw cards.
no.
that you
Like,
can't play.
if you're
Like,
including
is
this in your
top
deck,
end.
this is like this feels like a
exactly.
paladin card. This feels like such a paladin card. Like,
It feels like a control shaman card.
yeah,
to me.
control
like a mid-ranger
shaman,
control shaman.
paladin, like stuff like
Draw
that.
you some cards.
Yeah.
Like, a
Like
lot
every
of
class
decks
that
playing
doesn't
this.
have card draw, like priest is like hell yeah.
Yeah.
Because priest has no card draw, and this card is absurd.
Yeah, but yeah. So this is like card draw for priest on top of their discovering. Eesh.
Yeah, this is good.
Yeah, definitely.
I love this next card.
Yeah,
Me too.
Lady Prestor. 6 mana, 6/7,
Ah.
battle cry, transform minions in your deck into random dragons. They keep their original stats and cost.
I'm playing Lunacy Mage with minions.
This is
Actually, I'm
awesome.
probably playing it in Druid, like Lunacy Druid. Let's go. Ramp up.
This is
Just play Lady
awesome.
Prester.
I
Draw
love
a
this
bunch.
card so much. Yeah. It's not amazing. It's not like be all end all, but like the dragons that we have are pretty good. Like, yeah. Like,
I think it's good.
I know. I like this card. There's a lot of good dragons. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
like
excited.
all your 2-drops and stuff get to stay 2-drops
give
with their
it-
stats and whatnot.
I'm gonna
but
give it a 4.
Yeah, and then
I
you get
don't
an
think it's
Alex effect for 2.
Alex for 2 mana.
Like,
Yeah.
this isn't
Yeah.
this isn't an evil. I wouldn't call it like an evil
Wait.
card, but like.
Do you not just play this in a rogue?
I don't know.
Like
But
because
don't
the
know.
minions, like you don't care about the minions in your deck. Like the minions in your deck are like whatever. Like you just don't play Alex and shit. You just play 10. You play 10, but you like don't play Alex and you play this instead.
I don't know if there's enough of a big like.
I don't know.
There's a
I mean,
lot of good
the
ones.
dragon pool is small.
and they're
That's
all
what I'm
good.
saying. Like the Dragon Pool is not like
Yeah, like
Yeah.
I'll take my 2 mana Alex and then Shadow Stepping and then play my 7 mana Alex
Yeah.
and like instead of trying to play hard play 9 mana Alex. I think it's good.
I don't
Also,
know.
like, just some of these are insane. You have Ysera, you have Blackwing, you have Onyxia, you have Malagos. Like, hello. Just
Yeah,
Proto
Malagos is
Drake,
crazy.
Mage Scribe, even Deathwing for like 2 mana cleared.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
minions. Like,
No,
oh
this
my
card's
God.
really good. Yeah.
Literally, the only bad one is Nozdormu and like Amalgam. That's it. The rest
But,
are all
like,
good.
But like if a random minion's getting taunt, it's really good too. Like taunt is so fun.
Should probably give this a 4 instead of a 3.
Yeah, I'm giving it a 4.
I don't know. See, like
'Cause-
it seems good. I gave it a 2 though because it feels really fringe. Like the way you have to try to build your deck, like if you really want that kind of value, then you're just playing a whole bunch of low stuff. And then if you get all that or you never find Lady Prester, then it feels bad. And then are we doing the whole just play a bunch of bad cards to try to get this? Because that
That's
doesn't
why I
feel
want to play
great.
it in Rogue because like
No, you
Rogue
just
plays
play-
a
right.
large amount of minions, and then the late
they're
game
cheap-
those
they're
minions
cheap.
get worse and worse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
they're
Octobot
cheap.
late game is like not great, or like Field Contact when you've drawn most of your deck, the second copy is like whatever.
Mm-hmm. I like it. Yeah, I can see this being a card in Miracle, or like even Secret Rogue maybe.
Because like I don't want to play Mutinous anymore, but I had room for Mutinous in Rogue, so now I could like take the Mutinous out and just like slot this in.
Yeah. For sure.
So I like it. I like it.
Cool. It's a cool card. I like it.
I mean, I think I'm required to like it because dragons, but
Yep, you don't get a choice.
I know. I have to play it.
True.
And it's a Nixie, and it's like human and Nixie, and it's amazing.
Yeah. Next we have Moarg Forge Fiend, 8 mana, 8/8 demon, taunt, death rattle, gain 8 armor. Whew. I'm not ready to start seeing this all over the place.
Hopefully you won't have to.
Big warrior.
Hopefully.
Yeah, this
Big
being able to be rezzed off in the Zoth is pretty disgusting.
Yeah.
This
Hey, I gotta go. This has been
hold
fun.
on.
The next card is
Okay.
insane. I love it.
Thanks,
Alright,
Yeah, I
guys.
like the
Akashi.
next card as well. Thanks,
Thanks,
Akashi.
y'all.
Bye. So this card is nutty. This card is really good. And it's not just for big warrior. There's a deck in Wild called Big Priest, and summoning this off of Blood of Gahoon, or whatever it's called. I think it's Blood of Gahoon. That's nutty. 5/5 taunt that death rattle gains 8 armor. Like that becomes even better. Like, and Big Warrior doesn't mind this card either. I'd say it's a 3 because I don't know if it's a Maybe it's a 2 just because of like it's in so little decks, but it's still in multiple decks. So I'd give it a 3. It's a cool card.
Yeah. I mean, you could even play this in Priest to get it off of your N'Zoth.
True, yeah, it's a demon.
Yeah, I think it's just something that you can consider in a lot of decks, which is
Mhm.
pretty cool. So I give it a 3.
Mhm.
Yeah, let's see. I gave it a 5 because I think it's so gross.
Yeah.
Like, just don't want to. Also, I think that's like the aggro and mid-range player in me is like, oh no, I don't want to start seeing this because a taunt and the 8 armor is just, ugh.
Mhm.
Like that's so much health that
If it's demon hunter,
have
you
to
just play
work
mage.
for.
You just actually just tech mage hunter.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Anyways,
All right. Oh yeah. Next one. Here we go.
Two.
Varian, King of Stormwind. 8 mana, 7/7. Battle Cry. Draw a rush minion to gain rush. Repeat for taunt and divine shield. I love this card.
this card's really cool. I like that this card exists. Like there's you like a lot of decks run like this exact thing. Already run like taunts, divine shields, and a rush. Like, and even if you're not getting all of them, even rush and taunt isn't terrible. Or rush into like, you know, I don't know if it doesn't if your deck doesn't have one of them, does the effect stop or does it keep going?
I'm not
So
sure.
like, say you have only rush and divine shield, like
I'm not sure on that, honestly.
like if you don't have taunt, there's but anyways, if you have all three of them, it's really cool. I like this card a lot. I think it's a 3. It's not a 4
Yeah.
because it's not like super insane, but like it's a good card.
Yeah, give it a 3 as well. Pretty solid. I mean, the rush is very likely to happen. Then you draw a rush, and then I don't know if you're running like Talon, that's
Oh,
taunt,
Talon
or
Forger,
Divine
yeah.
Shield, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's solid.
It's cool.
I gave it a 3, yeah.
I gave it a 4. Itachi gave it a 5. He did
Sheesh.
say right before he left that he did love this card.
Yeah. Like it's literally lifesteal away from being Ziliax. So
Mm-hmm.
last card.
Goldshire Knoll. 10 mana. 5/4 rush. Costs 1 less for each other card in your hand. Okay, so like,
It's like
if
Fringe.
history serves us well, then the cost 1 less rush things have been pretty disgusting. But I feel like they learned their lesson, and this one does not feel disgusting.
It's 2.
Yeah, it feels pretty balanced and
Yeah.
maybe underbalanced.
Yeah.
I gave it a 2. I don't think it's super impressive.
It's like Warlock.
Maybe in
Warlock
Handlock, yeah.
Handlock might play it, yeah.
But otherwise, you're probably not playing this. And I mean, it nerfs anything like Primordial into Survival, for example.
Hand size, like I don't know. There's not a lot of like Warlock's the only thing right at this point is gonna be the only thing that really cares anything about hand size. Like so it's probably the deck it goes in. But otherwise, it's okay. The stats are fine. I like that it's not overstated, but it might even be understated. But so yeah, I agree with Neji.
Seems like everybody kind of is in the middle-ish. Base gave it a 3. Basically like 2s and 3s across the board.
Gotcha.
We did it though.
We made it through.
We did it.
Yeah.
Well,
Anybody have a favorite card?
Call of the Grave.
Oh yes.
I love that card.
My favorite is Warlock Quest.
Warlock Quest is cool.
Good one.
And that Druid card that like summons an extra copy of a 2-drop or less. The whatever. What's it called? Oracle of Elune.
Yeah, Oracle of Elune's pretty cool. My favorite card, oh gee, the person with who has the most wins on Hunter. It's the Hunter quest for me.
Yeah, Hunter Quest is sweet.
I love it. Yeah, defend the Dwarven District.
Yeah, it's just looking like a really good set overall. There's a lot. I feel like I feel like we've talked about this each time, but like these sets really do feel like more and more. There's like such cool possibilities with these cards. Like they have some really cool effects. Some of the cards, like we all have varying opinions on how they're going to be used or if they're going to be good or not. And it's like, I love that.
Yeah, there's so many things to try.
We even got our one card that Neji likes more than everybody else. That's it's never a good it's never a good.
Yeah, we're all
review
gonna say
about
it's
that one
bad.
card.
That'll be
What is
the
it?
card
It's
that's nerfed next week.
There was Neji. There was Kreen in.
Oh, yeah, that was a mess.
There was Kreen. There was and then the next one it was what, Elucia, or was that in the same expansion?
I think it was the same expansion.
That was Ashes of. They're both from Ashes. Yeah.
No, mine render was
Skolo. Yeah. Okay. So there's Skolo. I don't remember the last two, but
yeah, there's definitely something. Who knows?
Yeah, I like it. Yeah, I'm excited. I mean, I guess everyone gets excited at expansion time. Like, it's 135 new cards to play around with. Like, it's always fun.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh my god, how many boars do you think we're gonna see on the first day?
I don't know. I think if we were playing, I think if our MMRs weren't so, like, if we were playing at like a lower level, we'd see a ton. And I don't know. But like Legend, maybe Legend players will mess around with it. I don't really know.
Probably see like one board deck.
Probably. Yeah. Can't wait for board to be a problem card in Wild and just hate it. But at least I don't know. I'm interested in I'm so interested to see how this affects Wild, because it's always cards I don't expect that turn out good in Wild.
Yeah.
Standard is also going to be exciting because there'll be brand new archetypes. But for Wild to get new archetypes would be sweet.
All right. There's gonna be some cool stuff. I'm excited. But
yeah.
This was so much fun. Thank you everybody that joined us for this as well. Any closing thoughts from either of you?
Warlock quest is best quest.
Best quest. I still think Hunter quest best quest, but Warlock is cool. The two classes I love the most got really cool quests. I'm happy about it.
Nice.
Which is Hunter and Warlock.
Mm-hmm.
Well, thank you again everybody for joining.